Good morning, everybody. Hello. It is 7:01 a.m. It is Atlanta, Georgia. Sylvan Hills. It's David Peppers. David Cody Peppers. I like to I'm going to try to use my middle name all the time. Hope y'all are having a good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. The current temperature is 70 degrees. It is slightly mostly cloudy. And that's all the weather I'm doing. So peace and blessings to everybody. I come in peace. Look, I even forgot that camera was facing there. So welcome to my back of my bald head. I'm going to switch the thing over. So, because that view is my weak spot. So I'll tell you now, take all the bad photographs that way you want and splash them on Twitter or wherever you all are doing it. Sorry for the dizzy. Okay, there you go. Okay. Alright, cheers. Now, welcome to my house. If you don't know what's going on, ask a neighbor. I'm not... Right. So, hello, Mr. Bus. Oh, there's Mama Girl. Hey, baby. Yes, ma'am. I had to bury my friend Velen, my four-legged friend, last night, and he's been on my mind. And so I've really tried to layer a lot of stuff, which is, a lot of this is me letting go of. So anyway, mission accomplished. I'm so proud of myself. The physical exertion was, it wasn't shallow. Okay? And that's all I want to say. I'm not trying to be morbid, but I've been fasting with like a caloric deficit for 60-ish days now. And so that really, and I ate, but anyway, I'm rambling, and I'm excited, and I'm going to have a wonderful day, and you're going to have a wonderful day, and we're going to have a wonderful day, and Mom Girl and Big Boy are going to have a wonderful day, and I'm going to finish my painting today. I'm sorry. Forward march. And I've got my playlist. It's open to the public. Don't forget, everybody, that when you meet someone, if you find yourself in any way thinking less than the best of them, there's another way of doing it. And it is my experience that no matter how good I think someone is, no matter how good I can imagine their intentions being, it turns out they're always better than I think. So, if you think anything negative about me, it would be considered negative. Right? I just, as a neighbor, ask that you just at least come into my home neutral. And then, make your own, then whatever. Right? Because not everyone's going to like everyone. And that's just the way it goes. So, I want to be the Wizard King, and I welcome you into my home. Here, I'd always like to flip the camera around because this might be somebody's first time here. And I always want to welcome you into my home. There's my front door and the street outside the buses go on. And my little den in the front. And you don't all need to see the dirty clothes and stuff. So anyway. Right? And then there's the other camera that faces, see, there's my hand. And I get up and paint. And talk to you and pray for you and tell you God loves you. And I sit here and mash on the keyboard and tell all the people that I watch and that I let them come in my home. I wish them well and all the people in the chat. Because the U is capitalized, right? That means so it goes to everyone who's reading it, the way I do. So if you happen to ever stumble across my bald Vulcan head, in the chat, sorry, Sweaty, I'm talking to you. And God loves you. And so do I. So, I have my playlist. Oh yeah, just as a side note, like my whole life, my social media is as open as that front door. I know it's like 99% of the people I say that to do not believe it. They'll look and they're like, holy shit, right? It's for a decade of open front door. And so I'm bravely going where no man has gone before, into the social media trash pile. And I just, as an experiment, nobody draws trolls quicker than somebody that says the word God and love. Be a lamp. Come. And I'm not looking for trouble. Everybody knows this by now, right? I'm not looking for trouble because I will give you the shirt off my back. Literally. And if I was a little bit buff, I would do it. Literally right here. So, the point being that I'm just trying to let the world know that as open as my stuff has been, right, as many times as I've reached out into that world, a decade, I've only had one person with the balls to pick up the phone and call me. One. Not counting you, Don, because you're a friend. So that's, you know what I mean? Whatever. So, there's a window that you see when you look at this. This window is smaller than this window. And it's way smaller than that window door. Now, that isn't to say that the pictures, of bad stuff isn't happening in real life, like floods, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about what's being projected to you, what other people are thinking. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm not talking about the daily news, the building's on fire is fake. That's not what it could be. Right, but I'm saying the one thing I am for sure know that what is fake is the PR projection of groups of people and what they're thinking and going through. I know that's fake. The white, ugly, redneck, red hat person, they had to comb America to distill that. Right? Some of that's paid acting. You're right. Some of that shit is... Some of that is paid acting. You'd be surprised how many of them protest people. So I love you, and you deserve to be free. You deserve to be free. You deserve to have a house that can't be taken away. Right? Well, since when do we allow that nonsense? Like your one home, your storage unit, we're going to throw it out. Your one. Like not your fifth home on the beach on the East Coast. Right? Because you've got 5 more homes on the West Coast on the beach. And then you have 5 homes in the forest. And you have and each one has a bunker, so that when all the people that get mad at you, or that are mad at you, right, wherever you see, it's so sad. For what? Because there's nothing worse than thinking you're right when you're wrong. What if it doesn't happen? That's absolutely fabulous, honey. That's Pat's, that's Eddie. Come on, cheer up, world, it might not ever happen. Then what? Oops. They'll all be dead, right, laughing from the grave at us. Ha ha, I fell for it. Because then what? They'll all be gone. They'll be on their spaceships and... Allegedly, I don't know. Who can say? It was like that one great graphic novel, the DC, maybe it was Marvel, I'm sorry, either or. Look, there are 2 major comic book companies, DC and Marvel. I am 50 years old, so I'm a little bit more nostalgic to DC because of my age. Yet again, I will show, I understand age brackets and why people are like certain, right? Okay, this is my Batman. It's like a 10-year-old Target t-shirt. Okay? I love comic books. Look it up. Don't forget, I said months ago that like if you ever wanted to merge DC and Marvel, I want that job. Hello. Hi. My address, just call me. And you know how you started off? You started off with Galactus devouring Krypton. And so he shows up all of a sudden, which is why only so many of them escape. Right? And I'm going to blow your mind. You know who Galactus's herald is at that point in history when we merged the 2? See, because he already went to Earth, right? Because we're at Krypton. And he's going to eat it. Well, he went to Earth, and a certain Amazonian, and you know how she serves up Krypton to Galactus? She takes her magic lasso and cleaves the planet in half. Dun, 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 dun. Where do you see who the Joker is? Hello! Hi! Make sure that's clean. Make sure you're getting all that. Okay. So, yes, and we still got prayer. We still have prayer. And Joyce and the Pope. We're praying for the Pope. I'm just being Sassy David. I'm sorry, I didn't put up Sassy David alert. I need to get a button. Ding, ding, ding. And credit where credit's due. Taliesin and Evitel with their little red spoiler bot. I love them. Blessings to your family. And to be totally honest with you, if there is ever if I've ever been a subscriber and not a subscriber, it's only because I don't there's only so many. I only have so many hours in a day, right? And if you get so many, because there's so many other artists. There's no offense to anybody, but there's just so many other artists out there that have just a couple, right? And So it's like some more news. I love Mr. Cody Shoddy. He's not the one, but I love could be, but no, love Mr. Cody. Love him. And I actually supported Mr. Cody. But Gates sent money, and then I'm just talking about like why maybe people do things, right? And so, and then it's hard to know like demonetization, like how that affects a YouTube artist having to put an ad on something, right? Because people go out and bot report, right? So we're all on the same page with that, right? Well, if I only have an entertainment budget of like, let's say $50 a month, like, and I'm going to try to give it to YouTube artists, and I see an ad, it's not a dig at all. I mean, I'm a capitalist, right? I understand, but it's sometimes it can be like you get that knee-jerk reaction that, well, my God, they're just milking the well, aren't they? Which, I mean, I'm a capitalist. Like, as long as everybody's like you're paying all your housekeepers $25 an hour, and they all have health care, and yeah, I'm down. Sorry if the camera, it's all art, right? I've got lights everywhere, front doors open, 7:17 in the morning. So, it's like giving birth. I don't want to let it go. All right, forward march. Thank you for listening to the inside of David Cody's brain. Mr. Cody, I love you. I really look forward to your stuff every week. I think you are awesome. That thing you did, that movie, is like art. And it's going to be a tradition of mine that every election night, like the night before, like I watch It's a Wonderful Life on Christmas Eve. On a big election night, I'm going to watch that to remind everyone that that's what's going on. They need to pass the baton off and stop standing in the freaking way. Forward march. Okay, God, I love you so much. You are so awesome. Holy, holy, holy is your name. Thank you for the recovery of the Pope. Thank you for Joyce Meyer Ministries and all that they've done for the world. Thank you for my neighbors. Thank you for my friends. Thank you for my four-legged friends. Thank you for my computer. Thank you for the hot running water, the roof over my head, the shoes that are somewhere around here, my lovely shirt I love. Thank you for YouTube. Thank you for my art. Thank you for peace in the world that I've had the privilege and pleasure to get to where I'm at. Give me the wisdom to pray for someone to help. Give me the strength to hug someone I don't really want to. And give me the strength to stand up to injustice. And the endurance to not wilt under the heat, because I know I'm a special little snowflake. Okay. God, if there's anyone out there under the bridge, if there's anybody out there in the world that needs help, I just send out little angels. Hearts with little angel wings. Go out the window, and I hope angels with trumpets come to your aid. All the people down in Florida had that building. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I feel so bad for your community and that you're having, and the people in Japan, China, the mudslide people. I'm so sorry that happened. There's people crying out for help all over the world. North Korea, they're starving to death. I need to get off the Pope's back. He's doing his... He's gonna... Yes, Mom. Sorry. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. So in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, I ask all these things. And give me the strength to finish my painting today. I love you, God. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, amen. Put in the chat if you want me to pray for you. Something special. And I got my playlist. Ta-da! Forward march. I hope y'all have a wonderful day. I'm going to... whatever. I love you. I'm going to flip this because then this gives me just a little bit of privacy, the veil of my privacy, right? But I'm not going anywhere. Okay, so please, just bear with me. I'm going to flip the scene. See, I feel a little bit more comfortable like that. So, for whatever it's worth, I'm going to go into my playlist. I love the Lord. He's my friend. I love him. I love him. I do. I love the Lord. I love the Lord. He's my friend. Beyond the end. Oh, good. Yay! That makes me so happy. Okay, playlist, David. Focus. Okay, guys, I'm gonna turn the mic down just so that I can write, because I'm not gonna say anything till the end of Miss Myers. So, but I'm gonna work on my painting and just do my thing. I love you. I will stop what I'm doing. I'm keeping an eye on that beautiful green button, the green circle. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. I am multitasking. I'm loving Mama Girl, and I'm operating a transgalactic network. And I have to look at what the UN's doing, and I am busy. Okay, so I love you.
This program has been made possible.
Don't forget, go to their channels and like and share and subscribe all of their stuff. Please, if you want to do anything for me, like just because I'm a nice dude, right? I'm not trying to mess with please, I'm sorry. Okay, here we go.
Possible by the friends and partners of Joyce Meyer Ministries.
Believe what he says in the Word. Do the best you can every day, but know that every day you're going to fall short and you're going to need Jesus once again to forgive you, to give you mercy. And I will tell you the truth. I'm going to do a little message this afternoon that I've called The Exchanged Life. And you see this store here that we had built for you. That's one of my little bright ideas. And we're calling this the Exchange Store. And actually there is one that we can all visit anytime we want to. It never closes. It's rarely ever busy. There's not ever much of a waiting line because you see very few people even know that it's there. And even the ones who do know that it's there probably wouldn't believe what a great deal it is. So they probably wouldn't really bother to go visit. This exchange store is someplace where you can take anything old and worn out, useless and all messed up that you've got. You can take it, trade it in for a brand new one at no cost to you. So you're not believing me yet, but you'll get there. Yeah, I said at no cost to you. I said at no cost to you because the cost has already been paid. Amen. And gosh, people just try so hard to live the Christian life. And can I just tell you the truth? You really can't live the Christian life. You say, well, then what do you got us here for? What is it exactly that you're trying to do? I'm trying to tell you that you've got to give up trying to do it and let Jesus do it through you. The biggest question that people have is, what can I do? What can I do? When can I know? We did a little survey at our office one time and asked people, if you could ask God any question you wanted to, what would you want to ask? And a number of people said, how can I know when I've done enough? How can I know when I've done enough? And see, here's the thing. You can't ever do enough. You can never do enough. And I can never do enough. And so then somebody might say, well, then, what's the point? Well, the point is not that you do good to try to earn something from God that he already has provided for you as a free gift, but because you see what he's done for you, what great things he has done for you, because of that, you get up every day and you want to do the very best you can, not to get anything from God, but to just say thank you for what he's already done for you. And this is the hardest thing for us to get through our heads. People constantly say to me, so now, what can I do? When I go home, what is it? Is there a certain thing I can study? Is there a certain scripture I can read? Well, the thing is God will guide you. He'll lead you. But I'm not going to give you some program. I'm not going to give you some written out pre-planned program. If you pray from 5:30 to 6 and then you speak in tongues from 6 to 6:30 and then you make your confessions from 7:30 to 8. You know, if you're Catholic, if you go to Mass every morning or what, you know, whatever it might be. You're not getting that from me. What I'm going to tell you is fall in love with Jesus. Just fall in love with Jesus and just let him love up on you and believe what he says in the Word and do the best you can every day, but know that every day you're going to fall short and you're going to need Jesus once again to forgive you, to give you mercy. And I will tell you the truth. I mean, I am passionate to do the right things. Sometimes I will say to God, I hope you're pleased. Because I really want to please God. But not because I think I have to. Not because I think he's going to love me anymore if I'm a better little girl. That's what we get from people. That's what I got from my parents. And what they gave me really wasn't even love to start with. That's not even what he wants from us. He wants us to serve him because we just love him so much that any little thing that we could do, I try to do what's right because I love God, not because I think that I have to. And see, when you fall in love with Jesus and you let him love you, and not, hear what I'm going to say, and when you give him everything that you are, and especially everything that you're not, we're going to go slow this afternoon. When you give him everything that you are, but especially everything that you're not, you stop trying to hide what you're not from God. Could I please tell you something and have you get it? You are no surprise to God. He is not saying, oh my gosh. It's not like the Father is turning to Jesus and saying, son, I had no idea that she was going to be like this. We have got the wrong woman. Because we are trying to use her mouth And at home, she still is getting herself in trouble. He's not surprised. The Bible says that he knows every word in our mouth that we have not yet spoken. Everything you're ever going to do wrong, he already knows it. And guess what? It's already paid for. So here we're back to the same dumb thing again. Well, so then what's the point in trying? Because you can't help it. You just can't resist trying to do your best for Jesus because you are so crazy in love with him. You are just so crazy in love with him that what else could you possibly do with your pitiful self but try to love him more and more? Here's your homework assignment. Go home, love Jesus, let him love you. Okay, now, let's just say that I've had this purse for like, oodles of time, lots of time. And it's like, man, the handle's fallen off, the zipper's broke, the kid's got it and colored on it. It's just bad. And I heard about this store called the Exchange Store, and somebody told me that anything that I've got that's old and worn out, I can take it back there no matter how old it is, no matter how long I've had it, and they'll give me a brand new one. That's just really hard to believe. But let's just try it out. So let's see here. Yeah. Oh, open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I like that store. Never closes.
Hello.
Hello.
Can I help you?
Yes, well, first of all, what is your exchange policy?
Oh, well, do you have your receipt with you?
No, no receipt.
Doesn't matter. Okay, here's our exchange policy. One rule.
Ask and you shall receive.
That's it.
That's it? One thing? Ask and you shall receive? Well, this is really pretty bad, but...
Yeah, you have well worn that. You've worn it well.
I'm asking if I could trade this in for a brand new one.
You said the right thing.
Can I make a little special request?
Sure, we'll listen.
Can I have one with sparkles?
You want sparkles?
I like sparkles.
You know what? We knew that.
Okay.
All right, we're ready. How about this one?
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
I'm going to come back here
See
again.
you next time.
Is this just not the best ever? This is so good. Okay, now, as excited as I am about this, there's other things that I'm more excited about. Because I tell you what, I can have a great purse, but I can have one messed up soul. And no matter how great my purse is, if I'm still dragging around all my junk and ashes from my broken, burned up, miserable past. Are any of you old enough that when you were growing up, you had an ash pit in your backyard? Anybody? It's everybody that's... I can't use the old word, Dave don't let me, but it's... Let's just say that everybody who raised their hand had gray hair, So we had an ash pit in our backyard when I was growing up, and you took all your trash out there, and you threw it in the ash pit, garbage, all the paper trash, all that kind of stuff, and then you'd actually set fire to it, burn it up, and it would become ashes, and then when the ash pit got full, the ash man would come along with his truck and he'd take the ashes out. Well, guess what? There's something else you can do with your trash now. We think we're brilliant that we came up with the recycling idea. Well, God's been recycling trash forever. Amen. And he's recycled so much junk in my life. He's taken so much junk and given me back some of the most awesome, amazing, unbelievable things. The Bible says, in 2 Peter 1:3, His divine power has bestowed upon us all things. Not some things, not a few things, all things that are requisite and suited to life, Zoe, life as God lives it, and godliness, and godliness. Through the knowledge that your pastor has. Through your godly grandma. Through your mom who has lived on her face praying for you.
Now, as a lot of folks know, I very rarely interrupt Joyce. And she is, if I have ever had a spiritual mentor, it is Miss Myers. Okay. I just want to go back because I find this delicious. I love that word. If y'all need to put up, I'll see if I had the bell. Ding! It'd be Sassy David, because I'm going to finish this. Wings have been bestowed upon me. So I'm just going to go back here a little bit. Sorry, everybody. No, actually, I'm going to go back. Thank you. I love you so much. And you know who loves you more than me? God. Right? See? I love you.
And you threw it in the ash pit, garbage, all the paper trash, all that kind of stuff. And then you'd actually set fire to it, burn it up, and it would become ashes. And then when the ash pit got full, the ash man would come along with his truck and he'd take the ashes out. Well, guess what? There's something else you can do with your trash now. We think we're brilliant that we came up with the recycling idea. Well, God's been recycling trash forever. Amen. And he's recycled so much junk in my life. He's taken so much junk and given me back some of the most awesome, amazing, unbelievable things. The Bible says, in 2 Peter 1:3, His divine power has bestowed upon us all things. Not some things, not a few things, all things that are requisite and suited to life, Zoe, life as God lives it, and godliness, and godliness. Through the knowledge that your pastor has. Through your godly grandma. Through your mom who has lived on her face praying for you. Now, he's bestowed all these things on us. And how do they come to us? Through the full personal knowledge of him who called us by and to his own glory and excellence. Excellence. You know what the word glory means? We talk about the glory of God and glory be to this and glory be to that. The word glory means the manifestation of all of the excellencies of God. Come on, when we're glorified, we begin to show forth all the excellencies of our God that were planted in us at the new birth. And now we've let the Holy Spirit work with us long enough, and we've let him change us from glory to glory to glory, from a little excellent to more excellent to more excellent to more excellent. Come on. Hey, we're on a journey. And I'm just going to give you a little relief here this afternoon. It doesn't really matter where you're at on your journey as long as you're still moving. Come on. I said, it doesn't matter where you're at on your journey as long as you're still moving. You thank God we don't have to compare ourselves with somebody else. Man, it took me so long to learn that. When I was first into this, man, I might be praying 7 whole minutes in the morning. And just making a little connection with God, and I just thought I was a spiritual giant. Until I had lunch with Sister Super Christian, and she shared about her prayer life and how she gets up at 5 a.m. every morning and prays till 9. And somehow or another now I go away feeling like the dumbest, worst, least of everything. And this has actually happened to me. So then I decided I'm going to pray 4 hours every day, so I can be like Sister Super Christian. Only problem is I pray 5 minutes and then I start snoring. Come on. Here's why, you beautiful people, God is never going to help you be somebody else. I said, God is never going to help you be somebody else. And I'm so glad that I've been set free from trying to be anybody but me, and that I actually have come full circle to just, I kind of really rather like myself. You know, I've had a blast being with you guys, but to be honest, I'm kind of looking forward to getting home and being with just me. Amen? You know, Lord, I don't care if I never get off page 1 of this message, if they just get a little bit of it. His divine power has, everybody say has bestowed upon us all things. How many things? All things. That are requisite and suited to life and godliness through the full personal knowledge. That means you got to put a little muscle into it. Who has called us by and to his own glory and excellence. Let's just say that somebody said something this weekend that just really like hit you. It was like, maybe it was Chris, maybe it was Beth, maybe it was something I've said or something I will say, and you're like, wow, I got that. Well, you know what? If you want to keep it, you better go home now and put a little muscle to it and study it yourself some more And you better do a little work and look up some definitions and write some things down and find more scriptures that go along with it. Because then what happens is you can take what a person taught you, you can go get with God, and now you can get some real stuff from the Holy Ghost all by yourself. People are forever asking me, what do I do? There it is again. What do I do when I spend time with God? I don't care. Doesn't matter. I can tell you what, it's not so much what you do when you spend time with God as it is that you came to spend time with God. That's the thing that gets him tickled. You know what? I love it, love it, love it, love it when one of my grown children come by just to hang out. And I love it in particular when they're not in a hurry. I don't want just like a courtesy visit. Hi, I got 2 minutes. How you doing? Bye. No, just come and just hang out. Just sit down on the couch and let's drink something and just ask me how I am. And, you know, it doesn't have to be any big thing. Man, that just does a lot for me when they come and just hang out. And, you know, that's what Jesus is looking for, somebody to have fellowship with. He did not die so we could all have our own little brand of religion. He died so we could have a deep, intimate, personal relationship with him where we don't have to try to be anybody else or somebody else or something else. Oh my gosh, I just hope that somebody can see how much God loves you. For he loved us so much that he sent his only son to die for us, that whoever believes in him might not perish, but have a real life. A real life. Not just where you barely make it through every day, but where you look forward to every day and you're excited to live that day with Jesus and you can hardly wait to see what he comes up with next in your life. Why don't you just gather up all the ashes out of your ash pit? Come on, I got some over here somewhere. Why don't you just gather up all the ashes out of your ash pit? I got mine right here. See, the thing is if you want to exchange with God, you got to give up the old stuff to get the new stuff. That means I can't hang on to these. I can't. You know, he said, I'll give you beauty for ashes, not beauty and ashes. And so I got to get rid of all this stuff. I don't get to have a pit day where I go sit in my pit and feel sorry for myself and go over all my ashes again of my messed up life. You know why? Because whoever and whatever this represents died on the cross with Jesus Christ, and I've been resurrected to a brand new life and a brand new me, and I'm not waiting for God to do something in my life. He's already done everything in my life that he needs to do. He's waiting for me to believe it. Amen? If just by the mercy and the grace and the goodness of God, he would touch you this afternoon and you would go home and say, I'm just gonna believe what you say, God. If you say you love me, I believe you love me. If you say I can do anything, I believe I can do anything. If you tell me all things are possible with you, then I believe all things are possible with you. I don't care how I feel. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what people say. I don't care what the devil says. I believe.
No matter what hurts or past circumstances we may have, Jesus is ready to make us whole now. So let go of the pain and be inspired on a journey to emotional healing with today's offer Joyce's Healing the Soul of a Woman devotional, and Overcoming, a Soul Healing Journal. In this devotional, Joyce will guide you through 90 daily teachings, encouraging you through whatever obstacles may be holding you back, so you can discover the future God has for you. And with the powerful Overcoming, a Soul Healing Journal, you'll have a practical tool to help write out your thoughts while allowing God's Word to mend your heart. Take the first steps towards healing today. Healing the Soul of a Woman devotional and Overcoming, a Soul Healing Journal are available for your gift of $30 or more. Contact us now. Visit online at joycemeyer.org or call 1-800-727-9673.
God is faithful, even in the midst of a global pandemic. Who would have thought that in spite of these unusual circumstances, God would increase our opportunities to help people? Together, we've multiplied the number of meals we're able to serve through our Hand of Hope outreaches. All over the world, with your generous love and support, hungry people are being fed. Much of that increase is a result of our COVID-19 response. Together, we're feeding medical workers and first responders who are on the front lines of the pandemic. And in many areas where schools were closed, together we fed children and their families through food distributions.
So we would actually take food to the homes, and we actually would feed more because you start feeding their families and their moms and dads. So we just kind of kicked into, okay, hey, the world needs us now more than ever. And so how can we do this even though we can't physically move as easily as we once did? But the great thing is we have friends and partners all over the world, right next door to the people in need. So we just empowered them to be able to do sort of the work of the ministry.
We're also continuing to partner with food pantries and feeding centers all over the globe. And here's more great news. We're adding partnerships so we can reach even more people for Jesus.
It's been one of Mom's greatest desires is, she thinks about, what it would be like to wake up every day and be hungry. And of course, we've seen this all around the world. We've taken Mom all around the world to see this. And she just has such a heart of compassion.
Thank you for helping to share Christ and love people in such a practical and meaningful way.
How many trips have you been on now?
This is my third trip with Hand of Hope.
And what was the main reason that you did want to do this? You said you wanted to travel to help people.
Yes, it's a total different work as a doctor here than back in my home country. But it's really, I feel like I really wanted to do that, to just help people in poor countries who cannot have access to medical care. I do that because I love Jesus. And I hope that the patients feel that. Sometimes we just pray right at the investigation table with them, so just to make them know that Jesus is the doctor all above us.
We hope you have enjoyed today's program. Please contact us or visit joycemeyer.org to share your prayer request or partner with us in sharing Christ and loving people all across the globe. This program has been made possible by the friends and partners of Joyce Meyer Ministries.
Here's Hayward now, 2 down, a couple aboard.
The universe is attacking me right now. And I'm over here. Let me flip this around. Oh my God. Sorry, everything's fine. Oh my goodness. Big boy was on the mouse, and then I wanted to say something. Anyway, I just. So, I don't know if anybody noticed this or not. But it makes like lights messing everything up. So I love baseball. Love it. Love it. It's sad. I mean, is my mic on? I want to make sure my mic's on and everything's good. I really wish there was some baseball in Atlanta. Ugh. So tragic. Oh yeah, and this is one of my most prized possessions right here. This right here. See, I never put it up because I don't have a home, right? And these are one of the things because I never had the money to mount it on anything properly. Just here, I'm gonna come over here to the other camera. That will say where it is, right? So hello, hi, right? So let there be no mistake about my absolute devotion to baseball. Is that one camera? Yeah. So I can't wait to put this up sometime. And I've cherished it ever since it was given to me. It's one of the happiest days of my life. Sorry, I'm crazy. So, just so happens, I craziness, right? I'm trying to get the light. Let me move the light. It just keeps flickering. It's bothering me. My OCD. Sorry, everybody. Oh, Mama brought a little weevil in for me last night. Woke me up. I don't want to step in that. Country, honey. I love it. I mean, I guess I'm redneck because I'm from Florida. Oh, I love redneck. Mm-hmm. There is just something about a man and a farm or equipment. I don't know. Corner. Wow, that was old school. Hello, buddy. I'm sorry, Mom. Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry. So anyway, there are something that if I sit still, it shouldn't do that. Mr. Hayward is my favorite baseball player. I love him. I think he is fantastic. And the courage, the PTSD, the courage, or you know what, perhaps he's even more mentally advanced than I am. Because see, I had to give up diving because I couldn't get over the fear of my head hitting the board. No matter how far off the board I got, I couldn't. So I failed diving, and I don't have a problem saying that. I failed that sport. That's why you try a sport, to see if you can do it. Doesn't mean you have to come in first, right? Can you do it? Can you pole vault? I did that. It's all true. Whatever. So I've only bought one jersey in my entire life, and it had his name on it. It was a red one from there was a team here a while ago. I can't remember what it was called. Being half Native American myself, you'd think it would stick in my mind. But there's this gaping hole of black memory. So anyway, I'm rooting for the Cubs. And I bless them. And I'm a competitive. I'm not vindictive. I'm not spiteful. But I am not an android, and I have emotions, and I take things seriously. And that is one hell of a man to get up there at that plate. I'm going to leave the rest of it on the table because I think it would not be wise. But that man is amazing, and he is an inspiration to me as an athlete and a competitor. And I hear he's a super nice guy. From just the and they got one hell of a closer too. And all I'm going to say is that my greatest mistake when I was drinking, brother, my greatest mistake when I was drinking was that I didn't stop. God loves you, and I love you. And if you've made mistakes in your life, world, I'm talking to the world, and if there's a correlation between mistakes being made and drinking, like I bet there's a graph you could do, right? Doesn't mean you have to give it up forever. It's stupid talk. Hello, Mr. Bus. I can't go into it. I understand all of that, okay? But I'll tell you what. There isn't a mother out there who wouldn't kick her own door open, like burst out of it, if you were to like go to your mother and say, Mom, I need some help getting over this. Because it'll only take a week. You'll have to sweat it out. It'd be disgusting and horrible. But you need to surround. It's like that, Walk the Line. That's one of my favorite movies. That whole thing, that should have won every award. If there was an award to be had in the cinema industry, it should have been given to every, I'm not trying to be offensive now, but like the people that helped haul the garbage out from that movie should have gotten an Oscar and whatever award they could have been eligible for. And when those parents and they came out with those shotguns, see, that's what it should be. But that's sometimes what it takes. But if you can just help someone get to the other side, because if it's easy enough to get the chemical to make the sweats and to make all that go away, it's not a deficit. I'm not trying to say, oh, look at me, right? No. I'm begging to the mothers and the fathers and the brothers. You have to carry the load for them sometimes to get them over. Because if they can get to a point to where it can get all sweated out and they can call you horrible names, and if you can be a brother and a sister to people in need at that particular time, You have no idea what will come out of there. No idea. The brilliance and the excellence. Because I promise you, see what happens is that, oh shit, I'm sorry, guys, I'm sorry, that was rude of me, I'm so sorry, I apologize, world, I'm sorry, I got carried away. If you can help your brother and sister get over the hump, the world will change for all of us. It's like being a neighbor, right? So, when I got over my hand injury and I was on all those painkillers, all those opiates for a year and a half, every day, maximum dose I could legally be given, almost 2 years. Coming off of that, cold turkey, I always go back to it because it's one of the greatest comedy things that Carol Burnett with pulling your bottom lip over your head. It just, there's just no way to, you can't. And what happens is that you make all these mistakes while you're inebriated, and then you become a different person, because the person that you are while you're inebriated isn't the person you were born as. And it's that opaque barrier you have to push through to get yourself back. And it sucks. Now, no offense, I want to hug a rich person, but man, if you got the money and you can get thrown in a room and get, loopity-loop for a few days to sweat that crap out, I mean, you are a lucky human. But the habit is what awaits to be broke. Once you get past your brothers and sisters get around you, right? Come, let me love on you, and they hold you up and they support you, right? Then you have to break the habit. And that's what Jesus is for. If you can't. Some can, you pray, there's all kinds of... That was really on my heart, but anyway, I'm going to keep going because... So I've got to see what the UN's doing, I have to learn German, I have to finish my painting, I have to convince you to give everybody a home. Sometimes I open my mouth and I don't know what I'm talking. I'm just like, the Lord wants me to say something, and and I'm not trying to sound crazy, but too late. So I saw this came up and said, I love my little hootie hoot, owl from yesterday, right? But I saw this and I was like, oh look, there's inspiration. It's like you keep climbing, right? But you're going in the right direction. And that to me is like when I get to heaven, when I get to wherever I get to nestle and be with my friends and family and my enemies, right? It's going to be around that corner up there. So, Mr. Hayward, your encouragements to me. The whole team, Cubs, just the whole way you guys are great. You could be just a little nicer to people on the opposing team, because you guys could be a little. But I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna get there. Yeah.
Here's Hayward now. 2 down, a couple aboard.
Gotta do my paperwork. Okay, one thing at a time. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do the arrow. That's silly. I'll say something else. See, I can use my thumb to... See, I do that. I got, okay, so I shared it. You always have to, okay, so I share, and then I do that, and then I make sure the bell's on. I think that's important too, for some reason. So just before I forget, I'm going to come back to this one, but I want to make sure I shared and did that for Joyce.
Program has been made possible by the...
Happens when I don't do my paperwork. Ask a neighbor. Can't see very well, I'm sorry.
Now 2 down.
We'll do something quickly. So after this we have England, and then we have some, anyway, it's just going to go. It's a little mixed up today, but that's cool, okay? So I want to walk around and get heebie. My mom used to say, David, you have the heebie-jeebies. I don't know what that means, but if that's bad Southern talk, I don't know. But it's that energy where you just. If that's bad, I don't know what that means. So, but to me, when I say that, I cannot ever say it again if that's bad. But it's just that energy where you can't sit still. Because I know sometimes, like some old Florida colloquialisms can, like, I can attach, like, mean nothing bad by them. Like, they're just, like, cute little children's things, like, and not... Which is what is, like, boy, you talk about a romantic going out in the world, I'm saying the wrong word. Oh, my God. Oh, jeez. You want to hear... okay, I'm going to leave this... No, I'm not. I have a funny story about what I wore on my first journey into like a major metropolitan Atlanta gay bar. What I wore was so inappropriate, but I thought, it is hysterical.
Here's Hayward now. 2 down, a couple aboard. And a little flare out into center to find space. Around third and in to score is Bryant. And the Cubs jump out 1-0.
Perhaps another crack bat from Jason Hayward. He's done that a lot lately, but he's also got a lot of hits.
Boys, what are you going to do?
What I always suspected and knew and believed is that the human psychology is able to master the physiology. That sounds like brain over body, mind over matter. And that was always there, somewhere, but not within us. So I made it physical. I showed first 6 years ago how to do that with the so-called autonomic nervous system, not to be influenced at human will, according to the scientists. And then I showed in a comparative study that a group of people could, within a couple of days, do things thought of impossible by humans. That was amazing, because that changes the paradigm. That changes already, hey, if that is possible, what else is possible? What do we lack in? What do we actually seek in life? That is happiness, that is strength, that is health. And my journey is to show that beyond belief, beyond doubt, scientifically endorsed, that we are born with the capacity to handle our own happiness, which is the hormonal system, our own health, which is the immune system, and our own energy or power, which is the cell mechanisms. And I am showing this all through science. So I made it tangible. That what was out in the open now is within our conscious choice. I make it so visible, something that was always there, conscious and aware to everybody in the world. And thus, I created a sort of a platform where people are able to make a non-dogmatic choice to become happy, strong, healthy. We have shown this already scientifically, how to tap into the immune system, how to tap into the hormonal system, and how to tap into cell level. If we name one problem in the world, and especially in the West, it is stress. And we psychologically are not able to prevent our bodies from the impact of stress. We suffer from the stress. We can only go as far. Now, what would happen if we would have a psychology that is able to control the physical impact of stress upon our bodies and mind, mental stress, emotional stress, physical stress, bacterial stress, and changes, inoculated. That's where I am. And now it has become such a success in the world. is because it is scientifically endorsed, so there is no speculation about it, and it is accessible and very effective. Within a half hour, we are able to take over what actually is ours. And that is our happiness, our strength, and our health, and to fend off stress mechanisms. And that's what we have shown, how to tap into the stress mechanisms in the brain. More than 16,000 people had undergone the same experiment, the same injection of the bacteria, and nobody could fend off the reaction on the immune system caused by the injected E. coli bacteria. And that was like knowing in science, yeah, that is because we have no control over the immune system, which is related to the autonomic nervous system. We have no control over that. And then suddenly 12 people show 100% score after 4 days over the immune system and activating deeply into the autonomic nervous system. That fundamentally has changed our beliefs and insights and understanding of what we as humans are capable of within our bodies. That was only the start. We reproduced that study with more people, and we got the same results. No symptoms of fever. They felt okay. They began to make jokes like, that must be a sort of placebo or nocebo or whatever. It must be sugar water because the E. coli bacteria is not here. These breathing techniques enable you to go deeply within your physiology, and if something is wrong in your physiology, that is, for example, an injected bacteria, then you are able to tap into your own physiology and get rid of the intruder, in this case, the bacteria. Are we built like that? Yes, we are built. That fundamentally changed our perspectives and understanding of what we as humans are capable of. Yeah, that is a result. I was incapable after the suicide of my woman in '95 because of being schizophrenic, manic depression. Right now, I'm changing the psychiatric insight of what we as humans, with our conscious will, are capable of in fending off, say, depression, psychosis, fear, trauma, PTSD, anything. We are able to tackle the terrorist because the real terrorist is inside. And we are able to tackle that. Through what? Simple techniques of breathing makes you a possible alchemist. The alchemist within. It's not out there. We don't need gold. We need to become the golden man. We need to radiate. We need to be like the sun, the corona, to become the king, the queen, as we are, and feel it that way. In that way, we radiate that energy and we bring prosperity for everybody.
Hello and welcome to France 24's Euro 2020 show. England have beaten Denmark to reach their first final at a major tournament since 1966. A final where they will face Italy. A long, hard match at Wembley and a fortuitous penalty gave England the win in extra time against a brave Danish team who leave the tournament with their heads held high. James Vicino joins me to look back at this game and to look ahead at the final. James, thank you very much for joining us. Well, where to start? An England team that beat Denmark. Denmark took the lead. England came back. And then the penalty. What are your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, sensational. I mean, you could see England, coming in from the last games. The pressure was on. And when they did concede that goal, they came back very, very quickly. I don't know whether it was in the 10 minutes coming on after that, but they didn't let themselves down from it. It didn't dampen the mood, and they kept everything going. Southgate clearly, having this team on the pitch, knowing very much where they're going. Now, obviously, they were coming up against a very, very, very defensive Denmark at that point. Denmark, who often play with a back three, I think at some point here it was more of a back 10, making it very difficult to find that space really to get through. But when England did find that space, there were several times where they just huge opportunities. I mean, great saves from Schmeichel, of course, but it made it very, very tough.
Particularly in the second half, because we've got to say in the first half, it seemed Denmark, right until Simon Kjær scored the own goal in the 39th, you kind of got the feeling that Denmark were really in control of that game, really restricting England to scraps.
Yeah, and I think the second half, I mean, everything really went on fire. I mean, it was brilliant. And Kjær, we talk about him. He was there when Denmark needed him, saved some crucial opportunities. He was in there for Denmark. And yeah, I think England were really put to the test, and we could feel it this side. I don't think anyone would have predicted this going so far. I mean, I know we didn't predict it going so fast to extra time. And even when we were in it, it was going to go. You could feel like the game was going to go one side or the other. When they were 1-1, we were like, no, this can't be going to extra time. It can't be going to penalties. Someone has to score, because both teams were out there. And that second half was electric, because they both wanted it. As you say, England was really coming back, and it was a great play from both sides. Very, very entertaining game. I mean, the crowd at Wembley you could just hear them the whole day long. We heard the songs, we heard everything. Great game to watch, absolutely.
Great game to watch. Enthralling, but a little bit of contention with the penalty, James.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm coming to you with this one. Simply, is it a penalty?
It's not. I mean, from our view, from where we're watching it, I know we're not in the stadium, we're not on the pitch, but from what we've seen, I can't see where there's a penalty there. I mean, yes, okay, there's a little touch, but we've said there's a dive. And should that have been a card more than anything else? I think for the Danes to see that must feel very, very hard to get so far in the competition. Everything they've had to go through, and especially the performances that they've put on against England again tonight, which is, we have to say, a great team. But that must feel very, very hard for them. I mean, Kane does a great job. I mean, the penalty first bouncing off.
Penalty.
But it's coming following well after that. And Schmeichel tries as well too. He jumps the other side, tries to get things quick. Again, I think that's all. It's a representation again of this game, because everything was just the energy was flowing up in the air from either side. But why there was a VAR check? How did it come to that? I mean,
well, we'll talk about VAR a little bit later. Certainly, the big news, though, of the day is, of course, that England have qualified for their first final since 1966, when they beat West Germany at the time, to win their first and only major tournament, the World Cup in '66. James, if we look at the results of England throughout the tournament, if we look at the way they've progressed, this is going to be a fantastic achievement for Gareth Southgate in particular. Right?
Yeah, it's an achievement. We've seen how far they've gone in the previous tournaments, and once again, this is an achievement just arriving so far, just as it was an achievement for the Danes. And yeah, we've seen. I mean, okay, yes, of course, it was that first own goal, but it was going to go in just afterwards anyway. I mean, Kjær could not do much.
And if we look at the results throughout the tournament, and the way England have progressed throughout the tournament, a very dry group stage, and then seemingly going strength for strength. Again, today we saw a different side of.
Sorry, gentlemen, I don't mean to interrupt. One, you guys rock. This channel is awesome, and I love their sports stuff. And it's a team effort, and it's just really nice to watch. a team grow, right? Sports team, right? And it's just nice to watch a team grow, and it's just it's nice to have people that are exuberant, about what they're talking about. But the reason I stopped is I was like, oh, that's kind of cool because like the flags are reversed, like the opposite, like see Denmark the white, like you could flip it. If you move the red over, like it'd cover the flag. Now, I'm not saying, like, God, I hope that's not bad. Like, but I was just saying that it's, like, reversed. Anyway. I love this channel. Like, and I'm really trying to get into football. I really am. I had a really horrible experience with football. Isn't there always a horrible testimony? Let me just go in the Rolodex. Anyway, never mind.
Of England, the side that perhaps had to chase a goal and got the goal.
Well, I mean, very simply, that clean sheet has gone. I mean, 5 games, no one getting past England's defence. Huge success, the defence from England, who's been the subject of many debates over a long time. Clearly, that has been sorted out. Tonight, yes, Denmark got through it. They've been the first team to do it, a very spirited team. But we've seen the progression, and you can see it just, it's a very simple way to look at it, but you look at the numbers, you start in 1-0, 1-0, 2-0, 4-0. It's going, everything was going their way. And obviously that win against Germany, at Wembley again, great spirit for the team. It's going to promise to be a very good, very entertaining final, that's for sure. It's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. However, whether England's going to manage to cope well with it, it's going to be another big challenge like it was tonight, isn't it?
Let's talk a bit more about that penalty for England, and more particularly about VAR, because we've seen throughout the tournament that the referees seem to have been given the instruction not to go to the monitor, not to check, because, in the newsroom here, everyone reacted, never a penalty. There is a VAR check.
Yeah.
Why does the referee not go and look at the screen, James?
Why does he not? if VAR's there, yes, we've talked over and over and over again about the overuse of VAR, the referee breaking down, cutting the pace from the game. But surely, if VAR's there, if technology is for the better goods of the game, these are situations here, especially in a semi-final, where you've got to make that extra check, got to be absolutely sure. And how you can rely...
Because this in particular, this is it, isn't it? The referee looking at the monitor, I think we've seen 2 or 3 times. Penalty, France, Switzerland, a few red cards intervening. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Is it good that we've let the game flow, or have there been glaring errors where the referees should have taken the responsibility to change it?
I think in terms of letting the game flow and just not blowing the whistle too quickly, that's been great. We've enjoyed watching that, and it's been nice to see these uninterrupted games at times and seeing these huge opportunities that have come from it. And just in general, of course, there's some critics from footballers, everything gets stopped so often. And that's made it more entertaining for everyone. But when it comes to checking VAR like that, as I said, VAR is there for a reason. It needs to be checked in those times, especially in a semi-final. The Danes are going to feel, I think, you can use the word cheated from it, because I don't think that's too hard to say, because that was going to be very, very, very hard to swallow.
Denmark, who ultimately lose with an own goal and as we've mentioned, a controversial penalty. Let's talk about Denmark and their special performance throughout the tournament after the events in their first match with Christian Eriksen. It was almost a miracle they made it this far, and really hats off to Denmark for a performance where ultimately they will be bitter disappointed, James. But really, hats off to them, and I think they can leave the tournament with their heads held high. Yeah,
absolutely. It's a win to get this far with everything they've gone through. It's a win already to be here. They've said it. They've celebrated like it. They've said from the beginning, ever since the incident, it was made very clear to the players there were no expectations for them. That, I'm sure, has eased off some of the pressure, some of the difficult times that they've had as a squad. And clearly, look, it's delivered those results. Tonight, once again, they were there. Yes, they were obviously challenged. There were 5 changes, I think, made by within the first 90 minutes. And we thought that was going to be playing in England's favour in a way, but they managed to keep that pace going, and that it was working well. Southgate, on the other hand, who only made 1 change before extra time. So it's the great team, great players. you've got to say, yeah, on that defence, it's been hard for England to get through them because there's the height as well that comes in with it, isn't there? And you can see it easily when you look at the free kicks. On their sides, brushes over Harry Kane's hair, and in their case, it goes straight into them. I mean, it's making another challenge. It's that barrier again for England, wasn't it, tonight?
Certainly, they'll have the respect of the football community. Very briefly, James, because we're running out of time. It's an England-Italy final. How are Italy going to be happy with that? It's going to be an incredible game.
I'm sure Italy's going to be looking forward to going into. I mean, they'll have obviously had that rest. It's been for both sides. These extra times have been tiring them down. But it's going to be again another entertaining game. I think for Italy, how are they going to come through? Obviously, we know how England's defence is. We know how Italy's defence is. Both very, very strong. It's that midfield, isn't it, that's going to come in. And obviously, I mean, when we look at tonight, England needs those finishes, just as Italy's been looking for. But in that midfield, that is, I think, where it's going to be played, and possibly where there was a weakness tonight on England's side. So it's going to be, they're going to have to be careful towards that. Is there going to be a change to turn around in the formation? We know that Gareth Southgate isn't scared of speaking his mind in a way in terms of the lineup. So I think we can expect many things to come. But there's going to be a lot of preparation coming into it. That's for certain.
Well, that final takes place on Sunday, the 11th of July. James and I will be here to preview the game, to look out for the game. James, thank you very much for all your analysis on this match. Stay tuned. The Euro 2020 show returns on Sunday. For now, stay on the channel. Bye-bye.
Essential frontline workers got a ticker tape parade in New York City on Wednesday, recognizing their work during the country's COVID-19 crisis. Kimberly Dorr is a nurse at New York Presbyterian Hospital.
We felt like we were on the front lines, but the teamwork that we all put together, we managed to make it through. It was very scary. It was a very trying time.
Confetti rained down on more than 250 groups of healthcare, grocery, and medical workers, each with their own float in the parade. Big-name politicians also turned out to support them, including Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer.
They risked their lives for us. We're recognizing them today.
For generations, ticker tape parades in the largest U.S. city have been reserved for championship sports clubs, astronauts, and war veterans. But Wednesday was for people like Joanne Yard, a healthcare worker in Brooklyn.
It means a lot because,
Workers got a ticker tape parade in New York City on Wednesday, recognizing their work during the country's COVID-19 crisis. Kimberly Dorr is a nurse at New York Presbyterian Hospital.
We felt like we were on the front lines, but the teamwork that we all put together, we managed to make it through. It was very scary. It was a very trying time.
Confetti rained down on more than 250 groups of healthcare, grocery, and medical workers, each with their own float in the parade. Big-name politicians also turned out to support them, including Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer.
They risked their lives for us. We're recognizing them today.
For generations, ticker tape parades in the largest U.S. city have been reserved for championship sports clubs, astronauts, and war veterans. But Wednesday was for people like Joanne Yard, a healthcare worker in Brooklyn.
it means a lot because, a lot of times you work and you don't get any thanks, so just being recognized and getting the city to say thank you, it means a whole lot.
More than 33,000 people lost their lives to COVID-19 in New York City, at one point an epicenter of the outbreak.
For Sherry Blomquist, developing an appreciation for literature, especially classic literature, should be a central part of a child's education. A teacher herself, Blomquist became concerned that many literature programs were introducing classic works to children and teenagers that were beyond their reading level.
I feel that classic literature has a really important role to play because it is part of our Western culture. Our literature is extremely important because that is where we get our ideas and our imaginative narratives, the ways we build ideas upon ideas over time. And that's why we have a great books canon, because it is kind of the collection of thinkers throughout the ages.
Before Austen Comes Aesop is the product of nearly 10 years of extensive research. What began as a personal project grew into a comprehensive guide for parents and educators to promote a meaningful reading of classic literature among children and teenagers.
It is research-based. It's not my personal point of view on what books should be considered great books. I used objective criteria, and I tried to, I had to make judgment calls at times, but I was as objective as possible. The term great books has to do with its role in the development of literary history and how children have embraced it over the centuries.
The book is divided into 2 parts. The first is an annotated list of books in chronological order, from ancient times to the late 20th century. Blomquist includes the reading and interest level and discusses some of the themes and virtues of each book. The second part includes what the author calls 3 adventures, or 3 ways to experience literature. It's a step-by-step guide on how to study the great books with children of different ages. She even includes information for parents who might be more concerned about the content their children read.
Many of these books, especially for Catholics, are maybe not what parents would want their children to read because they're not necessarily in line with the faith. And so for those books, I have a label that says parents cautioned.
The idea is to give all children and teenagers the opportunity to build a solid literary foundation in the classics, one they can then apply to contemporary literature as well, from Aesop's fables to Jane Austen and beyond.
So orphan season's in full swing, and we've got 6 today, including a tiny little emaciated
It's a trap. It's a trap. Now, let me come over here. I hope somebody's laughing. I hope everyone's laughing. Okay, well. So, bats are great. Bats are great. You know why bats are great? Because they eat bugs and mosquitoes. And they're mammals. Did you know that? Did you know that bats are mammals? Okay, now, pardon the uneducated high school graduate, but I believe that if you were to put all of the mammals on the planet in a bucket, right, and then you said, out of all of the mammals in this bucket, how many of them are bats? Right, because remember, we've put all the mammals in one bucket. Don't think of it like Animal Farm, but pretend like they're all like on couches and comfortable, okay? So, what percentage of the mammals in the bucket? Because the bucket has all the mammals on the planet. I know, do you? I love the Lord, He's my friend. I love Him, I do. So the trap, it's a trap, is hypocrisy. That we look at creatures and go, ooh, it's a trap. See, it's like, this woman lives in Australia. I'm not 100, like, there's a lot I keep in my mind, right? But she just seems like a rock star. And ma'am, whoever you are out there, thank you for taking care of the little babies and just being a superhuman. And, you know, I want to be the Wizard King. So just if you can, be neutral. Like, you know, when you look at me and my mouth and my teeth and all that, right? Because the story, go back, ask a neighbor. Because see, when you see me, I'm just letting everybody know, right? Because I finished the painting today, which means I gotta work on the next chapter. Okay, so Daniel's making me a t-shirt, a little pocket t-shirt. And on the t-shirt, it will say, I spit on people. Because it's true. And when I go forward, I'm gonna wear a mask. Look at the back. Look. In a dark place. So that when you meet me out there, I'm gonna look cool as shit. Look at my mask. Because it's a trap. Thank God the mic's on. I would have been really upset. Because I could, like, think about it. If my mic would have been off, I would have lost all that. And it would have been gone forever. Anywho, yeah, I love the bat. Think of it like a little bear. A bear with wings. Like a little bear. Be nice to bats. Have you figured out the percentage yet? I'm not telling you.
Six-day-old that came in yesterday afternoon. So as fast as they come in, we stabilise them and get them out to carers. But this is Miss Heron, who's looking at something over there, and she'll be staying with us. She wasn't terribly well when she came in. She was emaciated and dehydrated and terribly weak, as is the one that came in yesterday. So she's actually a good pair for the little one from yesterday, who I've named Egret, because I'm doing birds theme this year. So Heron and Egret are very close in age, if not size, at the moment. And but as you can see, she's looking really well. Her ears are going and her eyes are lovely and bright, and you're just looking lovely, aren't you? So she's about a week and a half, 2 weeks old. No, about a week and a half old, I think you are. So we've got a ways to go yet. You've got to find your dummy. I don't know where you dropped it, but you've lost it somewhere. So she's spending a bit more time up. She's just had some sun time and a bit of a flap, and she'll go back to, and a bottle, so she'll go back to bed very soon with her dummy till the next feed. Won't you? You're a good girl. They're lovely at this age. Anyway, better get her back to bed, I guess. Actually, I don't think you'll be going to back to bed anytime soon. Look at you. I'll have to have a bit of a cuddle first, I think. Find you a dummy. There we go. Look at your ears. Alright, no more staring at your beautiful face. Got other babies to feed.
Hey, all praise to the Most High God. This is Professor Curtis, OG and
Hey Professor, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I always look forward to your updates. I'm going to enjoy what you have to say. I tend to avoid this topic entirely, but I'm going to support you and listen to you, and I always give you good vibes and send out prayers to you and your family because I think you're awesome. And just blessings to you, brother. And just there you have it. Because you know what? I stick up for my friends.
An urban treasure hunter straight out of Oakland, California.
here on July the 7th. Year is 2021. 7/7/21. Well, how you been? I had a few things to do, some paperwork that was necessary, and I couldn't get right back, but as fast as I wanted to. But I'm here right now. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the new subscribers. Thank you to the steady subscribers and the people that comment. Thank you for your donations. And let's talk about what's going on. Now, I managed to set up a little studio inside the house because it's so noisy outside. I like going into the Studio C, but you know, it'd be nice to just sit down at the desk and talk with you straight up. So that's where we're at right now, sitting at the desk. All right. So I hear that Biden's giving orders to send people door to door to question people or inform people about the vaccine. Now, I had promised not to talk about the vaccine anymore, but since it's in the news in this manner, man, let's open it up a little bit. So, the first thing to do is when these people come to the door is don't jump on them. Do not jump in their face. Chances are you're being filmed. Chances are they got a hidden camera and they want to check your reaction to whatever they're saying. So now they already know your name and everything. These are not your friends that are showing up to the door. And they could say whatever they want. They've been sent there, paid to convince you and me to do something that we're not quite certain of yet. So I'm saying, number one, don't start a fight, right? Don't argue with them. Don't try to convince them of anything. Don't talk a lot. Just pretty much just say, oh, thank you very much. I'll keep it in mind, and shut the door. Now, they might push at you because they're there to challenge you. So if they want to go to the next level, just tell them Tuskegee experiment and shut the door. And it doesn't matter which race you are, you know, it doesn't matter at all, as long as you're informed. And just tell them right to the face, Tuskegee experiment, and shut the door. Now, if they're uninformed, they might say, what does that mean? Hey, chances are, since you're subscribed to this channel, you've heard of the Tuskegee experiments. And the reason for that is that I've discussed it before. And it was an experiment done on black men, a syphilis experiment. So they could pass it around unintentionally. And then the doctors, the people in the white coats, would just check the results. But they wouldn't prescribe anything. They just wanted to check the results and keep tally on these men for, about 40 years. So, and you know, people died. The infection spread. They didn't do anything. This was the United States government in the Tuskegee experiment. So, just tell them right to their face, Tuskegee experiment, and shut the door. Now, if they don't know what that means, you know, like I said, these are not your friends. These are not our friends. So if they don't know what that means, you don't have to explain it to them. Uh-oh. Oh, hold on. I got a solution for that. My battery ran out, see? This is a brand new equipment I just got. That's what happens when you use new equipment. So I'm not going to even start over. Nah, it's too important. Now, Biden is hoping for violence when you go to the door. He's hoping for gunplay. He's hoping for people to jump on these people and beat them down. So don't give him that. Just say no. Just that. Now, they won't have time to really deal with you because they're in a hurry. They got to go door to door. They're there to mark off things, people's names and stuff. They're not there to conversate unless they're just trying to draw you in and film you, so that they have you. They can put you on a special list because you might get violent.
I love Professor Curtis. I think he's awesome. And I'm not going to contradict anything this man is saying because it's freedom of speech and it's my house. I would just, since it is my house, I would like to interject just because everybody knows how I work with logic, right? I come in peace. We're writing a book, a comic book, like let's pretend like it's a narrative. Right? And so to his point, because I will always stick up for a friend, is that what he's saying is possible. That does not make me a conspiracy theorist, okay? Please, America, world. But you have to be able to hold possibilities in a bucket. These truths are self-evident, self-governance, not burning anything down, okay? But my point to the world has always been, just because someone shows up at your front door gives them no authority. That's not reactionary, revolutionary. Okay, but we're supposed to be nice to our neighbors, to his point, so I'm backing him up yet again. Okay, my only thing, Professor, if you're hearing the sound of my voice, I hope you'll take my advice as well, in that what you're saying is a possibility, as long as you're willing to hold another possibility true as well. Unless you, of course, have some insider knowledge that I don't have. Which, right, you see how rational we can all be with one another? So, all I'm trying to say is that, as we go forward and we're talking about things in the world, is that if you're going to say what another human being is thinking and their actions, you have to have a different... Right, I hope I don't have to go any further with that. And if I do, I don't mean any disrespect with this, but ask a neighbor. I love you. I'm not that wasn't really, that was loving David, believe it or not. And I apologize that I can't spend 6 hours going over this. I want to, and I love you. And so, Professor Curtis, I totally have your back, brother. And I enjoy hearing your updates and what's going on in your neighborhood. That's what I really enjoy hearing about, because this is my neighborhood, and so I guess that's when I say YouTube is life, is that if we're voluntarily sharing what's going on in our neighborhood, then it's pen pals, and hopefully, and so anyway, I gotta keep going. I didn't mean to jump in for so long, but I love you guys. Remember, I'm here to pray for you, so just, whenever.
So that's why I'm saying just be cool. Tell them something that's informative. Tuskegee experiment. I refuse to comply. It's an experimental vaccine. I'm not interested. Now they might turn around and say, hey, you can do this for the good of society. But like I said, you should really just shut the door. Do not get in a conversation with these people. I got in a conversation with a friend of mine, just like that, where he's telling me that what he believes, and frankly, he believes the party line. Everything that they say in the news, everything that I'm asking you to, when I say turn off the TV, everything that's on the TV, he believes. So you can't tell him anything. And this is a good friend. And at least he was before the election. So he's not really open to discussion or any. He believes what the mainstream says. So I told him, knowing that he's already been accepted the vaccine, that I told him, well, look, don't you know the vaccine is experimental? And so he said, oh, no, the FDA approved that. And I said, no, look it up. So he looked it up on his phone, and he started quieting down, because he realized that it was experimental. And so the thought of Tuskegee came up in his head, all by itself. And then he asked me if, do you wear a mask? And so I asked him, yeah, of course I do. Do you wear a mask? And then, it's like, well, turns into this, the discussion changed, because all of a sudden it's like, well, why did you get the, his answer was, after I got it, I felt good. I felt invigorated. Whoa, I felt something. And because he was told that this is for the good of the people. Now, I didn't mention to him about the Georgia Guidestones and how that's supposed to be for the good of the people. But he's looking into some things I did tell him. And like I said, I could tell you, my friend was totally misinformed. Totally. And as he became informed, he became more and more quiet. So now he's a little scared, and the bottom line is, in his mind, he believes that since he was vaccinated, everyone should be vaccinated. And that's the scary thought. That's what people that are vaccinated are thinking. And that they went along to get along, and now everyone else should go along to get along too. So, this could turn really hostile, because they truly believe that they're right, and that people that haven't accepted the vaccine yet are totally wrong. It doesn't matter. Facts don't matter, or it only comes down to what's coming over the media that matters to some people. So, we got to be careful, because if they start really thinking that
you. Hey, Professor, I love you. This is so awesome. Okay. If our country, because I can't talk about the world because I'm an American, land of the free, home of the brave, right? So in a way, I am going to be culpable for what's going on. That's what you're going to say. That's what petulant children do when they get caught lying for years is they said, well, you should have stopped me. That's Atlas Shrugged. I have a PhD in Atlas Shrugged. I'm going to prove it. There's maybe a handful relative of people that know about Atlas Shrugged, that know that Ayn Rand could not craft a man of God that John Galt, that, right? It's in a biography. It's in 2 biographies, or when the Brannon, right? What? That's. Do you really want me to write 100 pages? Okay, not gonna do it. Could care less. Anywho, logic and what Professor Curtis was talking about, because land of the free, home of the brave, I'll ultimately be held responsible for everything that's going on right now in the world, because though that's what petulant children do, right? So the people that are making the decisions right now, when the bill comes due and we're finally like, you're a jerk, and we actually understand the room full of people that are making these decisions, because that's, if the decisions that are being made now are because someone fucked up and you're trying to avoid the blame, if that is what, because that could, that, right? I'm not saying it is, I'm not trying to weave, but logic, to Professor Curtis's point, right? We have to try to understand why because see, the decisions have already been made. This isn't like a reactionary, like we are seeing the results of decisions that were made 18 months ago, because time has changed, right? So I learned when I was 13 from soap operas. Oh, Days of Our Lives. Oh my goodness. Me as a young man just... And you know what I learned? What soap operas? The moral of the story. The moral of all soap operas. The moral of all soap operas is that if you lie, it's going to be worse. Always. It'll always be worse if you lie. Oh, I'll just cheat on my husband just this once. Right? And then the moral of like 8 seasons is that. Her lying about it. Or him. That was sexist, wasn't it? Right? So, here we are. 2021. I love the Lord. And I do. Okay, so, Professor Curtis, as we go forward, because the genie's out of the bottle, right? I mean, what's going to happen is going to happen. Now, if you want to go up the logic ladder, right, you can say, well, if really there is a... Well, let me just say this. What I'm praying it's not is that this isn't some kind of authoritarian test to see who will obey and who won't. I am, quite frankly, terrified. That's what this is. Now, you have to convince me somehow, some sort of way, that that's not what this is. Now, I come in peace. You know, because like one possibility is that's The Stand, like Stephen King, and that this is to save us. But see, you have to say that. Because if it's not that, and this is just because you say so, and that's what this is, that, right? I mean, can't I think, and then there's like, don't, right? So, because I study military history, and I could be wrong. I could always be wrong. I'm not trying to spin, I'm just letting you know what's in this stupid head. Little redneck, uneducated boy from Florida. And I know somebody out there is going, what is it about Florida? You know what it is? It's like God put, it's, what do you call that game where they go, you know, you put the one ball in there and it bounces around, right? Okay, so like you got the United States, right? And it's tilted and Florida's down here where my arm is, right? And so God, and it's like all the crazy, it's like what didn't get caught got deposited in Florida. It's like we ran out of land. We couldn't go any further. Shit! Anyway, I love you. I'm not saying it's none of your business. It's messaging. And what are you saying? Because, like I said, it is possible that someone out there, a group of people, are trying to avoid blame. And will try to avoid it by running out the clock. I mean, literature, movies, 100 years of, I mean, it like villainy, right? You could see why somebody might do that. Especially if I was watching that awesome, or listening to that awesome show, Chapo House, that those guys are so awesome. And when I say guys, I include, I don't know who they really are. Like, I don't. And when I say guys, miss and ma'am, and that goes to the people that come in and out. And I really don't mean to be disrespectful when I say guys, because it's like a group of people. That's what guys mean. And for me, it doesn't mean all male. And if that's disrespectful, I apologize. And but you can come tell me. But in order for me to change that, you'll have to at least come knock on my door and sit next to me, and let me serve you some tea and pita and hummus I can offer. So shit. What were they saying? Damn, I got lost there. It's like my little ego goes. Sorry about that. Professor Curtis, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step all over your dialogue there. And I'm going to go back. Oh, right. So, it is possible that it's just a bunch of PR firms like trying to spend some money. Because there's so much money at the top, right? God, think about that. You could spend $1 billion a day. You could write a check for $1 billion. You could say, Garçon, come! $1 billion. What do you want done, sir? Well, let's see. I've got the boat, the island, the airplane. I have the harem. I have the $1 billion. You know, I think those peons need to get back to work. Come back tomorrow. I have another billion for you. Because I won't miss it, because it gets replaced every day. My overdue water bill. So, welcome to America. Did I tell you I'm going on court in 15th to get evicted? My hand is together. I'm not giving anyone the bird. I'm brushing back my long, luxurious hair like Whoopi Goldberg did on stage with that towel. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. I love you, Whoopi. Oh, and by the way, Miss Goldberg, if you ever hear the sound of my voice, I want you to know something from the bottom of my heart. And I apologize for something, for one thing. Do you remember that woman that she was like a secretary and she saved all her money her whole life and gave it to that school? Now, the detail, I could look, see, because I don't need to know that. But I remember the woman. And I remember what you did. And blessings to you. And I don't ever know what happened to that woman, but I'll tell you what, I hope she passed away in a bed made of gold. And that woman wanted for nothing. What a hero. And I love your art. I love Color Purple and your comedy. I just think you're awesome. And but I read that, it was somewhere way back when, and I just thought it was a really awesome thing you did. And I feel like a real crappy human being that I don't know her name off the top of my head. I feel like I've dishonored her and her generous achievement. And before I go to bed tonight, I will recall her name. And that always was some uneducated dude from Georgia. No. Even that long, it's still, I've always used that as an example of like the widow's mite. That woman did that. And how honored you are to have met her. So I'm gonna put this. I have not fed my goldfish this morning, my carp. So I'm gonna let the doctor finish what he wants to, or professor finish what he wants to say. Turn the mic off, and then I'm gonna get on with my day. Okay. So I love you. I come in peace. What I'm trying to offer is I'm not going to organize a revolution and burn down the world, okay? But it should serve someone very well to know that someone out there in the world, honestly, legitimately, is giving you just his insight. So you can adjust accordingly, because if you don't think any one of us out here are thinking this, what I'm trying to do with this is that what this will happen in 20 years, it will end up real bad. Not me, but just the world. Because then that's all. That's all, folks. Dun-dun-dun.
They're not there to conversate unless they're just trying to draw you in and film you, so that they have you. They can put you on a special list because you might get violent. So that's why I'm saying just be cool. Tell them something that's informative. Tuskegee experiment. I refuse to comply. It's an experimental vaccine. I'm not interested. Now they might turn around and say, hey, you can do this for the good of society. But like I said, you should really just shut the door. Don't not get in a conversation with these people. I got in a conversation with a friend of mine, just like that, where he's telling me that, what he believes. And frankly, he believes the party line. Everything that they say in the news, everything that I'm asking you to, when I say turn off the TV, everything that's on the TV, he believes. So you can't tell him anything. And this is a good friend. And at least he was before the election. So he's not really open to discussion or any, he believes what the mainstream says. So I told him, knowing that he's already been accepted the vaccine, that I told him, well, look, don't you know the vaccine is experimental? And so he said, oh, no, the FDA approved that. And I said, no, look it up. So he looked it up on his phone, and he started quieting down, because he realized that it was experimental. And so the thought of Tuskegee came up in his head, all by itself. And then he asked me if, do you wear a mask? And so I asked him, yeah, of course I do. Do you wear a mask? And then, it's like, well, turns into this, the discussion changed, because all of a sudden it's like, well, why did you get the, his answer was, after I got it, I felt good. I felt invigorated. Whoa, I felt something. And because he was told that this is for the good of the people. Now, I didn't mention to him about the Georgia Guidestones and how that's supposed to be for the good of the people. But he's looking into some things I did tell him. And like I said, I could tell you, my friend was totally misinformed. Totally. And as he became informed, he became more and more quiet. So now he's a little scared, and the bottom line is, in his mind, he believes that since he was vaccinated, everyone should be vaccinated. And that's the scary thought. That's what people that are vaccinated are thinking. And that they went along to get along, and now everyone else should go along to get along too. So, this could turn really hostile, because they truly believe that they're right, and that people that haven't accepted the vaccine yet are totally wrong. It doesn't matter. Facts don't matter, or it only comes down to what's coming over the media that matters to some people. So, we got to be careful, because if they start really thinking that we're the problem, well, we've already got the solution. This is why we have been stacking. This is why, because it might get to a point where the situation becomes so hostile that we're not, it's better not to go out there. It's better just to wait and see. Just wait and see, because we know what the end game is, and all we have to do is wait. So with that, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine upon you and bring you peace.
No, I'm stopping it now. No, shit. Damn, darn anime getting me copyright crap. Because I'll tell you what, I would have My Hero Academia and Black Clover splashed all over my television the rest of the day. Too bad for you. Too bad for me, really. Shit. Sorry. Oops. Sassy David alert. Ding, ding. Okay, back to the playlist. Still want my Black Clover CDs. Well, let's see what's. I love you. I really love you. I'm trying to. I'm right. It's my fault. I have to send out. I have to send out a bunch of letters today. After this is done, I'm sending out letters. So. I can do that. I can write really nice letters, and I have stamps, and I have written one letter, and I've been neglecting sending it out, and it's to Joyce Myers, and it's a private, personal letter, and I'm gonna put that in the mail today, but I can write the rest. Oh, look at the kitty cat! Oh my goodness. I love the city planner dude. That guy's great. Here's Michael. Okay, I'm coming. I'm so behind. Okay, so Actually, let me do this. This is better for me. Oh, I haven't. Is the Popey well? I haven't heard. The Popey. I'm so bad. Mr. Pope. Okay, here we go. Never Too Small. I love that channel. He seems like such a nice guy. There's my Downton Abbey. Right, free Britney. Can we free Britney now? Please. Whoever frees Britney, I'll give a painting to. Please let that woman go. Okay, so I'm gonna do the rosary because I have been and I'm. Oh wait a minute, we passed have a Pope stone. So Pope Francis expresses sadness. Yeah. Those gunmen just came in and shot that guy, that president. I don't mean to. I'm not being. I don't ever. If I ever sound like I'm not. Like, where are they? Where did they go? Those people are nice. I think that's pretty smart, don't you? I mean, I'm being very clinical right now, and that, to all those folks down in Florida, my home state. I mean, my home state is Georgia now, but I was I'm dual citizen. I have a Florida passport and a Georgia passport. That, brothers and sisters, I love you, and I pray for you all every day, and I think that miracles can still happen. But the best thing for everyone in that community now, I think, is to listen to all the people that want to love you and elevate you and hold you up and support your community. And all I can say the only thing that brings me comfort is to know that I, like when with Velen and my mom and dad and all the people I've lost, every time I lose someone else, I just keep saying to myself, I'll see you soon. And isn't that the greatest hope we can have for one another, is I'll see you soon? So if that brings you any hope, you made me happy. I'm a selfish person, and bringing you hope and love makes me happy. And so I hope whatever I can do for you to help you move on, forward march, head held high, to give meaning and value to their lives. I bet you every person that tragically was lost in that episode would hope that you would spend some portion, 5 minutes, making sure that the rest of the buildings in the area were safe, so that this doesn't happen to anybody else. And it's like eating after, like when you're grieving, all you want to do is eat and sleep, because that emotion is horrible, right? And please, community, if there are family members there that don't feel like going back to work, even if they're just, for God forbid, servants and waiters and busboys and dishwashers, right? If they're sick and they don't, could we support, please give them a break? Could you maybe say, well, could you come help me out 20 hours this week when you can, and then still pay them for 40? Could we do that? Those people need a lot of help, all of them. And that's a big neighborhood, and it would, I mean, so I'm going to move on. I'm praying for you all every day. I hope you will find the strength to get to a point to where you can honestly say and believe, I'll see you soon. So I'm going to put the rosary on and know that I'm praying for you all. And this will, in a way, this will be, because you all are, right, we're all coming to grips with, the same thing. And this goes out to all the world, right? Like there was that horrible mudslide, right? People just getting swept away, like those people in Norway, or the place with all the cold water and the waves and stuff, I mean, those people got washed away, and all the people drowning in the boats trying to get, just some food. So I love you, God loves you, and I'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Nel nome del Padre, e del Figlio e dello Spirito Santo.
Amen.
L'angelo del Signore portò l'annuncio a Maria.
Ella concepì per opera dello Spirito Santo.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Eccomi, sono la serva del Signore.
Sia fatto di me secondo la tua parola.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Il Verbo di Dio si è fatto uomo. Venne ad abitare
in mezzo a noi.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Prega per noi, Santa Madre di Dio,
affinché siamo fatti degni delle promesse di Cristo.
Infondi in noi la tua grazia, o Signore. Per l'annuncio dell'angelo abbiamo conosciuto l'incarnazione di Cristo, tuo Figlio. Per la sua passione e morte concedi a noi di giungere alla gloria senza fine per Cristo nostro Signore.
Amen.
Meditiamo oggi i misteri della luce. Passando dall'infanzia e dalla vita di Nazareth alla vita pubblica di Gesù, la contemplazione ci porta sui misteri della luce. In realtà tutto il mistero di Cristo è luce, ma la funzione che svolge Maria a Cana accompagna tutto il cammino di Cristo. Accogliamo dunque, fratelli, con fede la grande ammonizione materna, quella che ella oggi ci rivolge: fate quello che vi dirà. Nel primo mistero della luce, Gesù è battezzato da Giovanni nel Giordano. È mistero di luce il battesimo del Giordano. Qui, mentre Cristo scende, quale innocente che si fa peccato per noi, nell'acqua del fiume, il cielo si apre e la voce del Padre lo proclama figlio diletto, mentre lo Spirito scende su di lui. O Maria, Vergine dell'Altissimo, donaci la gioia di vivere ogni giorno nella freschezza rigeneratrice della grazia battesimale, custodendo con cuore attento e docile la parola di Gesù che ci rivela la volontà del Padre. Padre nostro che sei nei cieli, sia santificato il tuo nome, venga il tuo regno, sia fatta la tua volontà come in cielo così in terra.
Dacci oggi il nostro pane quotidiano, rimetti a noi i nostri debiti, come anche noi li rimettiamo ai nostri debitori. Non abbandonarci alla tentazione, ma liberaci dal male. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Gloria al Padre, al Figlio e allo Spirito Santo.
Come era nel principio, ora e sempre, nei secoli dei secoli. Amen.
O Gesù, perdona le nostre colpe, preservaci dal fuoco dell'inferno, porta in cielo tutte le anime, specialmente le più bisognose della tua misericordia. Nel secondo mistero della luce meditiamo Gesù presente alle nozze di Cana. Mistero di luce è l'inizio dei segni a Cana, quando Cristo, cambiando l'acqua in vino, apre alla fede il cuore dei discepoli, grazie all'intervento di Maria. O Madre, tu che sei stata sempre serva premurosa del Signore, insegnaci a fidarci con totale abbandono a tutto ciò che Gesù ci chiede, senza avere paura di lasciarci cambiare il cuore di pietra in cuore di carne. Padre nostro,
che sei nei cieli, sia santificato il tuo nome, venga il tuo regno, sia fatta la tua volontà, come in cielo così in terra.
dacci oggi il nostro pane quotidiano e rimetti a noi i nostri debiti, come anche noi li rimettiamo ai nostri debitori, e non abbandonarci alla tentazione, ma liberaci dal male.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen. Gloria al Padre, al Figlio e allo Spirito Santo, come era in principio, ora e sempre, nei secoli dei secoli. Amen. O Gesù, perdona le nostre colpe, preservaci dal fuoco dell'inferno, porta in cielo tutte le anime, specialmente le più bisognose della tua misericordia. Nel terzo mistero della luce, Gesù annunzia l'avvento del regno di Dio. Dopo che Giovanni fu arrestato, Gesù andò nella Galilea, proclamando il Vangelo di Dio e diceva: «Il tempo è compiuto e il regno di Dio è vicino. Convertitevi e credete al Vangelo». Mistero di luce è la predicazione con la quale Gesù annunzia l'avvento del suo regno ed invita alla conversione. L'amore tenerissimo che tu hai nutrito verso il tuo Figlio Gesù, o Maria, contagi il nostro cuore, purificandolo dalle seduzioni vanitose del mondo e ponendolo in costante ricerca di esso, per essere segno credibile di santità e di carità evangelica. Padre nostro che sei nei cieli, sia santificato il tuo nome, venga il tuo regno, sia fatta la tua volontà, come in cielo così in terra.
Dacci oggi il nostro pane quotidiano. Rimetti a noi i nostri debiti, come anche noi li rimettiamo ai nostri debitori. Non abbandonarci alla tentazione, ma liberaci dal male. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Gloria al Padre e al Figlio e allo Spirito Santo.
Come era nel principio, ora e sempre, nei secoli dei secoli. Amen.
O Gesù,
perdona le nostre colpe, preservaci dal fuoco dell'inferno, porta in cielo tutte le anime, specialmente le più bisognose della tua misericordia.
Nel quarto mistero della luce, Gesù si trasfigura davanti ai discepoli. È mistero di luce per eccellenza la trasfigurazione. La gloria della divinità sfolgora sul volto di Cristo. mentre il Padre lo accredita agli Apostoli, estasiati perché lo ascoltino. La luce sfolgorante del tuo Figlio Gesù, o Vergine Madre, illumini il nostro pellegrinaggio terreno, conformandoci sempre più alla sua parola, rifugio di preghiera e di contemplazione, specie quando la via si assimila a quella del Calvario. Padre nostro,
che sei nei cieli, sia santificato il tuo nome, venga il tuo regno, sia fatta la tua volontà, come in cielo così in terra.
dacci oggi il nostro pane quotidiano e rimetti a noi i nostri debiti, come anche noi li rimettiamo ai nostri debitori, e non abbandonarci alla tentazione, ma liberaci dal male.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen. Gloria al Padre, al Figlio e allo Spirito Santo, come era nel principio, ora e sempre, nei secoli dei secoli. O Gesù, perdona le nostre colpe, preservaci dal fuoco dell'inferno, porta in cielo tutte le anime, specialmente le più bisognose della tua misericordia. Nel quinto mistero della luce, Gesù, durante l'ultima cena, istituisce l'Eucaristia. Prendete, mangiate, questo è il mio corpo. Mistero di luce l'Eucaristia, nella quale Cristo si fa nutrimento con il suo corpo e il suo sangue, sotto il segno del pane e del vino, testimoniando fino alla fine il suo amore per l'umanità. Sul tuo esempio, o Vergine Madre, vogliamo essere anche noi Eucaristia, pane di comunione e vino di carità, lodando e magnificando il Signore. Padre nostro che sei nei cieli, sia santificato il tuo nome, venga il tuo regno, sia fatta la tua volontà, come in cielo così in terra.
Dacci oggi il nostro pane quotidiano. Rimetti a noi i nostri debiti, come anche noi li rimettiamo ai nostri debitori. Non abbandonarci alla tentazione, ma liberaci dal male. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Gloria al Padre, al Figlio e allo Spirito Santo.
Come era nel principio, ora e sempre, nei secoli dei secoli. Amen.
O Gesù, perdona le nostre colpe, preservaci dal fuoco dell'inferno, porta in cielo tutte le anime, specialmente le più bisognose della tua misericordia. Preghiamo per Papa Francesco. Padre nostro che sei nei cieli, sia santificato il tuo nome, venga il tuo regno, sia fatta la tua volontà, come in cielo così in terra.
Dacci oggi il nostro pane quotidiano, rimetti a noi i nostri debiti, come anche noi li rimettiamo ai nostri debitori. Non abbandonarci alla tentazione, ma liberaci dal male. Amen.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù.
Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Gloria al Padre, al Figlio e allo Spirito Santo.
Come era nel principio, ora e sempre, nei secoli dei secoli. Amen.
Salve, o custode del Redentore e sposo della Vergine Maria. A te Dio affidò il suo Figlio, in te Maria ripose la sua fiducia, con te Cristo diventò uomo. O Beato Giuseppe, mostrati Padre anche per noi e guidaci nel cammino della vita. Ottienici grazia, misericordia e coraggio e difendici da ogni male. Amen. Salve, o Regina.
Madre di misericordia, vita, dolcezza, speranza nostra, salve. A te noi esuli figli di Eva, a te sospiriamo, gementi e piangenti in questa valle di lacrime. O dunque, Avvocata nostra, rivolgi a noi gli occhi tuoi misericordiosi e mostraci dopo questo esilio a Gesù
frutto benedetto del tuo seno, o clemente o pia, o dolce Vergine Maria.
Signore pietà,
Signore pietà,
Cristo pietà,
Cristo pietà,
Signore pietà,
Signore pietà,
Santa Maria,
prega per noi,
Santa Madre di Dio,
prega per noi,
Santa Vergine delle Vergini,
prega
per noi. Madre di Cristo,
prega per noi,
Madre della Chiesa,
prega per noi,
Madre della Misericordia,
prega per noi,
Madre della Divina Grazia,
prega per noi,
Madre della Speranza,
prega per noi,
Madre Purissima,
prega per noi,
Madre Castissima,
prega per noi,
Madre Sempre Vergine,
prega per noi,
Madre Immacolata,
prega per noi,
Madre degna d'amore,
prega per noi,
Madre ammirabile,
prega per noi,
Madre del buon consiglio,
prega per noi,
Madre del Creatore,
prega per noi,
Madre del Salvatore,
prega per noi,
Madre di misericordia,
prega per noi,
Vergine prudentissima,
prega per noi,
Vergine degna di onore,
prega per noi,
Vergine degna di lode,
prega per noi,
Vergine potente,
prega per noi,
Vergine clemente,
prega per noi,
Vergine clemente,
prega per noi,
specchio della santità divina,
prega per noi,
sede della sapienza,
prega per noi,
causa della nostra letizia,
prega per noi,
Tempio dello Spirito Santo,
prega per noi,
Tabernacolo dell'eterna gloria,
prega per noi,
dimora tutta consacrata a Dio,
prega per noi,
rosa mistica,
prega per noi,
torre di Davide,
prega per noi,
torre d'avorio,
prega per noi,
casa d'oro,
prega per noi,
arca dell'alleanza,
prega per noi,
porta del cielo,
prega per noi,
stella del mattino,
prega per noi,
salute degli infermi,
prega per noi,
rifugio dei peccatori,
prega per noi,
conforto dei migranti,
prega per noi,
consolatrice degli afflitti,
prega per noi,
aiuto dei cristiani,
prega per noi,
regina degli angeli,
prega per noi,
regina dei patriarchi,
prega per noi,
regina dei profeti,
prega per noi,
regina degli apostoli,
prega per noi,
regina dei martiri,
prega per noi,
regina dei veri cristiani,
prega per noi,
regina delle vergini,
prega per noi,
regina di tutti i santi,
prega per noi,
regina concepita senza peccato originale,
prega per noi,
regina assunta in cielo,
prega per noi,
regina del Santo Rosario,
prega per noi,
regina della famiglia,
prega per noi,
regina della pace,
prega per noi,
regina del cielo e della della terra,
prega per noi.
Agnello di Dio che togli i peccati del mondo,
Perdonaci, Signore.
Agnello di Dio che togli i peccati del mondo,
Ascoltaci, Signore.
Agnello di Dio che togli i peccati del mondo,
Abbi pietà di noi. O Dio, il tuo unico Figlio Gesù Cristo ci ha procurato i beni della salvezza eterna con la sua vita, morte e risurrezione. A noi che con il Santo Rosario della Beata Vergine Maria abbiamo meditato questi misteri, concedi di imitare ciò che essi contengono e di raggiungere ciò che promettono. Per Cristo nostro Signore.
Amen.
Il Signore sia con voi.
E con il tuo spirito,
Sia benedetto il nome del Signore.
ora e sempre.
Il nostro aiuto è nel nome del Signore.
Egli ha fatto cielo e terra.
Vi benedica Dio Onnipotente, Padre e Figlio e Spirito Santo.
Amen.
Andate in pace.
Rendiamo grazie a Dio.
Hi. What a beautiful day. It is just absolutely gorgeous here in Atlanta. It is 74 degrees Fahrenheit and mostly cloudy. That was uplifting. I don't know what that song is, but it's just, I love it so much. Those people singing, oh, praise God. Hallelujah. See, I just want you all to have just a little bit of this. I want you to have more triple 100 billion times what I got. But brother, if it's not shooting out of your eyeballs and toes, I want to help you get there. But I only got there this way. I can't get you there another way because I don't know how to get there. It's like, what was that one that, oh, here, let me switch this around since I'm talking. Bam, hello. It's that great joke that they did in The West Wing. That's one of my favorite television shows, man. That's I learned a lot on that show. Not on that show, but watching the show. Yes. Don't care. Don't care. I mean, no, you don't know what I'm looking at, so. Kitty cats. There's Mr. Jordan. Hello, Mr. Jordan. I'm coming. Oh, look. Okay, keep going, David. Keep going. Replay. Oh, there's so much. I don't know how can you keep up, people? I mean, goodness, there is so much to know. Oh, God. Look, there are cats under newspapers. There are landslides. There are business people talking about stuff. I mean, big boy is hungry. I haven't even taken you on a tour of my video games or nothing. I got to finish this painting and then my 7 subscribers. Working on me and my 7 subscribers. They love me. All right, I'm going to go there. In case anyone has forgotten, I'm not going to say any names. Hi. You probably don't remember me, do you? I'm just keeping my eye on the little green dot. Yeah, we'll see. In case, we're all going to step in it together. Right? Story time with Peppers. Dude. Okay, so the last restaurant I worked in was in Midtown. And there were a lot of Marvel people that stayed in the building up top. I would say on average, most of them were really lovely people. Like, fantastic. And that lovely actress that came in, she's like a lawyer actress. I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't know your name. And I don't say that, it's total respect. Miss, you are just divine, and I love you so much. Most of the dudes that came in there were just real stand-up guys. And I only had one little tiny incident. And because of this wonderful, horrible feature I have here, it's hard for me to pronounce some words without spitting on you. And to stand there in front of the bar in public and to be berated because I can't pronounce a word because I'm trying not to spit in your eye was really, I'll remember. I'm going to put that out of my mind because I don't want to go there. But yeah, that's me. That was me. But maybe you forgot. Maybe it's not even in your mind. I don't know. And I appreciate your craft, man. I'm coming peace. But just for whatever that's worth. Now I got that on my chest. Because that's always bothered me. Yeah, I waited tables for 20 years in Atlanta. I should really write a book. I wonder if anybody would buy that. Okay, I'm going to do some news, and with Amy and maybe Juan will be there. Always look forward to Juan, and I'm going to watch Mr. Jordan and see, and look at the kitty cats. And there's, look, hello, there's Kyle. I love Kyle. He seems like he's a nice guy too. I just love it that I want to believe everyone's nice. I know we're not all nice. I know I have bad days too, and okay, news.
To Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Haiti's interim prime minister has declared a state of siege and imposed martial law following Wednesday morning's assassination of President Jovenel Moïse. The First Lady, Martine Moïse, was injured in the attack and airlifted to a Miami hospital where she's reportedly in critical but stable condition. Haitian police say they've arrested 2 suspected assassins and killed 4 others in a gunfight. Video from the scene shows the heavily armed attackers claimed to be from the U.S. DEA. That's the Drug Enforcement Administration. U.S. State Department spokesperson Ned Price dismissed those claims Wednesday and condemned the assassination of the Haitian president.
Those who seek to accomplish their political goals through violence and by subverting the rule of law will not succeed in thwarting the Haitian people and their desire for a brighter future.
The U.S. twice supported coups that removed Haitian President Jean-Bertrand Aristide from power, first in 1991.
I want to double check something here.
Thwarting the Haitian people.
Sir, it looks as though you're reading a prepared statement. Why would you have to read a prepared statement to condemn that?
In 1991, then again in 2004. It's unclear who's currently in charge of Haiti. Shortly before his assassination, President Moïse announced plans to install a new prime minister to replace interim premier Claude Joseph. 2 men are now claiming to be prime minister. After headlines, we'll have the latest on the unfolding crisis in Haiti. The World Health Organization says the global death toll from COVID-19 has topped 4 million, though the true figure is likely far higher. Indonesia recorded its highest ever one-day death toll Wednesday, with the Delta coronavirus variant fueling a surge in cases that's broken the healthcare system. Only about 5% of Indonesia's 270 million people are fully vaccinated. Japan's declared a COVID-19 state of emergency for Tokyo throughout the upcoming Summer Olympics. Officials had already banned foreign spectators at the Games and are discussing whether to abandon plans to allow domestic fans. In the United Kingdom, where just over half of all people are fully vaccinated, daily coronavirus cases have passed 30,000 for the first time since January. Prime Minister Boris Johnson still plans to lift most restrictions for England on July 19th. In the United States, coronavirus infections have increased by 35% over the last 2 weeks, according to a New York Times count. The Centers for Disease Control says the highly transmissible Delta coronavirus variant now represents over half of all new infections in the United States. At least one person was killed and several others injured Wednesday after Tropical Storm Elsa made landfall on Florida's northern Gulf Coast. Over the weekend, Elsa crashed through the Caribbean, killing at least 3 people and causing major damage to homes and other buildings. California is bracing for dangerously high temperatures with a heat wave forecast to bring highs of 115 degrees Fahrenheit in the Central Valley and more than 120 degrees to some desert areas. This comes as new data show North America just experienced the hottest June ever recorded, with temperatures averaging more than 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. In Minnesota, Indigenous-led water protectors continue to take nonviolent direct action to stop construction of Enbridge's Line 3 tar sands pipeline. On Tuesday, activists locked themselves to drilling equipment and built blockades on access roads in a bid to stop Enbridge from drilling under the Willow River. Water protectors say construction crews appeared to puncture an aquifer discharging drilling mud and chemicals into the river. This is Winona LaDuke, an Anishinaabe activist and executive director of Honor the Earth.
The rivers belong to the fish, they belong to the animals, and they belong to the people, and they don't belong to Enbridge. So be the people, protect the rivers.
If completed, Enbridge's Line 3 pipeline would account for carbon emissions equivalent to 50 new coal-fired power plants. U.S. troops and diplomatic workers in Iraq and Syria came under fire in at least 3 separate drone and rocket attacks over a 24-hour period. One attack targeted the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad's Green Zone. In a separate assault, rockets fired at an Iraqi air base in western Iraq left 2 U.S. troops injured Wednesday. They were the latest attacks on U.S. forces since late June, when President Biden ordered airstrikes in Syria and Iraq targeting an Iranian-backed militia. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights says Colombian authorities used excessive and disproportionate force to quell massive mobilizations against the right-wing government of Colombian President Iván Duque. Since the protests began, over 80 people have died, many at the hands of police and paramilitary forces. Commissioner Antonio Urrejola called on Colombia Wednesday to make structural changes to its militarized police force.
The Commission found that in repeated instances in different regions of the country that the state's response to protest was characterized as an excessive and disproportionate use of force. In many cases, the action included lethal force. The Inter-American Commission received serious complaints on the discriminate use of firearms against protesters and from people who aren't participating in the protests.
Back in the United States, the newly formed Atlanta Homeless Union has been protesting all week outside Atlanta City Hall. Earlier this week, police violently removed their encampment and arrested at least 6 people. The group of unhoused activists are demanding housing, health care, clean water, and a seat at the table in determining policies that impact their lives. In a statement, the group is calling on city officials to stop relying on Band-Aid solutions and to listen to those closest to the problem. Attorneys general from 36 states and Washington, D.C. have filed an antitrust lawsuit against Google, accusing the company of unlawfully stamping out its competition. The lawsuit says Google has paid off developers to keep them loyal to Google's platform and paid off other tech companies to prevent them from creating app stores that would compete with the dominant Google Play Store. Google collects a commission of up to 30% on app purchases. Former President Trump has sued the CEOs of Google, Facebook, and Twitter in a class action lawsuit. Trump is seeking punitive damages for what he says is censorship and for platforms that have banned him to restore his accounts. In other Trump news, legal experts say more indictments against Trump Organization officials are likely after the Manhattan District Attorney last week criminally charged Chief Financial Officer Alan Weisselberg and the Trump Organization with charged him with criminal tax fraud, as well as charged the Trump Organization. Meanwhile, Washington, D.C. court has suspended Rudy Giuliani's law license 2 weeks after a similar move in New York. The suspensions are related to Giuliani's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. In Surfside, Florida, search and rescue crews have given up hope of finding survivors in the rubble of the Champlain Tower South condominium 2 weeks after the oceanfront apartment building collapsed. This is Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levin-Cava.
At this point, we have truly exhausted every option available to us in the search and rescue mission. So today is about beginning the transition to recovery so that we can help to bring closure to the families who've been suffering and waiting for news.
Crews have found the remains of at least 54 people. 86 remain unaccounted for. On Wednesday, a grand jury agreed to investigate the building's collapse. In Minneapolis, Darnella Frazier, the teenager whose recording of George Floyd's murder was seen around the world, says her uncle was struck and killed by a police car during a car chase. Her uncle, 40-year-old Lanil Lamont Frazier, was not involved in the chase. Darnella Frazier said of the tragedy, quote, "Another black man lost his life in the hands of the police. Today has been a day full of heartbreak and sadness. The police made a bad decision by doing a high-speed chase on a residential road. That bad decision cost my uncle his life," she wrote. In New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo has declared a gun violence emergency. The state is allocating nearly $140 million to programs aimed at combating gun crimes, including increasing access to employment. The New York Times reports gun crime rose by as much as 75% in major New York cities since the start of the pandemic. The new measures will also open a path for civil lawsuits against gun manufacturers and distributors and stops people with warrants from purchasing firearms. And the United Kingdom's High Court has granted the Biden administration the right to appeal a lower court's ruling blocking the extradition of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange to the United States. This comes as the Wall Street Journal reports U.S. officials have given assurances to the U.K. that Julian Assange would not be held in a supermax prison if extradited to the United States. On Wednesday, Assange's fiancée, Stella Maris, called on the Biden administration to end its pursuit of Julian Assange.
The lawyers of Julian were spied on. Their offices were broken into. Even our 6-month-old baby was targeted while he was in the embassy. And now the High Court has limited the grounds on which they are allowed to appeal. So the case is falling apart. If the Biden administration is serious about respecting the rule of law, the First Amendment, and of defending global press freedom, the only thing it can do is drop this case. This case is the most vicious attack on global press freedom in history.
Julian Assange faces up to 175 years in prison in the United States for violations of the Espionage Act related to the publication of classified documents exposing U.S. war crimes. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Nermeen Sheikh. We're both in New York. Hi, Nermeen.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Hi, sorry, I'm making a salad. I gotta eat. Let's see. But I was listening because I came running. Thank you, Amy. I have to go back and do all my paperwork later. I've got to keep going. I promise I'll go back and like and share everything. I don't want to do that right in a second because, oh, this is good. Okay, so I'm going to play this because this is an hour. I really, really love this. And then I can eat and get my chores done for the day, and then I can just work on my painting and the music and all that kind of stuff. Okay, I'm sorry, but I really hope I don't know what this is about, I haven't heard it, but I really enjoy their podcast. I love you.
Hey, what's up? Good morning, everyone. Just me today, but we're doing an interview that I wanted to do for an incredibly long time. We're speaking with Antonio Garcia Martinez of the Poll Request newsletter. If you've heard of Antonio before, it's probably because you checked out his amazing book from 2016, Chaos Monkeys, Obscene Fortune and Random Failure in Silicon Valley. It's the story of his time in late 2000s, mid 2010s, Silicon Valley, when he was an early executive at Facebook. It's literally one of my favorite books. I own it on Audible. I loved it so much, I picked up a copy at the airport too. If you would love to take a look of the book, you can go to our bookshop, which is linked right below in the show notes. Can't recommend it enough. So many interesting things there. But recently, you may have also heard of Antonio because the book actually caused some controversy, which led to him getting fired from Apple after less than a month on the job. His firing, the circumstances, what happened, what didn't happen has been covered a bunch of different places. So I thought I'd leave that to a million other podcasts that have covered that. Definitely go search the name if you want to go learn more about all that situation. But instead, I wanted to focus on what has always fascinated me about Antonio, which is how interesting he is, how smart he is, how he could go through a million different topics from a million different perspectives at once. There's so much here. If I'm going to summarize what we're trying to do with the realignment, it's to help all of us think more about our country and its future from a historical basis, and also from the perspective of technology and sociology and culture and how different parts of the country and the world intersect together. And Antonio is the perfect guest to have that conversation with. We're covering everything from debates about privacy, because he's an advertising executive, tribalism, whether the term Latinx even makes any sense, how the 30 years war between Catholics and Protestants in Europe during the 17th century, how that actually applies to what's happening today, and so much more. This episode goes all these different places. I tried to really sum it up, but I think it's really great for us to take advantage of the fact that we have the privilege of talking to so many different people who go all these different places. So cannot recommend this enough. Let's just get into the episode. To our bookshop. Amazing book from 2016, Chaos Monkeys, Obscene Fortune and Random Failure in Silicon Valley. It's the story of his time in late 2000s, mid 2010s, Silicon Valley, when he was an early executive at Facebook. It's literally one of my favorite books. I own it on Audible. I loved it so much, I picked up a copy at the airport too. If you would love to take a look of the book, you can go to our bookshop, which is linked right below in the show notes. Can't recommend it enough. So many interesting things there. But recently, you may have also heard of Antonio because the book actually caused some controversy, which led to him getting fired from Apple after less than a month on the job. His firing, the circumstances, what happened, what didn't happen has been covered a bunch of different places. So I thought I'd leave that to a million other podcasts that have covered that. Definitely go search the name if you want to go learn more about all that situation. But instead, I wanted to focus on what has always fascinated me about Antonio, which is how interesting he is, how smart he is, how he could go through a million different topics from a million different perspectives at once. There's so much here. If I'm going to summarize what we're trying to do with the realignment, it's to help all of us think more about our country and its future from a historical basis and also from the perspective of technology and sociology and culture and how different parts of the country and the world intersect together. And Antonio is the perfect guest to have that conversation with. We're covering everything from debates about privacy, because he's an advertising executive, tribalism, whether the term Latinx even makes any sense, how the 30 years war between Catholics and Protestants in Europe during the 17th century, how that actually applies to what's happening today, and so much more. This episode goes all these different places. I tried to really sum it up, but I think it's really great for us to take advantage of the fact that we have the privilege of talking to so many different people who go all these different places. So cannot recommend this enough. Let's just get into the episode. Okay. Antonio Garcia Martinez, welcome to The Realignment.
Thank you for having me on.
I think I paid you the highest compliment a podcaster prepping for a show could pay when I was reading a bunch of your Substacks at the pull request, and I subscribed this afternoon because I read 6 of them. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, so I think that's a good place for us to start, everyone. We recommend books a lot. Obviously, you all need to read Chaos Monkeys, but I think the more pressing thing for everyone to do, because Antonio is newly employed as a Substack writer, is for people to go check out Pull Request and subscribe as well, too.
And that's at thepullrequest.com. Not that I love articles, but pullrequest.com is actually a Y Combinator startup that has nothing to do with my blog. And I'm sure it's a great product, but it has absolutely nothing to do with my writing.
We just pulled a drop the "the" from Facebook sign.
Exactly. I'm glad somebody got the reference. Exactly. I'm glad someone got the reference. Exactly.
No, so this is great because what I really appreciate around your writing ever since I read Chaos Monkeys is that you have a really useful way of thinking around the world, or thinking about the world and thinking about the different problems and history. So I think the best thing to do for our episode, because I think our audience is going to get a kick out of a lot of your ideas, is just kind of move around your different thoughts, different things you've really talked about. And the place where I've wanted to start for a while, ever since I actually read you in Wired a few years ago, is this idea that America's conflicts today can be explained by this idea that we're in a 30 years war, Protestants versus Catholics religious war situation. For people who did not pay attention during AP Euro, can you explain the 30 years war, Gutenberg printing press? Just give everyone the full rundown.
Which is one of the many necessary delusions I think that technologists need these days. But I somehow can't remove, the son of the librarian who read widely as a child kind of viewpoint from it. And so getting to your, admittedly potentially a little bit recondite reference that I made to the 30 Years' War. So the thing here is in the late 15th century, right? This guy Gutenberg, who was actually forgotten by history for a long time and then kind of rediscovered later by German nationalists, invented this thing called movable type. And in fact, it wasn't really even, or the printing press as it's commonly called. And it wasn't even one invention, it was actually several. He had to invent the paper, the inks, everything. Actually, he really was a genius in many ways. And what that created was this flurry of sort of uncensored, unmoderated, I guess is the current au courant word for censorship, basically. And it created this flurry of sort of heterodox thinking and revolt against the established order of things, including Martin Luther, who posted his famous theses, which these days would actually be a BuzzFeed listicle called 91 Reasons Why the Catholic Church Sucks or whatever, right? And it would go viral on Facebook, and it would instantly be charged as being misinformation by the Catholic priests and, whatever. And he would be deplatformed or whatever. There'd be calls for his deplatforming. And so I'm making these what seem like absurd parallels because it really was that. There was these things called Flugschriften, literally flying writings. They're basically pamphlets whose design even looks like a Facebook post. It's like this garish photo of, the Pope doing something ridiculous, like, something insulting, often really obscene, things that would not have passed the Facebook content policy today, let's put it that way, if you posted photos of the Pope doing that, along with some obviously hyperbolic, if not outright false piece of, anti-papal or pro-papal or whatever propaganda, right? And, and that was more or less the story of the printing press for a lot of it. Although it took a while for matters to reach a head, right? The printing press was invented in the late 15th century. Luther was in sort of the early middle 16th century, and then things really exploded at the beginning of the 17th century, and I think it was 1618, if my history is correct, that the 30 Years' War started. And for those, in the United States, good red-blooded Americans understand that history really started in 1776, and everything before was a mistake, to be clear. But in fact, we should just rewrite the calendar to like start 0 at 1776, or this is actually negative, whatever, 130. But going back in the before times, the 30 Years' War was this horribly bloody, terrible conflict that tore apart Europe and basically split it into Catholic and Protestant sides. And there's a lot of outcomes from it. Millions of people died, famines, new religious orders were started. It was this moment of just intellectual and religious and political foment. And I often ask the sort of rhetorical question is that, like, if you had asked your average European peasant in 1618, right, or 1645 at the sort of height of the 30 Years' War, if the printing press was a good idea, a lot of people would have said, well, not so clear, or probably not at all. Certainly if you had asked a Catholic or a Catholic clergy in the 17th century, was the printing press a good idea? And they said, no, it's a terrible idea. In the same way that New York Times writers think that, Substack is a terrible idea. And that's what it is, right? And it's in some sense, I think it was Balaji Srinivasan who posted something recently that I retweeted saying that, like, we're evolving technologically a lot faster than we are culturally, right? And I mean, that was true in the 17th century, and it's true even now, right? And I think the way I look at people often ask, like, so Antonio, what do you think? You whine about the moderation thing, you whine about the misinformation industrial complex. Like, what is the answer here? And it's a good question to ask. And I think the answer often is, like, I don't know if there is a solution. Like, I think it's technologists or people who've worked in technology who are often more likely to say, in fact, there is no technological solution. Like, I don't think there's a change to the algorithm you can make that suddenly makes it that Twitter is like peace and love and happiness, and people like amiably and agreeably talking about ideas. Like, there's no code push you could make that changes that. Right. However, I think there are cultural code changes that we can make, right? Because let's face it, people aren't publishing pamphlets now that are overthrowing the US government, right, in a way that was happening in the 17th century in its analogous way. So I'll stop there. But that's what I meant by that idea.
Yeah. And I think what is so interesting about the idea and really ties it today is this thought that the printing press exposed hierarchies and establishments and underlying fights or potential fights that weren't out in the open. So obviously Europe wasn't just chill in the 1400s. It just seemed that way. But what the technology did was reveal the underlying nations, religious disagreements, literacy fights, all those parts, and social media today can have that effect. But what I'm wondering here is, do you think that social media, and by social media, I just mean Twitter, Facebook, that type of interaction, do you think it creates discord, or do you think it reveals discord?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, right? Like, social media is to elites like body cams are for the cops, right? It's like suddenly stuff that you wouldn't have seen is there on display, often out of context and manipulable in various ways, right? Like, you think you're getting the truth because it's video, but video too can be manipulated and decontextualized in many ways, as we've seen. So yeah, that's a great question. I think that's one of the big questions I ask myself, right? Like, look, the news has always been kind of fake, right? If you actually go back and read, for example, the coverage of World War II, for example, just take a random period at the time, and then go read historians with a lot more sort of depth, and not necessarily even the most revisionist historians, just those who kind of have a fuller picture. A lot of the reporting on World War II was kind of a lie, right? It might have been a necessary lie, given in fact there was a war effort going on.
What's an example of that?
Well, I mean, there was active military censorship. You couldn't show pictures of dead GIs, right? You couldn't, if a battle had gone poorly, the Battle of the Bulge, which was kind of the German army, the Wehrmacht's last hurrah, I don't have a link off the top of my head, but I'm guessing the coverage at the time was not portraying it as the route that it kind of was, at least very briefly, right? Things. I mean, to cite a more proximal example, just because I'm getting neck deep into Israel because I'm traveling there soon. During the Yom Kippur War, in the first couple of days, the war went terribly, and the government actually censored the actual casualty figures because it was considered so demoralizing. No one wanted to hear about the thousands dead in the Golan Heights when the Syrian tanks were still rolling into Israel, right? And so again, it was potentially a necessary lie, but it was nonetheless a lie, right? But then getting back to your question, it's like, okay, but like, do things really suck? Is the news more fake now than it used to be? Or is it just the fact that someone can actually sit there and throw the tomato before they could? I don't know. It's a good question. Do our elites actually suck as much as they seem? Or have they always sucked and now you're just seeing them suck? I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, because the part that's just interesting to me, and I'm not just bringing him up as a dunk because there's a part of tech Twitter that loves dunking on Scott Galloway, but I am treating him more as a really eloquent reciter of a certain type of conventional wisdom within center-left circles. So I hate Mark Zuckerberg because Mark Zuckerberg creates this platform which weaponizes our democracy and spreads disinformation and basically causes all these different social conflagrations. But from my perspective, all it seems to me, separate from Russiagate stuff, it seems to me what social media is doing is basically preventing. It's just the nichification of everything, right? It just prevents there being one or two or even three grand narratives that people are then forced into. And then the more you break those narratives up, the more niche you get, the less focused in you get, the harder it is to have a coherent story. And the lack of a coherent story leads to chaos. So I think that's what I think it would be.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I mean, fragmentation is definitely part of the story. I mean, if you look at the rise of modern electronic media, by which I mean TV, radio, I mean the whole shebang before the internet, from like roughly the 30s until whatever, the early aughts or the late 90s for early adopters, right? Information moved at the speed of light, but it was very throttled and controlled. And if you go back and read people like Marshall McLuhan or the early media theorists or Neil Postman or whatever, amusing ourselves to death, right? They were very fixated on the impact of what this visual media would do on life, but to them it was a one-to-many problem, right? It was like it was still the 3 channels with 3 broadcasters thing, which is still interesting, and a lot of what the internet does is a continuation of that. But I think the fact that it's now a many-to-many conversation, the fact that this phone that I'm holding, for those who are listening, right, is now like the eyes and ears of the world could potentially be in my pocket, and vice versa. I am in the pocket of anybody in the world, right? That changes that dynamic in a big way. And I think, yeah, part of what it creates is the media fragmentation. And I think, again, I don't mean this in necessarily like this super Machiavellian, cynical way, but you do need a coherent narrative. We're a country of 330 plus million on a continent spanning 4 time zones. There has to be a shared narrative to make this thing go. Yeah. And right now and arguably it's better to have a coherent, or at least consistent and comprehensive, slightly false narrative than it is to have literally this din of 1,000 competing narratives, at least when it comes to group action. So that's my one fear, right? That, this is a bigger thing that I've been obsessed about, the question of like textual cultures versus oral and visual cultures. But it just seems that, like, getting back to Gutenberg, the world that Gutenberg created was still a gate-kept world to a certain degree, less gate-kept potentially than the sort of Catholic world that preceded it, but nonetheless still gate-kept. And that allowed action at a distance, right, in a way, and the thought of a coherent narrative that would span a continent in a way that, the monks in the scriptoria would be at pains to sort of do. Although they actually, they managed it pretty well. The Catholic world was fairly large and was pretty uniquely on message. But yeah, I think this is one of these things that shakes out. I don't know. Anyhow, we're kind of veering off. I don't want to take an interview in a weird direction.
But this is actually why it's one of the conversations which is useful to go in a weird direction, because the thing that I'm curious about, the key thing, once again, for non-history buffs, is that the 30 Years' War culminates in the Peace of Westphalia, which then gives us the nation state. You then have this rule that, hey, if Germany or Holy Roman Empire, it's complicated. Basically, if France wants to be Catholic and Germany wants to be kind of Protestant and Denmark wants to do whatever the Danes are doing, that's okay. The Pope just can't interfere and Protestants can't impose their will on other nations. That's how that shakes out, quote unquote. How do you think, or how could you see, because I'm not asking for a prediction because everyone hates predictions, how can you see our virtual social media conflict, tribalization stuff? Because you write about tribes a lot. This is also another fascinating thing we'll get into. How do you see that possibly shaking out? Like, what is the consensus where not everyone wins? Because the nation state wasn't a win for everybody, right, but it's a conclusion.
Yeah, no, it's funny you mentioned the nation state, because again, I think, yeah, you're right, that's one of the logical outcomes of this textual revolution, right? Among others, right? Objective truth, compendia of knowledge like the encyclopedists, which again, now an encyclopedia is almost a completely banal thing, but at one point it was a school of philosophy that thought that you could actually encompass the world's knowledge. That was kind of revolutionary at the time, right? The thought of like looking up and getting the right answer, right, is a revolutionary thought that certainly didn't exist in pre-textual cultures. And before you had mass literacy and mass media, there was no way to do such a thing. Like, the concept didn't even exist. You lived in fragmented epistemologies, right, in which like my truth, not to sound like some like emo college student going on about their childhood or something, but like my truth as whatever, a northern Spanish peasant, which is where my family's from, was fundamentally different than even a southern Spanish peasant, whatever. But it didn't matter. They couldn't even talk to each other. Information didn't move that fast. It just didn't matter. But anyhow, one thing that comes out of that textual world, right, that in which you can have an objective notion, you can have a notion of written constitution, you can have elections, right, you can have speeches people read and they feel that somebody in northwestern Spain, again, a little village where my family's from, felt in some sense like they belonged to somebody in Madrid so they could participate in this larger national whole. You're right, the nation state comes out of that, right? The notion of a fixed language with a grammar and a syntax. Remember, like the foundation of the nation states was also the foundation of what we call French, what we call Spanish, what we call Italian, what we call German, right? Like when Germany and Italy are younger than the United States, when they were sort of formed as national entities, they had to settle on a linguistic standard, which in Germany, curiously, was Martin Luther's German from this translated Bible. In the case of Italy was Dante and Petrarch and whatnot. I mean, but even now in Spain, you still see fragmentation, right? It's getting back, I don't know why my family's into this, but in Galicia, where my family's from, they speak a different language, right? And for a long time under the fascist dictator of Spain, it was actually illegal to teach that language, right? Because again, the notion of creating a nation is the notion of imposing a language that we now call Spanish, but even in Spanish is actually usually called Castilian, the language of Castile, not the language of Spain as an entity, right? And so anyhow, this nation state comes out of this whole culture, and you're right. How does that interact with the world, which once again, I can speak to anybody in the world kind of unfettered. I don't know. That's one of the things that worries me, right? Because if you were to ask me, like, what's the biggest thing that's happened in the past 200 years? I mean, the internet's up there, but I think really the big thing, like the moment in 2001 when like the monolith is there and like, you know, we the chimps are like, get all excited because holy shit, like something major has happened, is really the decoupling of bits and atoms of information from stuff moving around the world, right? Which, I mean, I don't know how old you are, Marsh, but you seem younger than me, and I'm guessing you're
close enough.
Okay. Well, you're a very youthful looking 30. I would have guessed less, but so you might still be part of the bridge generation. I'm definitely part of the bridge internet generation that was like raised in an analog world, but then of course came to adulthood in the digital world. So I feel obviously comfortable in this world, but I remember what it was like, right? Like I still have letters from my parents in college time that you would like write a thing on a piece of paper and put a stamp on it. And like, that's the fastest that most people would communicate. And they get an answer 4 days late. Like it was that slow, right? And now we've decoupled those things. The way things move and the way you get information about the world is disconnected, right? And that's unusual, right? Like, again,
how is that different from, I'm non-technical. How is that different from the internet? It's
not, but it's been an evolutionary process, right? That's the thing, right? If you read, you know, historians like to create clean breaks and create periods, and everything seems like a step change. But if you look, just to cite a random example, the Greeks, it took them 300 years to really properly adopt the alphabet, from around 700 BC to like 400 some odd BC, right? Literally the alphabet took 3 centuries, longer than the US has been around, to actually get adopted as like, yes, we're fully a textual company, society. And so how did this start? It's funny. Both of them started decoupling when both started getting faster, right? When the railroad started being built across the United States, which was a novelty at the time, they put in the telegraph right next to it because it was just more convenient, right? And that's when you had, and that's also, by the way, speaking of, Marshall McLuhan actually gets this in his books. Again, just to give you the idea, it's like it takes the supreme effort to realize the obvious thing in front of you. So I cite these historical examples just to try to jar people out of their expectation, right? The world didn't have time zones until the 19th century because neither people nor information moved fast enough that it mattered. Like right now we ask the question, I go to my little time and go, what time is it in New York? Or Marshall, are you in Central Time? I need to know what time that is. That didn't matter a century ago because you and I, nothing would move fast enough such that I had to know what fucking time it was in your place.
2 hours, 2 hours wouldn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I mean, clocks, in case we ever wondering, like, how did the world work? Clocks, and most people didn't have a clock or a watch. It was kind of expensive. Clocks were just set to local noon. Local noon means when the sun is highest in your meridian, right? And that your clock was just set to noon when it was literally local noon, and that's it. It didn't matter, right? If you look at train timetables of 4 time zones, they literally had all these conversions between the time in Indianapolis versus Columbus versus whatever, because everything was slightly a few minutes apart. It was ridiculous, right? So anyhow, just to give you an example, but that all started changing in the 19th century, and they ushered in time zones because of the railroad, right? Suddenly, you needed to know, like, we couldn't translate the time schedule to like literally every stop along the damn train tracks. You had to literally say, okay, we're going to take an arbitrary width of time, 15 degrees in the 360 degree thing, and call that a time zone. But there's no particular reason why you need that. You can divide it into how many ones in theory you wanted, right? But in any case, you did that because time and matter and information now move so fast. You needed to know that, right? And so that to me is when things start changing, because then you start having a consciousness of things away from you, right? Like again, it's hard. you have to really sit there and think about, or go into the woods in a cabin, disconnect from everything, which I've also done, to like truly understand what it was like to live back then, right? There's this great, totally overlooked book by a guy named Thomas Dzongitida, or I think I'm pronouncing it Dzong, however you pronounce it. It's kind of a silly name, but that's his name. It's called Mediated. And, he cites the example that probably World War II was the first, like Pearl Harbor was the first time that this business of something, violent, big, historical happening, the JFK assassination, actually. The JFK assassination, safely in the TV age, when there's like TVs in every window, like everyone's seen the photo of like Americans standing, looking at a TV in the window, like seeing that JFK died, and then crying or whatever, right? Because they were virtually experiencing kind of the trauma of seeing your political leader, assassinated in broad daylight, right? But nobody asked the question, where were you when you heard about Pearl Harbor? Where were you when you heard about the assassination of Franz Ferdinand? The media wasn't there for you to feel connected in a deep emotional way to some traumatic event that happened 6,000 miles away. Like humans didn't even think of the world that way, right? But starting roughly in the 50s, 60s, 70s, certainly now, suddenly our emotional lives, our intellectual lives, what we are as humans, our little brain space right here is suddenly completely disconnected from your physical proximity, and is completely, in this case, wedded to not a TV, which at the end of the day is still one to many, this little box right here. Right? And I would say that changes everything. Your next question is like, well, how do you deal with that politically, right? That to me is the worry, right? Like, it's still the case that the world is divided into little colored squares called cities and states and countries and whatnot that actually define the values and laws and economies and all the rest of it that you physically live in, right? So until like the singularity happens and we're all just pure information on some hard drive somewhere, this disconnect between your physical environment and your intellectual and mental and emotional environment, in my mind, is extraordinarily problematic. And that to me is like, it's one of these seismic friction points, right? The mental, I know it sounds a little bit Gnostic, like the carnal versus the spiritual, but it is the physical versus the cognitive and their decoupling that I think, causes, a lot of the turmoil that we see around us.
What's so interesting, the way you're articulating this, if I'm comparing bits and atoms 19th century with the internet, it seems like your articulation, especially focusing on time zones, that's a centralizing feature. You're now tying Columbus and Cleveland. We're stretching the limits of my Midwestern geography, so I'll stop there. Columbus, yeah. Cleveland, and there's Toledo. I got 3. That's good enough. Together into a more unified polity. Once again, you have the shared experience. Actually, JFK is such a great example because that is a unifying moment in the sense that not even from a patriotism perspective, but everyone experiences that same moment together the same way. But with the internet, going from chat forums or chat, or just even a room back in the 1990s to today with various different social media segments, that is a experience or technology that pushes people away from something centralized. So I'm just curious, what do you think about the whole debate around whether centralization is good? You don't really hear many people advocating for centralization, but you see a lot of people, especially on Twitter, advocating for decentralization. They tend to be people who are into crypto. How do you think about that debate?
Yeah. Now we're safely venturing into Balaji land, right? So Balaji, and I'm not using him as a punching bag. I consider him a friend and we chat and stuff, so I'm not hostile to his ideas, but although he's often very strident in expressing them. But his idea, just to sort of recapitulate what he's saying, and I don't consider myself a crypto expert, so I'm guessing there's crypto people who might take issue with the very basic explanation. But his take on not just what's called DeFi, decentralized finance, or decentralized everything, right? The notion that there is a central bank or a central banking system or a central government, right? A lot of this analog world, again, which is tied to these colored squares on the map called the state of California or the United States of America or whatever, right? That if we get rid of that and virtualize a lot of those services, right, via the blockchain or whatever, then we can escape the trap, right? We don't like everyone in California who, like, if you believe in the sort of cold civil war theory of American politics right now, where like everyone, like we should just like schedule some sort of divorce. Not that you could, of course, because it's not really blue states and red states. It's really almost down to the zip code, right? So there's no way you could actually disentangle this. But if you believe that that's an inevitable result, well, one way around it would be to have everyone in the respective little color bucket just, belong to a different decentralized community. And that's it, right? Like they don't have to get along anymore. You can pick your little island. We're almost like in Second Life or some other virtualized form or Grand Theft Auto or whatever, some other sort of immersive game in which we all just, life becomes like Minecraft effectively, but, in its fullest realization. So anyhow, that in very broad brushstrokes, that's the argument. I mean, I think it's very neat and elegant. It certainly seems to solve the problem, right? At least in theory, but it's still the case that like someone needs to like fix the toilet when it's broken, or if, you know, the supply chains are screwed up, then like someone needs to fix it. Or, you know, I hate to, you know, raise the specter because it's kind of a whatever. But like, you know, the barbarians or whatever who aren't like signed on to the decentralization paradigm, like who's going to form the perimeter and like get them the hell
Here in
out of
Taiwan, I don't think the CCP is particularly signed on to
right, exactly.
this thesis.
Or you know, somebody in this camp buys some enormous piece of land in Nevada or something and forms their own autonomous little unit in it. Well, A, the state of Nevada may not smile on that depending on what you actually do, right? And then two, even if they do, you know, it's still going to be problematic. You're still tied to a piece of land, even if even if the scope of control is way more granular than the state of Nevada or the United States of America. So I just find it, I don't know, again, until we actually really virtualize like our lives, like my brain, my consciousness is running on silicon. I don't understand how this is going to work, but maybe I'm looking at it in a two binary fashion. And there is some set point between now and the singularity that could actually be a steady state. I'm not sure.
Well, the thing is, this is why everyone across these various debates is obsessed with the printing press example, because what someone, and we've had Balaji on the podcast a couple of times, and
did you?
I both agree and disagree with what he's saying, but I think the Balaji position would basically be just in the same way that the Catholic Church over a centuries long time scale was not resistant to the technological advances caused by the printing press. There's nothing, once people can read, you can't enforce Latin Mass in the same way. Once people can read, you can't do this, and that. So to what degree
although just to add to that for a second, a bit of the history. So the Catholic Church resisted it for a long time, and then they started their own printing press. And in fact, our current, I don't know if you're familiar with the etymology of the word propaganda. It actually comes from the Catholic office that ran the presses. It was called the I forget the exact Latin, but it's the office for the propagation. Propaganda means propagation, the propagation of the faith. And so they designed it to after they fought Facebook, they started a Facebook page effectively and started running like counter narrative against the Lutheran narrative. And so even the Catholic Church didn't just sit there, right? I mean, they still exist. They've still got over 1 billion users, right? They still have over 1 billion MAUs. Christianity is still the largest religion in the world. And so they adapted as well, right? So anyhow, sorry to interrupt you. You were finishing.
No. So here's this builds from that then. To what degree do you think the state is resistant to technology? Sorry, once again, let me put it more precisely. To what degree is the state resistant to the implications of the internet, the blockchain, decentralization, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, there's a famous story of, I think it was Faraday, who gave a lecture at the Royal Society to British politicians or something 19th century about electromagnetism. And they looked totally bored. And they said, Faraday, who cares? Like, why should we care about it? And he said, well, sir, one day perhaps you can tax it. So, although I think that the government is probably taxing tech a lot these days. Although, well, no, actually, they don't actually pay that much in corporate taxes, depending on how much of the P&L they take through their Irish entity. But in any case, how anti-tech? Yeah, I mean, taking off our world historical hats for a second, right, and just looking a little slightly more tactically, I feel there's been a real shift in power between like the old school Eastern Seaboard establishment of like DC and New York, which means like old school media, finance, government, like all that old world shit, basically, right? That I don't even feel like
context. I just moved from DC to New York, so I cannot escape my East Coast.
You're part of you're part of the Acela corridor. This is the problem here in the US versus the West Coast. That, like, when I launched Pull Request, the first hobby version of it years ago, I started with some surely grandiose and sanctimonious sounding post that said something like, the West holds all the cards now, right? Like, who gives a shit about Hollywood? It's all Netflix. Tesla's market cap is, I don't know what the multiple is at this point, of all the other auto companies put together, right? Facebook and Twitter is where the conversation's happening. It's not, who cares about NBC, right? Like, NBC only matters to the extent that they get engagement on Facebook, right? Fox News is what it is because it gets massive engagement on Facebook, you know, whether you like it or not, whether it's right or not, right? And so I think there's this bizarre unbalance in the system, right? And from the little time that I've spent in the East Coast establishment, I have to say it still feels like a foreign country to me. I was raised sort of in the South, but really in Miami, which is kind of a different world. And I lived 3 years in New York and I worked at an investment bank. So I kind of know that world and met some of those people. I felt like a total outsider the entire time. And I just, from what I know, from what I felt I knew at that time, those people and their way of thinking is pretty antithetical to the West Coast way of thinking that tends to be less institutional, more irreverent, more disruptive, more willing to try crazy shit, more willing to, entertain dumb notions, to be honest, right? All these bizarre fads that a lot of techies do around fasting or, I don't know, taking modafinil, who knows, like all the weird shit that techies do. And a lot of, it's less than people say it is, but it's definitely not zero, right? So all that stuff is true. And I think there's just the way that somebody like Zuck, from the way, to the extent I can channel him, having worked for him years ago, thinks about the world is very different than your like Harvard grad guy who's like a DC apparatchik or some consultant or finance guy in New York. They look at the world very, very fundamentally different. And yeah.
To what degree can East Coast establishment, DC, New York, I saw the quarter, everything I hold dear, to what degree can we, I guess, that's the best way to put this, to what degree can we absorb lessons from the West? Because I think the thing that West Coast triumphalists, because I'm from Portland, Oregon too, so I'm really just mixing.
Oh, really?
Here.
Oh, well,
yeah. So I've divided loyalties here. The thing that West Coasters underestimate is it's been 10 years, right? Like it's not as if everyone is just sort of triumphantly enjoying their time on Wall Street or management consulting the way they were. Totally different space just over the past 10 years since I graduated from high school and all of that. So to what degree do you think it's possible that DC, New York, Boston can pick up lessons from less hierarchical structures? Because look, even compare the East Coast to the East Coast of the 50s and the 60s, right? There's a reason why Mad Men sticks out even to people in New York City. Right. Things do change. There's just a huge lag. So I'm just curious how you think about that part.
Yeah, maybe the frog has been boiled a little bit and we're just not noticing it because we're in it, right? And like if you were to compare New York now to 10 years ago, you would think, oh my God, right? I'm sure like Facebook was openly mocked and joked about 10 years ago. And I remember it being talked about when I was in a Wall Street trading floor and everyone thought it was a joke, right? I remember somebody left for Facebook and they're like, what the fuck, this is so stupid. And I'm sure that guy made way more money than anybody did on the trading desk, right? And I'm guessing that perception has changed. So yeah, maybe there's change there, but it's still a go West young man sort of country where people go to the West I think it's changing slightly. Like I think tech has gotten to the point where like it is now the first stop in the Ivy League elite pipeline in a way that certainly wasn't 10 years ago. Certainly not when I joined tech, right? But still, I don't know, things still just seem wilder and freer out here. California is weird though, right? In that, it's true if you look at the settlement of the West. California developed a lot faster, even though it's further west, right? Like you think of things having gone west, but actually no, California, there's this great book called 2 Years Before the Mast that's about, speaking of people from the East going west, it was a Harvard undergrad who's had failing eyesight. And for, back in the 19th century, doctors gave strange recommendations. Yeah. And they gave, they said, oh, go out and, spend more time outdoors to improve your eyesight. So he signed up as a common seaman on a ship that was going from the East Coast to the West Coast, which would go around at the time, obviously before the canal, would go around the Cape Horn, which was super dangerous, and then trade it up and down what was then still Mexican territory, right? And so, and then it was, I think it was in the 1840s, right? And, San Francisco, it was pre-gold rush, so San Francisco didn't even exist. It was still Yerba Buena or whatever. And, but in any case, that soon changed, right? So California developed a lot faster than the rest of the West, right? So like I'm spending a lot of time and officially have moved to Reno, Nevada, and Nevada feels way more like whatever Mad Max fantasy you have of the West, it's still alive in Nevada in a way that it is not alive in California, right? And so in some sense, long way of saying California feels more like the East Coast than other parts of quote unquote the West, right? Like parts of the West are still the frontier. I think California perhaps has become less of that. Certainly in the big city has become less of that. Because again, it's not like, look, at this point, it's not like we're talking about two totally different sets of people, the elites at Facebook versus, McKinsey. So
I know a lot of SF to DC, DC to SF people. So that's that part. And I have to ask you the obvious question. What is your quick take on is San Francisco over, obviously, depending on how much people in the audience are on Twitter, there's obviously a high degree. I never know. You know what I mean? Like it's hard from the outside because by one version of Twitter, Miami's the sickest thing ever. New York looks pretty cool this week.
Let's light this up, Marshall. Let's bring on the totally controversial takes that's going to make this blow up with 10,000 likes. SF is over. New York bagels suck, and Miami is the future, or whatever. Is SF over? So I think one misperception here. I hate being that well actually guy from Twitter, but I'll be the well actually guy in this perception. There's a misperception that like SF equals Silicon Valley. Yeah. And that's just not true. Like either in the lived reality of it now or even historically, right? Like Silicon Valley, for those who aren't familiar with California geography, is not San Francisco. It's like 40 miles south of here. There actually is a valley. You can actually see it, which is where a lot of the tech companies started in what used to be apple orchards kind of around Stanford and whatnot because of the defense industry in the 50s and 60s and integrated circuits and anyway, the whole long history, a bunch of books you can read about it. This is not Silicon Valley, strictly speaking. That said, starting roughly 10 years ago, a lot of tech companies did move here and sprout here, like Airbnb and Uber and Twitter, obviously, right? So it's definitely become part of that constellation. So what used to be like, if anything, people used to work in Silicon Valley and then live in the city if they were like cool and hip and wanted a big city, but then they'd commute like crazy, right? Like the flow would be south at the beginning of the day. Now it's not necessarily clear anymore. Like on the contrary, maybe now some of Silicon Valley is actually a better community for San Francisco. So in any case, long story short, SF doesn't equal Silicon Valley. So San Francisco can die as a place to create tech companies. Like if the current crop of like incumbents, Airbnb, Stripe, whatever, move, doesn't mean Silicon Valley's over. It just means that maybe San Francisco isn't integrated into that tech economy in the very direct way it was in the past. But not that I'm that old or have been around that long, but I've been living in the Bay Area for roughly 20 years. And, back in the first tech boom, there weren't that many tech companies. San Francisco didn't equal tech company. My first tech job was as an intern in grad school, and I had to drive all the way to Foster City, right? Like I don't even know where I would have gotten a tech internship in the city at that point. There's no major company in the city, right? And so I think San Francisco faces lots of headwinds. I think lots of people are thinking of leaving. The crime is through the roof. It's too damn expensive, et cetera, et cetera. But that doesn't mean Silicon Valley tech's going to go away. It's just not going to happen within the 7 by 7 mile thing that's called San Francisco. Right?
It's funny. We have the 2 Wall Street Journal reporters who authored an upcoming book on WeWork coming on the show next week. And I remember I was in a Clubhouse room with you and someone referred to WeWork as a Silicon Valley company, and you very aggressively were like, no, that was New York. People in SV didn't invest. So I just, as I'm prepping for that show right now, I think of you whenever I think of just this idea of like what actually is quote unquote Silicon Valley, what actually is technology. It's just a funny bit that comes out.
Well, it's a good question. I mean, and the other thing that also I go into a frothing rage about is like Theranos, right? We've all forgotten or partially forgotten. Speaking of Wall Street Journal reporters, John Carreyrou, who did amazing reporting actually and kind of burst the bubble, this thing Bad Blood on Theranos, which was apparently a fraud. And they were actually based in Silicon Valley, but almost the entire cap table was actually non-Silicon Valley money. Like every Silicon Valley VC, almost every Silicon Valley VC, with the exception of, I think, Perkins, like passed on the deal. Like nobody in Silicon Valley funded that company. They just happened to be here. But they definitely, they got some of the glimmer from the SV gold, so to speak. But I without sounding a little bit too foofy, I'm going to sound like a total SV tech bro here, but like Silicon Valley is definitely kind of a state of mind, right? In the same way that like American culture is like a state of mind. Like you can't point to American culture, like French culture is like Notre Dame and a croissant or something, right? Like there's not a lot of American culture you could point to and say, that's America. But there's definitely an American state of mind. You kind of know when you feel it, right? I think Silicon Valley is in the same way, that there's not a lot of there. Like people come to Silicon Valley, let me go see Silicon Valley. Again, there's not the Eiffel Tower somewhere we just go hang out in, right? But there's a certain state of mind that maybe it's hard to experience as a tourist, but it's definitely a thing. And I think that is getting exported, right? And like, if you have enough Silicon Valley people moving to Miami, and I don't have a strong opinion on Miami, yes or no, but if you have that mentality exported, it's possible that you could boot up the software on different hardware potentially, right? But I think it's hard to do. One of the things I did, for as much as I might talk about Europe, I'm actually a European citizen, right? I have a Spanish passport in addition to the US one, and I've lived there. Actually, I wrote the beginning of Chaos Monkeys in Europe, thinking I'd end up moving there. And every major city in Europe has like a Silicon Sentier in Paris or Silicon Allée in Berlin or whatever. They're all trying to recreate the Silicon Valley magic, and almost all of them are failing, with the exception of London potentially, right? Or Stockholm maybe.
London has some other things going on too, so it's
right. Well, right. It's that little village called London, right? That hasn't played a role in the past 300 years of history. But these other cities that historically have not been technological, and they kind of do everything right. Like the local governments actually fund stuff in ways that they don't here at all, right? And like they obviously have the talent and the educated populace that could be designers and PMs, but somehow just never quite and they speak all the right language. It almost feels like a cargo cult in the South Pacific. Like they do all the things to make like the magic plane come out of the sky, and somehow the Google and Facebook planes never land on their landing strips. So I think it's hard to do, right? But I think it can be done. And I think particularly with COVID, like that's another thing, like I'm not quite sure how much of it is real versus like me fooling myself with my circle, but it seems like a lot of people have left the Bay Area under COVID. I'm not quite sure how many of them are coming back, right? Like sort of the people who are like VCs or people who are CEOs and can sort of run their company almost as they want. I think a lot of those people are not coming back actually. And a lot of them have moved to Utah, Nevada, Texas, Florida, et cetera. And it's like, why would I go back and just deal with that bullshit? Like why, you know, and so that said, right, I think if you're younger, there is an element of FOMO. Look, you know, San Francisco still has lots of charm, so does New York, I'm sure. And it's like, well, you want to be part of this urban center, you don't have a family, you haven't have life figured out yet. Like, you know, you want to get in the mix. You want to get into like the weird circus of like young urban professional life, which I certainly did in my 20s and 30s. And I could see that, right? You're not going to move to St. George, Utah, which is a perfectly nice town, by the way. Southern Utah is gorgeous, but I don't think you'd like go there straight out of college thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to make a life there, right? So I don't know. I could see it going either way. I think the hybrid approach to me sounds difficult. Having worked in tech for a while, and I did the remote thing for a year and a half at my previous startup. It's like, if everyone's remote, it can work. Certainly, if everyone is remote in the entire tech sector, it can definitely work. It's just like the default. Like we just have to do it. Our competition's going to do it too. It's like whatever. We're on like even playing field, right? But if your competition doesn't have to do it, if it's hybrid, some people are in the office, some people aren't. I can see it being a real pain in the ass, and I can see it binarizing into either like, no, we are not doing work from home, or max one day a week or something. It's in office, or it's full remote. The hybrid, I think it's going to be difficult for companies to do. But.
So we've got two last things here, because the thing that I want the audience to pick up is that you are obviously an autodidact and are very well read, but you also have a lot of experience and expertise in the advertising field. And you made a big claim on Substack today, which we're taping on July 6th for context, that I actually have a quote somewhere. Advertising is going through once in a generation transformation. And to zoom out for a second, if we actually go to the debates about Substack, whether or not the New York Times is truly a success or not, whether Facebook and Twitter are toxic, actually a lot of the things have to do with advertising, which isn't the sexiest thing, obviously. So it'd just be great for you to just give the full context on your thoughts on advertising.
Yeah, it's not sexy, but you know what? It pays for everything, right? It's like, the advertising is to the internet like, petroleum is to Saudi Arabia. It's like, it may not be sexy, but it pays for everything. So, every once in a while, you kind of have to dip your toe into it, even if you aren't an ad tech person. So thanks for plugging my piece. It's the first in a series on ads, data, and privacy, something that I've done professionally for the past 10 plus. I've worked in ad tech. I've basically been turning human eyeballs and data and pixels into money for 12 years, which is a long time in Silicon Valley years. And we are in my opinion, I'm not the only one who thinks this, by the way, it's not a totally unique thought, that we are in a once in a generation sort of complete refactoring or re-architecting of how the world works, right? If you go back to the earliest days, look, I'll tell you how old I am without telling you how old I am. First time I saw the web, what people call the internet now, was in the late 90s, Netscape 3 point whatever. And there'd be that little spinner thing with the end with meteorites flying by or whatever, saying they're waiting for a minute for some junky little page to load. And so that was when I first saw the web. And almost all the plumbing of all the ad tech, everything, the shoes that follow you around the internet, how, Facebook is worth $1 trillion, all that shit was actually architected in the paradigm of a little browser with a little cookie ID thing and everything living in the cloud and your browsing behavior and and even, mobile apps, which technically function very differently than desktop browsers. When it comes down to the fundamental data flows, have been architected the same way, right? You do things on your phone, on your device, it goes into this cloud that you have very, very little visibility into. Stuff happens, some of it totally legit, a lot of it sketchy, right? And then you get an ad or an experience or a news feed or whatever that comes out of it, right? And you create more data and it goes into the cloud, more shit happens, and then on it goes, right? And that's fine for desktop route, like that's probably how it should have been architected. But we're in a world where like this is like an iPhone, whatever it is, the most recent, the 12 or something. It's like this would have been considered like the most highest end computer, like I don't even know how many years ago to do this, the direct comparison, but certainly 15 or 20 years ago when this was all architected, this was an impossible idea, like even on a desktop, right? So the question is like, why the hell are we doing all this bizarre loading of data, all this back and forth, when there's like real code on a real computer running on your pocket? Like, why on earth would you do all the computation in the cloud? Like, it's not obvious. It's not obviously a better way to do things. Like, now, of course, if you talk to like, and I've done this to engineers at big companies you can name like Google and Apple, and you say like, you say what I just said, you get a lot of pushback because like, well, we've been doing this for 15 years and the company makes over $100 billion a year on it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yes, but there's this little thing called privacy, right? And privacy is an interesting concept. Like, you could write a whole book on it, but privacy is a strange thing, right? Like I, as a footnote in my piece, I mentioned the modern version of the word privacy wasn't even used or documented as used until 1814, right? Before that, it meant a state of solitude. It didn't actually mean like what we think of privacy now as like, the right to live as a stranger among strangers with control over my data. That is a very extraordinarily recent coinage. Even as a legal principle, it was more or less invented by Louis Brandeis in 1890 in this very readable and still great piece called The Right to Privacy, in which he basically invented it. The word doesn't even appear once in the Constitution, right? There was no notion of privacy really before the sort of modern age. And if you ask why, well, what was magical 1890? Getting back to things like atoms and bits and new technology, two things. One, it was literally Kodak had shipped their like Brownie or whatever it's called, their cheap little camera that anybody could buy a few years before 1890, actually, such that like photography was suddenly cheap. And then two, the telegraph and wire services had started, such that something that happened in New York could be read about like with a photo potentially in Kansas City, right? But, within a day, which was again, a completely unprecedented act. And specifically in the case of Brandeis, his law.
Hi. Front door. I'm so happy. I'm having such a great day. It's so dark. Pardon me. I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm like on every syllable. I couldn't be happier. I'm painting, I'm getting this done. It's going to be fantastic. I have said recently on the comments down below that exactly what that very attractive man was saying. That went right. Now, there were people that sit on the keyboard. Well, now you've heard it twice. Okay, I agree. I couldn't be. I'm a little time, but for the most part, both of these guys are just. See, it's like when this happens to me, it's like just as a reminder, everybody, right, that this was operating properly in full-on mode life at 12, and I saw what was going on, and so I was very, and so I wish, I hate that word, or I hate, it is air in my lungs, and thank you, YouTube, for making the world the future. Whatever we going forward march, and why not? See, that's what my heaven's going to look like, and I hope you'll all come by and see me once in a while. Once we all get there, right? You all come up that little pathway anytime you want. I'm going to back it up just a little bit.
more shit happens, and then on it goes, right? And that's fine for desktop route. Like that's probably how it should have been architected. But we're in a world where like this is like an iPhone, whatever it is, the most recent, the 12 or something. It's like this would have been considered like the most highest end computer, like I don't even know how many years ago to do this, the direct comparison, but certainly 15 or 20 years ago when this was all architected, this was an impossible idea, like even on a desktop, right? So the question is like, why the hell are we doing all this bizarre loading of data, all this back and forth, when there's like real code on a real computer running on your pocket? Like, why on earth would you do all the computation in the cloud? Like, it's not obvious. It's not obviously a better way to do things. Like now, of course, if you talk to like, and I've done this to engineers at big companies you can name like Google and Apple, and you say like, you say what I just said, you get a lot of pushback because like, well, we've been doing this for 15 years and the company makes over $100 billion a year on it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yes, but there's this little thing called privacy, right? And privacy is an interesting concept. Like you could write a whole book on it, but privacy is a strange thing, right? Like I as a footnote in my piece, I mentioned the modern version of the word privacy wasn't even used or documented as used until 1814, right? Before that, it meant a state of solitude. It didn't actually mean like what we think of privacy now as like, you know, the right to live as a stranger among strangers with control over my data. That is a very extraordinarily recent coinage. Even as a legal principle, it was more or less invented by Louis Brandeis in 1890 in this very readable and still great piece called The Right to Privacy, in which he basically invented it. You know, the word doesn't even appear once in the Constitution, right? There was no notion of privacy really before the sort of modern age. And if you ask why, well, what was magical by 1890? Getting back to things like atoms and bits and new technology, two things. One, it was literally Kodak had shipped their like Brownie or whatever it's called, their cheap little camera that anybody could buy a few years before 1890, actually, such that like photography was suddenly cheap. And then two, the telegraph and wire services had started, such that something that happened in New York could be read about like with a photo potentially in Kansas City, right? But, you know, within a day, which was again, a completely unprecedented act. And specifically in the case of Brandeis, his law partner, who was kind of a socialite, had been, you know, paparazzi started, right? Like, you know, people, you know, the same way that like, you know, like a TikTok goes viral, their equivalent was like a photo of so-and-so dining with so-and-so in such a restaurant. And oh my God, and that was like the crazy scandalous TikTok. That started happening, right? And so Brandeis more or less created the notion of privacy, right? And every legal precedent in privacy that gets quoted is from his post on, right? And so, you know, and my point is not necessarily to delegitimize the notion of privacy. I think it's like, it's a necessary cope in our current world, but just to be clear, it's a cope, right? Like in our ancestral, like I used to live in a small island in the Northwest in a little town, and there's no privacy there. Nobody has privacy. Everyone knows who you are. Everything knows who you're sleeping with, who's the asshole, who, you know, whatever. Everyone, there's only one grocery store to shop at, so everyone knows what you're eating. Like there's no privacy, right? And guess what? You feel better about, like, there's actually a feeling of you being enmeshed in a social fabric that's actually welcoming. People choose to live in that world, even though people who are used to this urban life maybe find it a little claustrophobic, many don't, right? So point being, with the urbanization and industrialization of everything, we invented privacy, right? But like, you know, in the Code of Hammurabi, there's no privacy rights. This is not like a sort of fundamental right at the life and liberty level that humans have been thinking about since forever, which again, doesn't mean that it's garbage. It just means that, well, it's ill-defined, right? And it's very adaptive to the situation. And so I think the notion of of how humans think about their privacy is changing in big ways, right? Like, and in ways that frankly, a lot of the privacy advocates, I think, don't quite understand. Like the reality is that Facebook's usage hasn't gone down despite all of its little privacy scandals. Like maybe it's gone down slightly just because people don't use Facebook that much anymore. They use Instagram more, or WhatsApp or whatever, right? Like the industry is changing. But, you know, if you actually plotted like Facebook's usage graph all throughout these various privacy scandals, and back when I was a bigger troll, I used to post this just to fucking, you know, just to troll like the New York Times people, you know, you would see no bump whatsoever. Like, where's the privacy scandal? According to Facebook, nobody, in terms of what they're actually doing, nobody actually cared, right? Now, it's not totally true. It doesn't mean they're indifferent, right? I think there's this scholar at Stanford, is it Helene? Her last name is Nissenbaum, and she has this notion of contextual privacy. The idea being that most humans think about privacy in a contextual way. Like you go to the doctor, right? You get treated, you get looked at. Obviously, you generate health data, right? Some of it could even be digital data, right? But and you compromise your privacy for the sake of like your doctor helping you. And you know, if the doctor said, you know what, there's this radiologist in some other X, Y, and Z place, I want to send him images so we can look at them so you can get better care. I think 99% of humans would say, well, yeah, fuck yeah, whatever. Like whatever it takes to make you understand what's going on better, of course. Now, if the doctor said, oh, by the way, I'm going to sell your data, to a pharmaceutical company so that they can target you for, you know, cardiac pills because I know you're going to have a heart attack. You'd be like, no, right? And so that's the thing. So humans privacy is not an absolute, all this is, oh, privacy is an absolute human right. No, it isn't. Sorry. Even the rights enshrined in the Constitution are not absolute. We don't have absolute free speech in this country, right? There's restrictions around it, right? And there are, and I think most humans would agree to compromise their privacy in exchange for things like convenience, a feeling of community, right? Like living in a small town, or you've got your
free
favorite,
things.
Right,
it's not
right.
just convenience, it's like free. That's basically what we think of as free, is us exchanging.
Well, there's also that,
for that. Yeah.
I mean, that makes people feel a little queasy, but yeah, that's right. I mean, you're getting, Facebook is expensive to run. People don't realize it, but it's like Facebook, well, it used to be at least, is like a quarter of the third of the internet in most countries where it's viral, right? That's expensive, right? It's not free. And so that said, people reply like, well, I'd be willing to pay for it. Maybe people would. The thing is, when you've got network effects, it's hard to charge for things because everyone has to be on the network for it to have value, right? And so you basically have to make it free. And so in viral situations where there are network effects, I can't think of a consumer app with strong network effects that actually charges for its service. It doesn't exist, basically, as far as I can tell. If one of your listeners finds a counterexample I haven't thought about, I'd love to hear about it, but I don't know of one. And so, yeah, privacy is a malleable entity. Like, again, it's a right worth respecting. You have to build around it, but it's not an absolute right. And getting back to your ad thing, what's going on with privacy? Well, I mean, just to say it out loud, the Europeans have jumped into the game, right, and legislated with GDPR. California has a thing called CCPA, which is similar, not exactly the same, but it's roughly similar, in which it grants users a lot of control they probably don't want, right? For example, raise your hand if you would love a button that just opts into every bullshit little pop-up and every website you go to that constantly says, we've got cookies, whatever. Has anyone in the history of the world ever said no to any of those? Said, oh, well, I was going to go to that website, but you know what? I read their policy and like, no, I'm just not going to read it. Of course not. Everyone says yes, it's dumb, right? So yes, you get a measure of control, but guess what? Control isn't that great necessarily. And I think most of us would sign up for just clicking yes all the time because who cares, right? But like it or not, GDPR is what GDPR is. And even though the EU is a relatively small market, it's not tiny. And so it can sort of regulate the world that way. And even if it doesn't, right, CCPA regulates California and all these companies are in California. So one way or the other, they're kind of stuck. And so you have to build systems in a different way. And the weird thing is that, like, so much of this privacy conversation is like, oh, if X privacy is good, 2X privacy is better. Like, let's just turn the privacy knob up to 11 because like privacy is an inherent good. All privacy all the fucking time. It's like, well, actually, the privacy knob is actually a trade-off. And on the other side of the privacy knob is competition, right? Because if you make it such that, and I can't, without a whiteboard, I can't wave my arms fast enough to actually illustrate this. But, the way it works is, if you really want to give users control of their privacy on something like a mobile device, given the way things are architected, then the person who controls the mobile device, in some sense, has to control that data, right? There has to be a central source of trust, whether it be Google or Apple in the case of my iPhone, whatever, or a competitor, whatever. There's third-party OEMs who make Android devices. They sort of have to control the data, right? Which again is maybe better because companies like Google and Apple have a direct relationship with you and they care about you as a business. So they're not going to like obviously screw you over because like it's just not worth it to screw over once for $1,000 phone, right? Like they're going to kind of respect your views. Not that they're totally cynical either. I mean, I'm sure Tim Cook legitimately believes in what he says about privacy. He probably does, right? Which is great. But again, that means that the companies that control the device and control how that data is stored on the device, in some sense, have a relative advantage, right? And so there's a whole world that most people don't think about that I've lived in for the past 12 years of third-party companies that take data and in various ways, try to monetize it or help the advertising and monetization process, right? And a lot of those companies, there's this thing called the LumaScape. Luma is a boutique investment bank that does a lot of ad tech stuff. And they always have this updated, like, it's just like this board, like this, it makes your eyes bleed. It is like this board of like little logos of all the logos of all the companies in the ad tech space and how they sit, it's like literally the money on one side and the eyeballs on the other and how the two cross, right? And like every little box along the way where the data or the money stops, right? That whole world, right, doesn't play in a world in which your privacy is kind of maintained by one player, in which it lives on your device, which again, it's good for user privacy. Like it's legitimately better for the user. It's not necessarily good for the ecosystem. Maybe the user doesn't care. Okay. But the FTC does, right? Or governments in general, to some degree or another, have some level of antitrust scrutiny, such as like, well, hold on. Are you telling me that like Google's going to hold all the cards on all of Android, which is 85% of the handset market in the entire world? Well, I mean, potentially, yes, if things are architected certain ways. And so anyhow, that's the trade-off that I don't directly address it in today's post, but by the time that whoever is probably watching this, hopefully the next post will come out, in which I address some of the sort of competition concerns around where a lot of this privacy stuff is going.
And for the last question, because I think this is the piece that people are certainly going to enjoy the most, I think it's on November 12th. So it was Latino explaining the election. And I went to a Spanish immersion school. So like Latinx is actually very difficult to pronounce for me. I said Latinx for so long. And it was funny discovering that. But basically, I think that piece is just so useful because I think, and you're not the only person who's pointing this out, but if you just take the ideas in that piece and then say, given this, who's going to win the 2020 Democratic primary?
Oh my God.
Who is going to win the New York City mayoral primary? Once again, within the Democratic Party. This is a very center-left to progressive conversation. It's just a really useful summation of all those ideas. So I think it'd just be useful for you to just give a quick pitch for the piece, and then that would be a good place to take out.
Yeah, that piece went super viral. Yeah, I don't even know how to pronounce this word yet. Do you know how, I'm like, no joke, do you know how to pronounce it? I don't even know how to pronounce it.
It's just Latinx. Like
it's Latinx.
It's actually, it's beyond parody Anglo. It's literally just that. Yeah.
Right. And for those who aren't Spanish speakers, the NX phoneme doesn't exist in Spanish. So they've picked a word that can't be pronounced in the language of the culture it purports to represent, right? It would like literally be picking an unpronounceable word for, I don't know what, Chinese Americans or something, right?
Yeah.
It's like literally like, for the longest time, I also pronounce it Latinx. I guess it's Latinx. Okay. So yeah, the piece is called Latin Explaining the Election. I think I was making a joke on like Explainer or something. And so yeah, the issue there, so I was, my parents were Cuban exiles. So my grandparents were Spanish immigrants to Cuba. Communists came, fled to the United States. I was born in the United States, was raised in Miami, which is kind of this weird little Cuban Miami bubble. And, it's strange having been raised there because there Hispanic culture is like dominant, right? Like, they always say, oh, Hispanic, there's a lot of Hispanic culture here in California, but there it's dominant, right? You can't like, not in the service workers, like literally everywhere. Like you can't really hold a white collar job.
Quick highlight. Actually, Sagar and I went there 2 months ago, and I've never been tested on my Spanish as much as I have. I went to Subway, and I actually needed to translate for a nice Cuban grandmother who couldn't order her Subway meal properly. And taxi, it's actually, because I actually read your piece where you referred to it almost as a different country.
Yeah.
I didn't understand what you meant by that until I literally went. And by the way, I'm in Miami Beach, so it's not as if I'm in this random part of the city.
Right. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think most Americans don't quite grok how weird Miami was. I didn't realize how weird it was until, like I like to say, I went to America for college, right? Like I left Miami to go to college. Like I've lived, I've traveled and lived a lot of places in the world. The biggest culture shock of my life was going to college in the Midwest from Miami and realizing, holy shit, I had not been raised in anything like the United States of America. Like I had no idea where it was. But yeah, no, Miami, it's weird, right? It's like the Singapore of Latin America, to use a very gross or very, crude or reductionist analogy, but it is that, right? All the banking, all the retail and commercial banking in Latin America, all the banks, there's a street called Brickell, and all the big logos are there. The entire Brazilian upper middle class goes there for shopping and, play and shopping and vacation, all that. Every upper middle class family in Venezuela, back before things got really bad, had like an apartment in Bangkok, Miami, and things in case things got bad. Obviously, Cubans, fled there en masse and created their own sort of reality, even though they've never really a majority, and now certainly they're not anywhere close to a majority. Although, but they've become kind of like the Jews in New York or the Irish in Boston, right? The sort of like underdog ethnicity that actually runs the place, right? And it's like has recreated the city in its own little weird image, but then it is also totally Americanized, right? Like these people are not going to like go and live in Latin America or go back to Cuba or anything, even though that Castro died, right? So it's a weird like cultural estuary. I'd like to like an estuary is a place where like salt and fresh water kind of mix. So this is a cultural estuary of like Anglo Protestant American culture and like Hispanic Catholic culture mixing in one city, right? So yeah, but coming from that world, right, to a world where people use the term, like, again, I'm just going to struggle, Latinx, and think it means something. Like Biden gave a speech in which he mentioned Latinx. That term means nothing, right, in that world. Like, for starters, a lot of like progressive lefty are just obsessed with the whole white privilege, person of color. Like they really think that like your average Miami person sits there and like ponders their Latinxness all day or something. It's like, no. Like the relationship of these minorities to like whatever you consider to be the white centroid of American life is not the dominant relationship in their life, right? Like it's really much more. I had a more recent piece called the bus says Belen, which is kind of, I use the metaphor of like the childhood bus that I was on as like a metaphor for what it's like actually being in one of these, ethnic tribes that get some level of like cultural or political momentum inside a country, and then, or inside this country, and then you live in kind of your own little tribe, right? And like the primary way you look at the world is like, are they in the tribe? Are they on the bus, or are they off the bus, right? And like the mainstream world, sure, it exists in this abstract way, but it's not really a subject of concern in any world, particularly in Miami, where like there's so much momentum that, again, you can just not see it, right, when you're sitting inside Miami. And so that's the thing that, like, I don't know. I'm very skeptical of terms like Latinx. For starters, they're inaccurate, right? Like your Tejano Mexican guy on the border region of Mexico has very little, if anything, in common with your Cuban guy, who has nothing in common with your New York, Puerto Rican guy. And there's no judgment or anything there. They're just different cultures that only seem similar from the outside world, right? The notion of a Latino vote, what does that even mean, right? Because if you talk to the Cuban grandma who wasn't ordering at Subway and got her political opinions, they'd be very different than somebody who also has the last name Garcia somewhere else. And so I'm all for making abstractions that help you make predictions about the world, because the world's just too complex. Like, everyone's sorry.
That's kind of this episode, exactly. Right? It's how do we abstract this down?
right. Like everyone isn't some beautiful little snowflake. Like I'm sure 90% of my decisions could be like figured out by some linear model with like 6 factors and that's it. Right. But the question is like, well, should the Latino or the Latinx, bit be a categorical feature in that little, linear regression model? I don't think it would predict much, to be honest, right? I mean, maybe.
Well, whether you use it or not would actually predict quite a bit, right?
Exactly.
In an interesting way, right? So not as a category, but as do you use it it actually tells a lot there.
Yeah, I'd love to see, not that anyone ever does, I'd love to see a survey of people who have actually used the word Latinx at least twice in the past month. Like, what's their average level of education? What's their median income? And like, I just want a geo map of where they're distributed, right? And I'm guessing it's like median income of at least 100K, like 90% have a bachelor's degree or more. And it's like literally like New York, LA, and San Francisco, and that's it, right? And literally the most Hispanic parts of the United States, nobody uses the damn term. But it's, look, I mean, this is, and I always sound like some crazy, like Howard Zinn, Bernie Crat, or some like anti-American European when I say this, but one of the privileges, one of the good things about being raised in a weird bubble like Miami, right, is like you're a little bit outside like the standard mainstream American bubble. And maybe you felt this too. Maybe Portland back in the day was also a little bit outside of it too. But it's like, this is like, it's ultimate imperial American privilege to
%, but kudos to getting the not using it, when not to use it, because I've said before on my live stream that there are many different communities of, you can't even use Latin, you know what I mean? It's like however, there is a Latinx culture. Who are you talking to? Like, and so here is part of my resume, right? Is because I've been a servant for so long. You have to be able to read your guest. You have to be able to communicate properly and understand dialogue and language. And I'm good at that. Especially when I get that kick-ass mask. Y'all better hang on. Look, if somebody can DJ with a thing over their head, I can go out in public with a mask on and be a superhero. So, especially when it's like keeping spit out of your eye. Oop, I dropped my pen. 1 second. Got it. So the funny thing is that like, help. I need like help, okay? Because I'm not good with geography. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second. I have to do something here. It's very important. I can't move forward. Ding. Now, he said he's from a town, a city from some state. I'm not sure. And he's talking about Latin and Spanish people. Now, I'm just reminding everybody, if you want the job, you got to do the job before you get the job, right? So, brothers and sisters, I'm only doing this to self-promote myself. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my table because I can't just do it. Right. Anyway. That town, what was it called? Miami, that's right, Miami. Where is that? Oh, Florida, right. Brandon, where that's my family town. Yeah, look it up. Ask a neighbor. It's outside of a town called Tampa. What's in Tampa? I wonder. Where else? 7th Avenue. Wait, what is it called? Yeah. Oh, Ybor Square. Ybor City, yeah. I don't know what that guy's talking about. I'm just some nobody from nowhere. I ain't got a clue. Hola, ¿cómo está? Bien. ¿Cómo está? Yeah. Venga aquí, por favor. You ask any wonderful Hispanic gentleman that worked with me in construction how awesome I am. I'm having a great day. And all I did was trust in the Lord. I love the Lord. He's my friend. I love him. I love him. I do. So, I'm going to go back to my painting. And Grey Poupon old school brother. I got just the tail end of that, of all of those lessons, because see, if you didn't know, if you haven't read my wait for it, blog, right? Maybe I should write a book, right? And see, my mom in the 70s was in advertising, newspapers, Plant City Shopper, grandmother. And so what I did growing up, by my single mom, because my dad was murdered when I was 5, my single mom had to bring me to work a lot. And there I was in a newspaper, clip art, black. This is back in the day when there was dark rooms and the stuff had to be developed in those chemicals. And I don't know what I'm talking about.
Never see the never see the horizons or the limits to your worldview. Like everything you see and interact with at a cultural, political, economic level, in some sense reflects your own biases and your own framing of the world, right? And so Biden and his entire voting base can watch him use the term Latinx, and it doesn't seem laughably absurd to them, right? Because in some sense, they just never bump up against little cultural memes that say, this is dumb, this is dumb, this is dumb, right? And the same way, like I was looking at somebody trying to frame the Israeli-Palestine conflict as part of the whole, colonial white
America's
POC.
racial
It's
history.
It's like, dude, like, it's like, and it's just like, to a man with a hammer sort of thing. Everything looks
Quick
like a nail.
story. You'll appreciate this. So if you can't tell by my last name, I'm adopted. I'm Jewish.
Okay.
The only place in the world where people by default think I'm Jewish is when I go to Israel. Just
Of course,
because,
yeah.
once again, because I look, especially when I'm at my college age skinniest, I look vaguely Ethiopian. So it's once again, that dynamic there means you cannot just transpose for good or for ill. Obviously, there's all sorts of controversies of Ethiopian Jews, blah, nothing simple. But I think that anecdote right there demonstrates that you cannot just impose Jim Crow era American policy and racism debates onto Israel today.
It's funny. I was wondering where the Kozlov thing's like. It sounded vaguely Jew to me, and it's like, yeah. And it's funny, and you mentioned the Israel thing. It's funny because I think one of the other misconceptions about it, which gets to the thing I just said, right, which is like people think Israel's like a white country, right? Because they identify it with the West, right? But if you actually, I assume you've been to Israel at some point, right? Yeah. Well, you just said you've been to Israel, right? It's like, it's not at all. Like, and this is like 10, 15 years ago. It's probably even less the case now. You go to Tel Aviv, it felt to me like a Latin American city, right? Like there's a mix of everything.
It's a weird mix of Miami and New York. That was that was the feeling I had when I went.
Yeah. Tel Aviv feels a lot like Miami, actually. The beach culture, everything was built kind of 70s in kind of a, shitty way. Everyone's loud and in your face. Everyone's walking around half naked during the hot summer. Like it has a very Miami vibe to it, but it doesn't exactly scream, white Northern European, culture. At least it didn't to me. And so, which makes it particularly weird when they sort of apply their sort of duality to it. But interesting. So, interesting. I didn't know that. So, cool. Interesting. So the Israel, I'm going, by the way, as a random plug, I'm traveling to Israel for the high holidays this summer, actually. As a side thing, people often ask me, like, what's this whole Jew thing with Antonio? So I am converting to Judaism because I've got Jewish kids. It's a whole long story. I don't want to make this podcast drag on. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess, the first two kids are mentioned, although the Jewy thing isn't mentioned that much. But anyhow, I'm going to Israel for the holidays in September. So that should, assuming they let me in, because this whole COVID, the Delta variant is actually hitting them pretty hard. It turns out they might keep the border shut down, but at least hopefully I'll get there by this summer. So.
And we're all expecting a nuanced and useful post. And before we go, I just want to, because we just pissed off half of the audience with the discussion of Israel and with the Latinx dunking. The point that I'm trying to make here is that people can say whatever they want. That's not the beef I have with it. It's just that when people use these frameworks of history and culture and language to try to understand the world in ways that don't actually tell you anything. And if you look at America's like Hispanic, even Chicano is like a much more useful phrase. If you look at that broad voting block through that framework, you are not going to have useful answers. And I think in your piece, if you just take that piece and say, do upper middle class, center left progressive have an accurate reading of working class, Hispanics, Blacks, Asians, etc.? They literally do not. So don't try to use that as a method for understanding the world, which is basically, I think, what we're trying to do on this episode.
Right, exactly. I think that's the problem. It's just not predictive. Like, I don't mind categories, or like even if the word wasn't like from the people who are using it, as long as it's predictive, but it isn't. I mean, the weird thing is, look, we're all blinkered by our sort of cultural software that we're carrying. But it just seems odd to me that I guess I always find political asymmetry is kind of interesting, right? Like everyone, I always try to both sides, everything, or horseshoe theory, whatever. But I think it is the case of left and right. There's certain times where things are kind of asymmetric, right? And the fact that the left obviously is kind of overtly pro-diversity, pro-tolerance, pro-listening to, minorities or whatever. But like, it's like, okay, well then stop using the term Latinx and read some Miami Cuban actually talking about their personal experience, like, my post, for example, or someone in the Texas border counties that flipped for Trump in last election or whatever. Right. But like, and then things like, oh, but I did. It's like, well, yeah, but you listened to somebody who went to Yale, right? And like,
okay. So thank you so much for, once again, I'm treading very lightly here, but a dynamic that just is very frustrating to me, and this is the biggest critique of the East Coast is not, there's plenty of bigger critiques of the East Coast establishment, the Iraq War, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But a beef I have with the East Coast establishment is how, especially in the Ivy, let's just say top 25 schools in the country dynamic, it is, I'm trying to find the right word for this, but it just subsumes everything. So it takes a Caribbean immigrant who's black, or an African immigrant who's black, or an African American descendant of slaves, and it just imposes them into that exact model. So, for example, the only Latino people I know who say Latinx are people who went to top tier universities.
That's right.
Who were from that Texas county, were from Miami, understood that if you want to get the job at Goldman Sachs, there's language that you use. And it's just the subsuming part of it that I think in many ways is directly contradictory and uncomfortable if your point about there being a progressive or liberal instinct to listen, to have diversity. And it's just this, it's liberal imperialism isn't the right way to put it, but there's something, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Right. It's like it's this, I mean, there's definitely credentialism way more on the East Coast, right? Like that's one thing I really didn't like about in New York. Like everyone had gone to Harvard or some school.
I see a lot of people from Stanford at in the tech space.
But
credentialism is different than a network. I guess there being a network effect is kind of different than a literal credential, but I'll be generous there.
I mean, your GitHub repo is going to get you a lot more jobs on the West Coast than a piece of paper with some expensive piece of paper. Fair. But which is not going to happen on the East Coast. But yeah, I think the weird thing is if they parse the external world, it's because they were in their like Latino studies, the one seminar they took or whatever at Yale, taught by someone who maybe has an interesting academic point of view. Maybe they're just careerists who made a career out of being like the professional Latino in the room, which, not to be too dismissive about it, it's kind of what they're being, right? To a whole elite class of Americans who, let's face it, are not diverse at all. If you actually look at like the average family income of a lot of these people, they come from a very narrow set of American families in the United States. It's not, Cuban exile kids whose parents came with nothing, right, and walked through Freedom Town, the Cuban Refugee Center in Miami, or it's not people from like hard scrabble border towns in Texas, right? Like those aren't the people you're sort of rubbing shoulders with, right? I hate to break it to you, right? It's either people who've made a career for themselves, kind of parsing that for that elite world in ways that make sense inside that academic reward system, or it's people who don't come from that world at all, right? Who just, who sort of masquerade as that to some degree, but aren't really from that. And so I can see how it would be difficult if you really come from like the Northeastern Yankee, like Ivy League world to understand the Latino mindset. Like what exposure would you have had to it? None, right? But it's just weird that, I mean, it's kind of a red state, blue state thing, because I do spend time in red states. I was raised in one kind of. It's weird to have all these elite people who are like hyper focused on tolerance and diversity. And within those elite redoubts, there's like none, right? Like all this super focus on diversity and whatnot, like in Silicon Valley, for example, Facebook or Apple or any other places that I've worked at, right? And it's like some of these diverse places, at least in terms of educational and socioeconomic background. Often ethnically it is, and there's a lot of Asians there and stuff, right? But in terms of like that elite crew, it's not like Miami, right? Where like I was raised being able to distinguish between 10 different types of Latin American Spanish because it was Colombians and Venezuelans and Cubans and whatnot, like, and then Haitian. There was just this ethnic and cultural ferment, right? That was kind of broad and truly diverse, right? And you go to these places that are hyper focused on it, and it's like the most white bread places I've ever been in my entire life. And so it's just, which, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like maybe they're reacting to their own white breadness and saying, oh, well, we need to be more accepting. But then it's like, oh, let's just hire more Stanford grads. And I'm not sure you're really amping up the diversity score for Stanford grads. But maybe we've gone slightly off topic here, Marshall.
No, that's okay. This has been building for a while, and it takes a very specific guest to have this conversation. And you were the person who the dial fell on. So, Antonio, thank you so much for joining. Where can everyone find you?
I spend way too much time on Twitter at Antonio GM. And then also the Substack is the pull request, PULL request.com is also another good place to find me.
Add the.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I was like, I looked up. I was so into that. I looked up. I was like, oh shit, I'm live. Sorry. I was feeling that, man. I'm sorry. So I will squeeze every drop out of a word, right? And so, as we all know, I'm a platinum Vulcan homosexual, right? Because I've never been with a woman, right? So I'm platinum gay, right? But I'm also from Vulcan, right? So as I was doing it, because I can't spell, the option of the word plantain came up. And the whole idea is that I'm trying to send the message in the comments. Like, so in my mind, I'm like, okay. I know there's a delay, so I'm pretty sure we're good. Let me switch this around here. Oh, that's the mic. There we go. That should get it in focus. So what I'm trying to do with this comment, right, is that the birdcage takes place in Miami, and he's in Miami, right? So that's a lot of the discussion and the understanding, and then being gay, and then the plantain, it being similar to platinum, because I'm just trying to explain the humor, right? So I was thinking in my head as I'm doing it, I'm thinking, okay, if I put plantain, somebody's going to think, oh, he misspelled it, because it's supposed to be platinum, if you know what me, right, and that's my saying. So, anywho, so I really enjoyed that clip, and I'm onward. I just thought that was, anyway, it's just me being sassy David. And now I gotta go, because I don't have to do anything, but I want to go, where is, there. Okay, so I'm still doing full, or
This is kind of neat. You see this boxing gym right here? Look at what they have out front. It is a plant-based community fridge. What will we find inside? Okay, decent choices and bagels. That's kind of cool. And how New York is this? Right next door you can get expensive designer clothes. That's right, my apartment doesn't have laundry. The baby wet the bed, so we're doing emergency wash and fold, which isn't too pricey. Normally we just do the laundry ourselves. But speaking of spoiling ourselves, I've got a couple apartments where the landlord wants me to figure out why they're not renting. My agents have told me that they're overpriced and dark. Now I need to see these places for myself so I can find out if my agents are confused or if these places are really hellholes that should be upgraded or price reduced or both. Notice there's another laundromat here with free soap Wednesday. And wouldn't you know it, today's Wednesday and I used the wrong laundromat. Here we are on 5th Street, just a couple blocks from the building. Right there on the corner, that's the building we're headed to. Now on the way over here, I got a question This person wants to know if Harlem is a safe neighborhood. We're not in Harlem, we're in the East Village, but I'll tell you how to find out. Get out your phone and visit rentcity.co, who is today's video sponsor, by the way, and type in the address of the building. In our case, it's 104 2nd Avenue. The building score is a 4.7, but here's what you want to pay attention to. Neighborhood safety score. Check that out. It tells you exactly how safe a given neighborhood is, so you can decide if what you're paying is a fair deal for what you're getting. Plus, you also get a walk score and information on how many violations the building has or does not have. Follow the link in the video description to check out rentcity.co for yourself and get the facts on the apartments you're seeing so that you don't sign a lease for something that's not what you thought it was going to be. Now, in our case, this building doesn't have any violations, so it's not falling apart. As you can see, it's got an A rating, which is good. But is there something in here that we don't see just yet? It's only on the 2nd floor. I guess I could have walked literally from right there. By the way, in the lobby, there are free books, one of which is the Steve Jobs autobiography or biography, a Snoop Dogg cookbook. But sadly, I can't cook. Well, I can tell you the first problem. If the tour were to stop right here, an oven waiting for you right by the front door would probably be a turnoff. My guess is it was probably moved so that things could be painted. It looks like it has been painted, so. Now from the kitchen to the back wall, we've got 16 feet 10 inches by 10 feet. That's the front door. That's probably where your kitchen table is, since my guess is you'll just go with stools and you won't have one in here. In the corner, you could put an entertainment center. And then over here, this is where you could put a nice big couch. Now in the kitchen itself, things are kind of basic. There's really just the stove and then the fridge. That's kind of it. But there's a window here, so if you start a kitchen fire, you can air it out. Around the corner from this, you can see that this is actually a pretty big apartment. Can I get this light on? Okay, that's a problem, because no light in this long hallway might make this look kind of creepy. But this street-facing bedroom is actually really good. We are looking out over 2nd Avenue, so you can see some of the neighborhood. And the space here is 10 feet by 9 feet, 10 inches. My guess is since the front door and the closet are against that back wall, you'll want your bed in this area. Also, check out this long windowsill. You can totally put stuff here. I guess you could use it as like a home office or a shrine to your god. How's the closet? All right, it's decent, I guess. You got some shelving, and above that, there's a little spot for extra stuff.
My friend clearly doesn't have cats. And maybe it is a see, I could do the joke, but then someone might, right, okay. So, but my cats would love to be up on that little thing.
The next two rooms are in the middle of the hallway. Let's see what we got here. This is 11 feet 1 inch by 9 feet 9 inches. There's even like a little cutout here for your bed. This closet looks to be about the same as what we had in that first room. But the lack of natural light in here, that's the issue. They should put some brighter bulbs or something. That might really make a difference even if you can't improve what you see out of the window. So that's number one, this is number two, and the third room is right here around the corner, and the size is almost the same, 11 feet 1 inch by 8 feet 9 inches. All these rooms will fit queen beds. Size isn't the problem. I just think that my agents are probably correct when they mentioned to me that the overall vibe in here was kind of dark. Dare we examine the bathroom? Well, you can't say this doesn't kind of match everything else we've seen so far. At least the apartment is consistent. But on the bright side, it is a full-size bath. We've got vanity lights, a medicine cabinet, and there's even a little...
You can never have enough hats, gloves, and shoes. With the proper accessories and painting that wall, you could rock that bathroom.
So you can air it out. After after you take a shower. What did you think I was gonna say? We are in one of the most popular downtown neighborhoods though, that's for sure. There's a ton over here. Check this out, pizza night, $10. This is a Tuesday night activity I can get behind or in front of. I think with pizza, it's important to get the slice that looks the best first. But if you'd rather have pasta instead of pizza, this is your spot. And if regular pizza's not your thing, pasta's not your thing, right here you can get plant-based pizza. It's probably good, there's usually a line. Next to that we got Mexican, and over here there's a place that just wants you to see a horse logo. Or is that a donkey? I can't tell. And I'm not really sure, I want to find out. Fortnite Institute.
So, just as a thought, Sassy David humor alert here, right? So, if we're going to come up with plant-based meat, are we ever going to come up with meat-based plants?
And if regular pizza's not your thing, pasta's not your thing, right here you can get plant-based pizza. It's probably good, there's usually a line. Next to that we got Mexican, and over here there's a place that just wants you to see a horse logo. Or is that a donkey? I can't tell. And I'm not really sure, I want to find out. Fortnite Institute. Probably not referring to Fortnite the game, but I'm sure somebody who works there plays it. This is a sign. Yes, it is. And then over here you can get free espresso with the purchase of a motorcycle or truck. I don't think they're joking. It's an actual motorcycle store, and apparently they've got custom-built Land Rovers. The custom part definitely makes them more expensive, but hopefully it also makes them more reliable. I heard they have a lot of problems. I've got packages to open. It's a kid's book. Thank you, Sergio, for sending me this. Look at how cute that artwork is. My daughter's gonna love it. Next up, we've got it looks like a gift box from Native. I've never commented on this, but I smell pretty bad after running around looking at these apartments. And they sent me deodorant. Oh, it smells good. Paraben-free, aluminum-free. The toothpaste is also fluoride-free. These guys are not taking any chances. I love it. These are gonna be way better than what I've been using, which came from the dollar store. This video is not sponsored by Native, but in this note, they left a code for you guys if you want to buy some of their stuff. I will leave that in the video description. Also, the other day, someone in the comments asked for an update on the AC. We built this diaper for it out of an old sign. And I don't know if you can see that, but all the water is now dripping outside the window instead of inside the office, which was really only a problem that affected Eric, but since he's the manager and since if he quits, I'm going to be up a creek. Oh, Eric. Oh, he's right there. I didn't even... Now I'm up by Union Square, and it's 97 degrees, probably the worst temperature to be running errands on the streets of New York. The reason I need these is because I carry around 2 sets of headphones, one for my phone, one for my iPad, and I don't want to do that, so I'm just going to attach these, and that should be the end of 2 sets. What's your name?
Kevin.
Kevin?
Kevin, nice to meet you.
Kevin, you want to be in the vlog?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You work for the farmer's market.
I do.
When is the best time to go to the farmer's market? Because it's always packed.
It's always packed. The best days are Friday, it's pretty empty. And Mondays, it's definitely really empty. But I would say Friday is really like peak calm energy, chill vibes, really nice farmers.
Is there such a thing as a mean farmer?
No, never.
Thank you. All right, I had those boxes in my hand. I got to the register, and as it turns out, I grabbed 2 different types, and I am not paying $15 for a plastic box. That's too much. Perhaps this place can help me save some money. There's a food storage container for pets. If it's for pets, I guess you're not supposed to put human food in it, but it's not a total loss. Look at this view. That's the Empire State Building. That's Union Square. Definitely something you don't see every day, that's for sure. Now we're in Queens, and if you're looking for a dirt cheap discount store, Astoria, Queens is where you should be looking. Huh, this could work. But this is one of those times when you should FaceTime your wife and make sure that you're not an idiot.
Are you at the Dollar Tree?
Yeah, they're so cheap. I went to Staples, they were like 15 bucks. You want the blue? Now, I don't know if you noticed, but the game-winning play was calling my wife. If you surprise your wife with ugly failure like this, it's going to totally be your fault. You might end up trucking it back to Dollar Tree to try to return stuff that cost $1. But because of my quick thinking, making that phone call now means that us owning this is a team decision. Anyways, these ugly things are pretty awkward to carry, so I'm going to pack everything up, and I will see you tomorrow.
I really enjoy that. Blessings to you and your family, sir. Oops. I love the Lord. He's my friend. Okay.
Good morning. It's July 8, 2021, and it's a Thursday. Here in LA, somewhat sunny morning, very still right now, 64 degrees Fahrenheit, no, 66 degrees Fahrenheit, about 19 Celsius. Today, I was thinking about the beautiful Selena and her song, I Could Fall in Love. This afternoon, it'll be going up to 84 degrees Fahrenheit, around 29 Celsius, and it looks like we're going to be having beautiful blue skies and golden sunshine all along the way. Everyone, have a great day.
Hey guys, I'm here. I'm sorry, there's Big Boy. He's such a camera. He's a British actor. He's going to steal the show because that's what British actors do. So, I love Mr. Lynch. I think he's awesome. His work is amazing. I'm a huge... Oh, for the record, I am on the edge of my seat for Dune. I can't wait. I was going to say a funny joke about I might even get bing bing. Cheers. Okay, I'm sorry there's a delay, guys. But I really appreciate the whatever, right? So, anyway. Can't wait for Dune. Can't wait. And if you go on my movie list on my YouTube thing, right? I'm pretty sure everybody can see it, but here, look. Just in case you can't, because see, this is why I love YouTube. Oh. There we go. Right, so they're all right there. Just in case you want to see, because you like welcome to my house, right? And these are all. And I paid money for all, like these are mine. Like well, not mine, but you know what I mean? It's like these are, of course I love all of these. And these are not by any stretch of the imagination, you know, because I have a bunch on CD and that doesn't mean, that doesn't include all the ones I've rented, of course, so. Right, because we were talking about Dune, right? So I wanted to see Call Me by Your Name. That's one of my favorite movies. I think that's great, and he's in Dune, so which is why I brought it up. Forward march. I got to do math and okay. Here we go. I'm having fun. So. They have a playlist, which would be great because that'll be at least an hour, and then I can just work on the painting and. Oh yeah, and I just want you to know I love the Lord, and I'm here to pray for you. And I'm checking the chat, and I'm keeping my eyes on everything. So please. So I'm just going to hit the thing, and it'll ching, and...
Everybody, happy Thursday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A lot of great stories to cover. We actually had a hard time choosing this morning. There's a very important update in Julian Assange's case. Some information about whether the NSA was actually spying on Tucker Carlson. Donald Trump filed a bunch of lawsuits. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of whether those mean anything other than another grift. Haiti's president assassinated. What is going on there and what's going to come next for that country? Great favorite of ours, Maximilian Alvarez, is actually going to be here in the flesh in the studio to break down the implications of that NYC mayoral race. But we wanted to start with some new details about what exactly happened on January 6th, what the government is doing to prosecute the people that were involved, and some incredibly revealing details here in this Washington Post article. Let's go ahead and throw this up on the screen. So the headline here is about how this dude was using a Virginia Bible study group as a way to meet and plan violent events. This is according to the government prosecutors here. But they kind of buried the lead in this story because one of the underlying debates about what exactly happened on January 6th revolves around whether there were any government agents who were there.
Right.
FBI informants, undercover police, those sorts of things. And you've had this kind of bad faith narrative all the way around. You had Tucker Carlson and others on the right suggesting maybe this was totally an inside job planned by government informants. We have no indications that that's the case. But then the response to that on the left is to say, this is ridiculous.
There was not a single government agent.
Our amazing security services and police would never do such a thing. Well, turns out in this indictment, there was at least one undercover agent who was present at January 6th, according to the records here and his own testimony. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen, this tweet that reveals some of the details. Essentially, he says on or about January 18th, this undercover cop had the following conversation with the defendant here saying, "Hey, brother, were you masked up in the Capitol?" "Yeah, thoroughly. Why?" "Well, I keep hearing about good people getting hunted down for this shit. Just paranoid." There's more here indicating that this undercover police officer was there at January 6th. And to me, Sagar, this provides kind of fodder for both sides.
Yes.
Because for people on the right, you say, look, see, there were government agents involved. Now, does this mean that they planned January 6th and it was all an inside job? No, it doesn't. But it does give credence to the idea that, yeah, there were FBI informants involved, or at least undercover police involved, government agents involved, which frankly, it'd be shocking if there weren't. Like, it'd be kind of an abdication of duty if there weren't. And we knew there were indications that they had infiltrated some of the 3%er groups, et cetera, et cetera. On the left, you look at this and go, hey, if you knew enough to have undercover agents on the scene, why the hell weren't you able to stop these events? What's going on? Obviously, you had enough intelligence and enough indications to be there on the ground. Obviously, you had at least some agents embedded into these groups. So why weren't you able to stop this madness from happening on January 6th? So that's what we know right now.
That's exactly. And look, we have now very clear-cut proof that there was at least one admitted now in this indictment, a government agent who was embedded within this group. This is in Freedom Plaza. And the way we know this is from testimony, which is this is a quote. "Later that afternoon, the MPD UCE observed Duong kneeling by a marble fence on the west terrace of the U.S. Capitol building, past the line of police officers, construction scaffolding, which were in place on January 6, 2021. The location was observed as known to be within a restricted zone. Dong and the MPD UCE undercover agent exchanged greetings to one another, but did not communicate further. He did not appear to be acting and interacting with anyone else." So what does that tell you? Which is that they had eyes on this person who is now being indicted, eyes so much so that they were actually present at Freedom Plaza and within the restricted zone of the Capitol. And like you said, that actually raises a lot of questions, which is that, so you had a government agent there, so you knew to put government agents in there, but not enough in order to actually have enough troops or enough police in order to do anything about it.
Or working riot shields. Remember that when they were all locked on a bus or something?
Ultimately, I think this is the media story more than anything, which is that, you know, Tucker and a few others came out and were like, hey, they're government agents, January 6th. Of course, you know, he's a provocateur and he pushed it as far as he could go. But as we'll get to later on, specifically with the Tucker NSA story, everybody's like, oh, there's not a single government agent. This is outrageous. This is ludicrous. Okay, well, now we got pretty much smoking gun proof that at least one was there. Did they organize and direct it? I don't know. There's no evidence in order to indicate that. Were they there? Yes, we actually know that, at least in a single case, that they were there. I think that's really important. And put it all in the context of a broader grab by the Capitol Police. Let's throw that New York Times thing back up there on the screen, which is that the Capitol Police is now going to open branches in California and in Florida to expand field offices outside of Washington to track threats to lawmakers. Okay, what the hell does this mean? Plan is to open several additional regional field offices as the department is charged with protecting Congress, transforming itself in the aftermath of the attack. So they're basically turning themselves into some quasi-Secret Service-like organization. Why? Because the Capitol Police just got billions of dollars appropriated to them by bipartisan legislatures there in order to protect the lawmakers. And what does that ultimately mean? More field offices, more surveillance. Do you remember the case of the sheriff deputies going to the left-wing podcaster's house who tweeted something about AOC? At the behest of the Capitol Police. The Capitol Police dispatched sheriff deputies in California to a left-wing podcaster who would like to tweet that they said was threatening. It was not threatening in any way towards AOC. Liked a tweet. That was it. That's all he did. Now think about this. Expanding their positions in California and in Florida, as well as across the country, more interagency cooperation. It means police surveillance state. This is what we saw with the post office. The post office is now working with the behest of people like the Capitol Police in order to surveil disinformation and extremism moving through the postal system. Remember that one of the easiest ways that people get slapped with federal crimes is mail fraud. That's actually, it's like a classic. I think that's what they got Al Capone on. pretty much everybody's guilty of mail fraud. So the post office is something
tax
that
fraud?
well, so you can do both, right?
Oh,
So it's
okay.
like it's mail and tax fraud. It's like a joke within the FBI. They're like, oh, just hit them with mail fraud. And so mail fraud and abusing the postal service or abusing the wire system and more. These are like two classics that they always try to use in order to go after people. And I really see this fusion of everything coming together. Ultimately, I think it's just a story of media, which is that they hate Tucker and they hate the people who brought this up. And look, I get it. I understand why, but that doesn't mean that you should abdicate responsibility. As you said, the Washington Post completely buried the lead. They have a whole story here about how some Vietnamese guy is being charged with, coming in the Bible study cover group. The real story is buried within. It's just like deep communication with an undercover DC police officer who's there sitting with him on January 6th.
This is the first concrete indication that we have that there were undercover agents on the scene. And again, like I said, look, if you are looking at this from a level-headed perspective as someone who was deeply upset by what happened on January 6th, I think the logical question is, well, what the hell? If you were new enough to be there, looks like you infiltrated some of these groups, why weren't you prepared? Those are the questions that the media should be asking. Okay, how many agents were there? What was their involvement? And by the way, I want to say we have no indication that any government agents were involved in pushing forward or plotting any of these attacks.
That's right.
So let's just be clear about that. However, it's not crazy to imagine that they could have been involved because we've seen the way, if you rewind to the height of the war on terror and the tactics that were used to entrap young Muslim men, mostly. A lot of that involved essentially encouraging them to create these plots, pushing them forward, even providing money and support in order to create these plots that they could then disrupt. So it's not like these are actions that are they would never do that. That's crazy. They'd never be involved. Also, with that kidnapping attempt on Gretchen Whitmer, we know that government agents were involved and had infiltrated that group and were involved in some of the pushing forward of that plot as well. So again, we have no evidence that that's the case, and I want to be really clear about that. Nor should we be completely dismissive of the idea that government agents would ever do such a thing, because we know, not even from like 10 years ago history, from last fall history, that this is totally within the purview of something that they are capable of, that they engage in routinely. And so this is an issue that we need to continue to focus on. With regard to the expansion of the Capitol Police, I mean, it's just a classic story of they failed on this day. They utterly, completely failed, Keystone Cop style. They had all the resources they needed. They had all the manpower they needed. They had all the equipment they needed. They had all the intelligence they needed, which again, this reporting just supports the fact that they had all the intelligence that they needed to disrupt what happened on January 6th, which was horrific and was traumatic for the entire nation. And yet they didn't. So their failure is rewarded with more money, with an expansion of power, with more field offices. I mean, this is bananas. This is totally insane. This is the definition of failing up. It's the definition of how the security state, it's heads they win, tails we lose. If they're able to disrupt the plot, then they say, look at how great we did. This is amazing. Give us even more money so we can do this even more. If they fail, then it's, hey, we got to have more resources. We got to expand our operations. We need more money and we need more power. And so that's how the security state and the surveillance of American citizens and anyone else they feel like just continues to.
On that note, absolutely, I agree 100%. And so just so you all know how I tie everything together, right, is like when I've said this story before, but you might have missed it. When I got in one of my first guilds in World of Warcraft, and this would have been back like in Burning Crusade, like when it was brand new. So you do the math. Okay, and there was this pompous guy who was a coder. He worked for a hospital. And that dude, right out in guild chat, had said, yeah, I throw shit in the code just so I can fix it. So that ties in exactly with what Crystal was saying. This is that a lot of times, you know what, people will do shit just so that they can justify their job. Allegedly, I mean, I've seen it. I've already been working 30 years already. And like my mom said when she was my age, and I've only got another 30 to go.
Expand and expand and expand. And there are very few voices out there, basically, I mean, almost none in Congress who are consistent in applying these principles. You have a select few who will speak on these issues, whether it's with regards to the right or the left. Most people just only care about this when it's affecting their side in a negative way.
No, you're right. And I think the media really are just bag handlers at this point for the security services. And if you want to see what we're talking about, the histrionics, both of us found, I mean, I just find this so disgusting. Let's put this up there on the screen from Vice News. So Vice went and did a profile on all these reporters who survived the deadly the Capitol riot. Whenever they say deadly, the only person who was killed there was actually a protester. But what you can see is some won't go back into the building. Several have sought therapy to deal with the trauma. So many are not sleeping well. And my particular favorite was this guy who says, "It's my office, the building I love most in the effing world. I used to call the Capitol my girlfriend. I've devoted 15 years of my goddamn life to that building," said freelance reporter Matt Laszlo, choking up. "Now, I don't want to be there." These people are making the entire story about themselves. And look, I get it. It was probably pretty scary. That being said, you didn't live through 9/11. 3,000 people didn't die. And what it is that so many of them are saying within, I am so angry and I want to see accountability. And listen, I do too. But you know what? I'm not a Capitol Hill beat reporter. It's not my job to go and wish for for actual outcomes. Maybe this is why they're also obsessed with the January 6th Commission. I think ultimately what it is, they're making the story about themselves. They're making it about their own experience. And I don't want to diminish. I think it probably was pretty terrifying. And if they had to go through therapy and all that, God with you, I feel very bad for you. But creating the story about yourself and also making it so that it colors your ability to objectively cover this issue, that's not forgivable. You can't do this.
I think it's an extension of how cosseted and fragile.
No, that's it.
Again, I co-signed the idea.
Yeah.
I'm sure if I was there,
pretty scary.
I'm sure I would have been scared. I'm sure I would have been terrified. Maybe I would have had to undergo some therapy. I don't know. But there's been this instinct throughout the Trump era to make the story about the persecution of the media themselves. And you can see how silly this is. And this is something that, has been brought up recently in light of, and we're going to talk about some developments in Julian Assange's case. But think about what he's been put through. He put his life on the line and has been destroyed by the U.S. government in order to publish the secrets of the powerful and hold them to account. Okay? And you don't hear a peep from any of these fraudulent so-called journalists about the gravest threat to press freedom in the world right now, certainly with regards to the United States. And yet, when it's Jim Acosta getting like a mean something said to him by Donald Trump, which I don't support, that there's endless news of, the attacks on the press, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I see this as an extension of, is the sort of like fragility of the U.S. press corps, their desire to put themselves at the center of the story as if they're the victims of what's going on in the country right now, which, not to like personalize this to whoever was at the Capitol that day, because I don't know exactly who was there, what their role in these various stories are, but look, the U.S. media shares a lot of the blame in the country being in a place right now where something as horrific as January 6th could happen. The lies that they've told, the way that they've carried water for the powerful, there's never any self-examination about that. And I think that's why both of us, when we see these sorts of comments about like the Capitol was my girlfriend and whatever, you just kind of roll your eyes, because it seems really silly in light of the real trauma that so many Americans are going through every day, needlessly, because of a lot of those people who were there in the Capitol that day. Not just the media, but I'm talking about members of Congress as well. And again, I do not condone in any way what happened in January. We're both completely
Go watch the show on January 7th. Go see how we acted.
Okay, but this isn't about you guys. That's the bottom line.
Exactly. It's not about you. And you know, even worse, they're ruining one of my favorite museums here in D.C. This is really pissing me off. Let's put this up there. Andy Kim, he was a congressman. He wore a blue suit while he was cleaning up the and look, thank you, Congressman, for cleaning up the Capitol. Very nice of you. Apparently, it turned into a thing. The Smithsonian Museum has asked the congressman for the blue suit that he wore while cleaning up the Capitol for a little exhibit that they're doing. Am I against an exhibit on January 6th? No. Put it in there. I don't care. But the suit, and then this guy, this congressman, is out there being like, this is the suit. Generations from now, people will see my suit and say, oh, this is the suit that was worn on this I'm like, oh my God, this is insanity. What is happening here? Like, am I the only person who is capable of saying what happened on January 6th was bad and is also not like 9/11? Is that insane? Like, and I think that most rational people are going about their days and are just seeing this over and over. It's been 6 months, right? So they did all these 6 months later segments on cable news and more. The histrionics over all of this is just putting us in such a bad place. And I know that this can sound callous, but here's the deal. We are in the midst of gigantic infrastructure negotiations that are happening right now. You know, when you did a piece on the rise of ultra-billionaire wealth higher than it's ever been. We've saw recently about Exxon manipulating the pay-fors within the... Where is the... I mean, there is not an iota of the same level of coverage within any of this. There's actually some interesting stuff going on with the midterms right now. The GOP is having some real fun down in Arizona in terms of shooting themselves in the... These are all good stories. And I would support coverage of all of that. But this is ultimately what captures the attention to nobody's benefit.
Well, and again, I would say January 6th is a very important symptom of a lot of horrific underlying problems that the media and the political class are complicit in.
Yes.
So if they were going to cover it in a real way and get to the root of that I would be fully supportive.
Totally.
Because I do actually think that's important. And I do actually think that there is a scary trend now of election after election, one side thinking like it was stolen, it was rigged, this was unfair, this is fraudulent. I mean, I think those are significant and troubling trends. But the fact of the matter is, when you have coverage like this, that's like, oh, look at me, and that's what this story is really about, you know you're not getting a real look at those deeper level issues that can lead to those sorts of horrific outbreaks of violence and collective insanity. I mean, collective delusion, which is essentially what you had on that day. It doesn't deny any personal agency to the people who were there and did whatever they did. But anytime you see these big societal trends, you have to say, like, what's going on under the surface here? And when you see mass addiction crisis, this past year is going to be the worst on record. When you see suicide spiking, when you see young people literally dying, you've got to get to the root of, like, something is going horribly wrong here. And what role did we play in that? Hey, what role did our political class play in that? And let's not just make this like a partisan game here where we only see the evil of one side or the other side. They don't have any interest in doing that. They'd rather write these stories about how the Capitol was their girlfriend and now they're so sad.
100%. The only useful piece I ever read on January 6th, I've talked about it before, the ProPublica profile of the guy who had a heart attack whenever he was storming the Capitol, who voted for Obama in 2012, lived in Alabama, lost his job, used to actually work at a union, was somebody who worked in a factory, and slowly became radicalized, believed in Trump and more. That, I was like, okay,
that was
I
useful.
Get it. I get that.
I don't remember if it was ProPublica or somebody else who did they looked into, okay, who was actually there?
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
who was
this
actually
was a good
there?
One too.
And because there was this question of, there's always this question of like, was it race?
Right.
Was it economic anxiety? As if these
like
things can't all be a toxic stew that leads to this event. And they looked at how an overwhelming percent had some kind of like
bankruptcy.
Stressful financial hardship, whether it was bankruptcy or a disproportionate number had tax liens put on them. And they were the sort of financial events, too, that would create, we put so much shame on people when they have a financial failure or when they're poor, when they can't make it, when they're not able to keep up that illusion of like middle class or upper middle class prosperity. And a lot of these events were exactly that sort of, they'd had a business failure, they'd had something repossessed, they'd had to declare bankruptcy, they had a tax lien. And it wasn't everybody, but there was a disproportionate number member who had suffered those kinds of events based on who's been indicted and publicly connected with the events of January 6th. So reporting like that, important, interesting.
It's actually useful.
Right, useful. You can do something with that. Reporting that's just like, condemnation, which, okay, that's fine. But once you get past your moral outrage, if you actually want to address the problems that lead you to this place, you've got to get to that deeper level. And there's precious little of that going on, I would say.
No, that is absolutely.
Hey, guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut. Our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen to it. You get to ask us questions. All that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at breakingpoints.com.
Best of all, great way to say screw you to the mainstream media.
Let's move on. Just so nobody thinks that this is some like crazy right-wing show or whatever, let's now talk about Trump's lawsuit against social media companies. He made a big announcement yesterday. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much, Brooke. I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. I just want to say that I stand before you this morning to announce a very important and very beautiful, I think, development for our freedom and our freedom of speech, and that goes to all Americans. Today, in conjunction with the America First Policy Institute, I'm filing as the lead class representative a major class action lawsuit against the big tech giants, including Facebook, Google, and Twitter, as well as their CEOs, Mark Zuckerberg, Sundar Pichai, and Jack Dorsey. Three real nice guys. We're asking the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida to order an immediate halt to social media companies' illegal, shameful censorship of the American people, and that's exactly what they are doing.
All right, so there's a lot going on there.
Nailing
Sundar
name
Pichai's name. Just for context, he used to call me Sager, and a lot of Indians would get very upset. They're like, "Why don't you correct him?" I was like, "Dude, he's the president."
Oh,
also,
a lot of white people really want to call you Sager.
Yeah, I know. I don't really get it.
Your name is really not that hard.
I don't think it's that hard. But ask substitute teachers growing up in Texas. Apparently, it's very difficult. But we kept it long there for a very specific purpose. He says we're filing a lawsuit here in Florida. Okay. That's important because let's put this up there from Brad Heath, which is Trump's Facebook lawsuit is filed in Florida. Facebook's terms of service requires any claim, cause of action, or dispute you have against us to be filed in federal court in Northern California or San Mateo County State Court. The Trump Twitter lawsuit is also filed in Florida. Twitter's terms of service says, quote, all disputes related to these terms of service will be brought solely in the federal or state courts located in San Francisco County. Oh, so these are BS lawsuits, which are probably going to get thrown out in the first place.
Not even filed in the right jurisdiction.
So what's going on here? Oh, like many things related to Trump, it's a BS grift. Let's put this up there, which is that it turns out the website where the team says that people can join Trump's class action lawsuit goes to the America First Policy Institute website. That site allows people to donate and to join their email list. So why is that important? I actually did an entire radar on this over at Rising about the America First Policy Institute, which is a multi-million-dollar organization headed up by a former libertarian who worked for Rick Perry, which includes the likes of Larry Kudlow on its distinguished scholars and more, and is essentially a front for what turned into actual Trumpian economics, which was just a bunch of normal Reagan BS. So what does this all actually mean? In conjunction with the American First Policy Institute, they have filed a lawsuit going nowhere, absolutely not even filed in the right jurisdiction, and now they're going to make millions of dollars off of it. This is what pisses me off. There are a lot of people out there who got a text message last night from Trump saying, President Trump is filing a lawsuit, go ahead and donate right now. There are a lot of boomers who, look, listen, I do not want to denigrate these people because there is such an instinct to be like, screw them, they're idiots, they lose their money, it's on them. No, that's not true. It's on leaders and others who have the trust of these people in order to responsibly use it. And what they are doing is they are setting up false hope and really setting up a situation where they're going to make millions of dollars and nothing is going to actually happen to any of these companies. If you want something to happen to these companies, you should check out Republican Ken Buck of Colorado, who's a ranking GOP member on the antitrust subcommittee, who's actually working with Democrats in order to force some new laws and has been fighting with some GOP people. That's interesting. That's actually something real. This is not real. And this is going to get 15 to 20 times more coverage. And by the way, having covered Trump for many years, let me tell you something. The people who he hires in order to pursue his lawsuits are some of the biggest idiots on the planet. I have watched these people fail at the Supreme Court on the census. I watched them fail on DACA. Basically every high-profile travel ban. I can go on.
Bruce Castor.
You can bring back Bruce Castor.
That guy's name, right?
Yeah, I think that's the Bill Cosby guy. I mean, I have watched these people flounder and fail at almost every high-profile legal thing that they have ever tried in the U.S. Supreme Court and on the stage. They routinely would forget to file something or public comment or whatever. Absolute D- level team is who you are probably backing here if you support this lawsuit. And I know I'm getting animated, but I just think about so many people out there who are rightfully outraged about censorship or more. And we both of us spoke out about Twitter banning Trump and more.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm a supporter or whatever of these people, but watching him take people's money and funnel it even worse to people like the America First Policy Institute who are actively working against their interests really pisses me off watching this all happen.
It actually made me sad looking at like the response and the replies on Twitter from his fans to this lawsuit, because they all were like so happy, like, yes, this is why we love you. Thank you for standing up to them, et cetera, et cetera. And like you said, it's easy to dismiss people. Oh, you're so stupid to fall for this, et cetera, et cetera. But it really, this is maybe the thing. There are a lot of things to make me mad about Trump, but this is one of the things that really upsets me the most, is that having the trust of a large group of people who, many of whom have been shit on time and time again, and then abusing that is a really disgusting thing. And this is far from the first time, of course. This is a straight up PR stunt and a grift. We also, when we were at Rising, we have Pedro Gonzalez on, who is a believer in the policies of Trump. I mean, many things that I don't support whatsoever, but who actually believed in the principles that Trump ran on in 2016 and has exposed a lot of the way that money given by Trump supporters has been, used and squandered and given to causes that they never thought. So perfect example tying back into January 6th is, when the Stop the Steal was going on, people were donating all this money.
$250 million.
Thinking that they were giving money to like back his lawsuits and overturn the election, whatever. Tiny sliver of that went to actual legal battles, all of which were handled in the most embarrassing and disgraceful way, as we covered thoroughly on Rising as well, with embarrassing players involved. I'm sure you guys remember all of that. Most of the money they basically did with whatever they wanted. They could pay their consultants, they could pay their kids, pay for, hotel stays, all of this stuff.
They can do anything they want.
And it's the same thing here. If you read the fine print, there's no requirement that the money that you give is going to go specifically to these class action lawsuits whatsoever. It's an attempt to get more emails. It's an attempt to get more money in the door. So that's what's going on here. It's a pattern we've seen play out time and time again. Same thing with Georgia. There were a lot of efforts to let's raise lots of money for these Georgia Senate races. That precious little of that, and that wasn't just Trump. I think Cruz was involved, and a lot of different people got in on that one. That they'd say, we're raising money to stop the Democrats in Georgia. They'd send the tiniest sliver of the money to Georgia, and most of it would go into their own PACs and super PACs to use for their own purpose. So this is just another sort of PR political stunt and grift from the former president.
Will this segment matter? Will people watch this and say, oh, I'm not going to support this? Probably not. But
Sadly.
You know what? People should know the truth. And if you have somebody out there who's excited about this, maybe send this to them. Send them and tell them to go investigate for themselves. Read the fine print and more. Because I've watched too many people, especially who are old, get suckered time and time again.
Or what was the wall funding thing?
The Build the Wall. Oh, yeah,
with?
I remember that.
Yeah,
and, people were viciously attacked for pointing out that those guys were complete grifters. Oh, turns out that that's all what the entire thing was the whole time. So I think the entire thing really is a disgrace. Like you said, when you have the trust of a large number of people, it is your responsibility to actually at least act and fight on their behalf if that's what you purport to do. And that is just not what's happening.
And it's a real issue that
it's true,
actually, like, serious people care about, and that you should actually seriously care about, and to handle it in just this way for your own monetary fun and purposes is disgraceful.
If you're on the right, go check out Rachel Bovard, who's got the Internet Accountability Project. Go check out Ken Buck, the congressman from Colorado. All of these people are doing great work. They're, you know, some of them have on the Rachel we've had on the show. I'm sure we'll have her on soon. Same with Ken.
Stoller is on the left, but he's happy to work with people on the right. Very principled guy.
There are many
serious
people out
who
there.
were thinking about
this is
stuff.
not what's happening.
Yeah. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut. Our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen to it. You get to ask us questions. All that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at breakingpoints.com.
Best of all, great way to say screw you to the mainstream media.
Okay, so I don't even know how to do the abrupt transition towards this. Let's stick with just the facts regarding what happened with Tucker Carlson and the NSA. So we will remember that Tucker leveled an explosive charge last week, saying that this show has learned that the NSA, the Biden administration, has been spying on this show and was planning to leak my emails to journalists. That was the substantive charge which was leveled. Now, when we covered it, here's what we said. We said there is no evidence for it or against it. What we did make fun of was all of the liberal journalists who said, this is ridiculous, it's not even true, there's no way that any of this would ever happen, there's no way the NSA would spy on Tucker. Now that is very quickly to change to, well, so what if they did? Because here are the details that we've learned. Let's put this up there. Jonathan Swan over at Axios, he's a great reporter. Tucker Carlson sought Putin interview at the time of spying claim. Here are the details. Tucker Carlson was talking to U.S.-based Kremlin intermediaries about setting up an interview with Vladimir Putin shortly before the Fox News host accused the National Security Agency of spying on him. Those sources, according to Axios, said U.S. government officials learned about Carlson's efforts to secure the Putin interview. Carlson then learned the government was aware of his outreach and that the basis of his extraordinary accusation. Now, here's the key part. Axios has not confirmed whether any communications from Carlson have been intercepted, and if so, why. So Tucker's core claim that the government has spied on his emails and has leaked them to journalists, that part has not been confirmed. What has been confirmed is this, is that the NSA and the U.S. government became aware of Tucker's conversations with Kremlin intermediaries regarding an effort to interview Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, on Fox News. And so, this is extraordinarily important. Let's throw up Jonathan Swan's tweet. The NSA, when faced with these specific facts, has declined to comment and refers Axios back to that agency statement earlier, which was carefully worded. Now remember this, in that statement, they said Tucker Carlson is not and has never been a target of the investigation. And as we noted here with regards to that statement, it doesn't matter if you're a target. Incidental collection of communications with foreign adversaries means that you can be incidentally collected as a U.S. citizen on that. Now, within the government, Tucker, and he addressed this on his show last night, should have been identified as U.S. Journalist 1. Right. As in his identity should have been masked, and nobody in the government should have been aware that he was in communication about trying to get an interview with Vladimir Putin. Well, what has happened is somewhere along the discovery value chain, Tucker Carlson's identity was unmasked within the United States government. Whether it was intentional or not, no indication. However, several questions arise. Who unmasked this? This is actually against the law. Why did his name come to be revealed? Did the government actually leak the details of that, per Tucker's accusation, to journalists in terms of his ability to try and get an interview with Putin? And the last thing I'll say on this, You can hate Putin and you can hate Tucker. Guess what? Journalists interview Putin all the time. Chris Wallace, actually, I think he won a Pulitzer Prize, or he won an award.
Interviewed him 3 weeks ago.
Oh, good. By the way, that's a good thing.
So this is not like, how could you want to interview Putin?
Interviewing Putin is good, especially having Western journalists, or any journalist, frankly, interview Putin is always good. I love it whenever he does those like 2-hour things where he sits there and takes questions. I support these things, even if many of these are stews. You know why? Because it's important to know how your adversaries are thinking, and it's especially important to have Western journalists challenge them, maybe not even necessarily on human rights or whatever. I would personally love to see an interview between Tucker and Putin. Interviewing Putin is not a crime. American journalists are not have to interview pre-approved world leaders. We can interview Kim. By the way, if Kim Jong-un would give me an interview, I would fly to Pyongyang tomorrow.
Right.
Okay? So if you're listening, please make that happen.
Even though you know these people are going to lie to you, of course.
It doesn't matter.
But the understanding what it is that they want to put out in the world is very interesting and revelatory. I mean, the fact that we're even having to discuss like whether it's okay to interview a head of state is silly to start with. So, I mean, look, we don't know all the details yet, but here's very much what it looks like happened. And again, this is not totally backed up yet and speculation, but based on the reporting, based on the NSA's weird non-denial. It looks like Tucker was trying to get this interview, was going through these intermediaries, that he maybe wasn't directly targeted. It was probably incidental collection of these intermediaries were being surveilled. His communications are picked up as part of that. And then as you're pointing out, the big question here is how and why was his identity unmasked? Because this is supposed to be one of the really important protections for American citizens who might get caught up in these, what they call incidental collections, where again, you're not the target, but the government is still monitoring your communications because you happen to be talking to someone who's a target. That doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong or should be surveilled at all. You just happen to be in communication with someone that they're monitoring. So one of the really important protections here is that if that happens to you, your identity is supposed to be secret and protected and masked. Clearly, somewhere along the way, if Tucker's story turns out to be, anything approaching true, his identity was unmasked.
Yeah, it was unmasked.
That's only supposed to be permitted if it's necessary to understand the intelligence. So in very specific cases. Now, one of the things that we learned through Michael Flynn and Russia and all this crap is that unmasking is way more casually done and way more routine than we ever thought and that it ever should have been. So some of these bureaucrats may think nothing of putting in unmasking requests, and they seem to be granted relatively casually, which is a problem in and of itself. And so, it's a very serious charge that our government was monitoring the communications of a prominent U.S. journalist, whatever you think of
#1 cable news
Tucker Carlson. That's a big issue. And, the fact that people can't take off their feelings, they can't put aside their feelings about this person and just see it on the basis of principle and fact is really extraordinarily telling. And the fact that, this is like the first story we did about the FBI informants. However, it's like, this is ridiculous.
I know, it's the same
FBI,
thing.
and it's like, well, we don't have the evidence yet, but to say it's just ridiculous and not be curious about it is silly. Same thing here. The government monitors communications of all kinds of people all the time, totally routinely. What company was it that Edward Snowden tweeted down? It was like Microsoft was saying, this is completely routine, that the government is asking us for data of U.S. persons, okay? So to be like, there's no way they would have done that, again, it's just so flippant to not be curious at all, to totally dismiss it, and to just knee-jerk back up whatever the story of the security state is here, especially after the NSA put out that super weird, well, we didn't target Tucker Carlson statement, that was instant red flag there.
If Rachel Maddow had been spied on by the NSA under Trump, I would be absolutely outraged. And I think everybody else should be too. But I also know that the media would be 100% behind her. And in this particular case, look, this recently came out. The Trump DOJ actually went to the mat to try and, I think, seize some emails from New York Times reporters and the Washington Post. And they put a gag order on them while that was all happening.
Yeah.
So that people in the Times and the Post, they only recently revealed this because they weren't legally allowed to. That's outrageous. Yeah. You don't get to read journalists' emails. Absolutely freaking not. But you know what? They had a whole expose on that, and they talked about it in a front to press freedom. Listen, you don't have to like Tucker. You don't have to consider him a journalist. He has First Amendment protections. He is the #1 cable news host in the United States. And if the NSA is spying on that person and people within that agency are unmasking his emails, and then, according to Tucker, trying to leak against him to say that he's some sort of Russian stooge for trying to interview Putin, that is some like 1960s Hoover level stuff here in terms of using government agencies in order to gather information and then plant damaging information in the press. It is a scandal of the highest order.
That part we don't have any
proof it's not confirmed, but I'm telling you, if it's true, that's bad.
Leaking, but again, you should be curious.
I'm very curious. I would love to know. Yeah.
Let's not just dismiss it out of hand as if they would never do such a thing. Oh my God, they never do that. They do this kind of crap all the time. They have their own history.
Is a term for a reason.
Give me a break. I think why maybe we're able to react to this and feel very much like, if Trump was doing this to Rachel Maddow or other journalists, of course we'd be consistently outraged. I just don't see this as a partisan issue because I'm under no illusions that Trump was better or Biden is worse or Biden is better or Obama.
That's a good point.
There may be gradations of infractions here, but every president takes whatever power is available to them and uses and abuses it. And especially post 9/11, when there was a gigantic security state power grab, we've never rolled that back. And so I just see this as whatever president, whether it's a Democrat or Republican, is in power, clearly feels free to use and abuse these powers. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut, our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen to it. You get to ask us questions, all that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at breakingpoints.com.
Best of all, great way to say screw you to the mainstream media.
I would love to have spend a year talking about privacy. A whole year talking about privacy, right? I would love to spend a whole year really thinking about it, thinking about privacy. And I agree 100% with what they're saying. And let me just say this. If I were I believe that me saying the name Vladimir Putin out loud, something happens. And I'm okay with that. I don't give. Okay, and so as a strategist, right, a tactician, sorry, there's cat hair everywhere. I go forward every day thinking I have no privacy. And that every word, every syllable, every consonant I put on a piece of paper, email, say out loud, goes somewhere. I mean, because it's Star Trek world, right? It's the future, right? Now, I may be a special snowflake and may be so pure and dainty that there might be people out there going, well, David, you don't have anything, right? Now, I will say this, okay, even hey, that's Mama Girl. Saying that, I do think that if you say the words out loud to somebody, like, you know, like you go to their house and you're like wanting to get all like snooky cozy, and you're like, hey, am I being recorded right now? And they say no, and it turns out to be a lie, I would have a problem with that. I think, like, right? But walking down the street, I shoot to 10 cameras. I understand the principle of, as a citizen, like you should have, like like Downton Abbey, right? That episode with the typewriter. There's a difference between secrecy and private. So, for whatever that's worth, I would love to be part of that conversation. You know, because, I mean, in the history of America, we've pissed off a lot of people. And I can understand why you would want to. Right? I mean, come on. I get it. I totally get it. It's just, brothers and sisters, it's all how you just don't give anybody. It seems that one possibility is that you just don't give your American brothers and sisters enough credit. To just really, that's just, and I do understand that there needs to be some kind of protection, like agreement between, like, if you are a professional journalist, like it is your goal to inform the public, and somebody comes to you wanting to inform the public, and the identity had to be kept quiet. I mean, I can understand. That seems completely legit, because remember now, it's the public, right? Hey, by the way, you know, something's going on you should know about, right? I don't consider that a snitch. You know, I mean, the respect that, like, if you are a public servant, and you go out in the world and you make promises to people, you know, as a public servant, and you say, I won't engage in corruption, or I won't take money from here, or you make promises to people, and then you on the DL don't do it, and you're covering it up, and somebody says, right, and to keep that, and that identity is kept secret, right? I get that as a professional journalist trying to inform the public. So that's definitely different. That's like private and secret, right? It's different. So, once again, I tell my brothers and sisters this. I'm not just trying, you know, whatever. But remember, guys, right? If you send anything in the email, if you send anything in the email, I would assume that it's getting caught up somewhere in something. I'm not out to like, and I'm being 100. It's like with the gun thing, have as many as you want. There's people homeless. They've got equality, right? But I'll say this. I will talk about this out loud real quick. Somebody asked me, David, do you have a gun? You know what my response to that question is? I'm a Christian. What in the bloody heck do I need a gun for? Because honestly, in all seriousness, if God isn't going to be able to stop the bullet, the gun I might not ever get to isn't going to protect me. But you know, brother, you get a truckload. Go. I mean, like, right? I mean, I don't care. It's in the rule book. People hunt. I doubt there's any chance of this, and I'm just gonna. Is there, like, I wouldn't know how to. You know what? I'm going to take a break after this, and I would really like to listen to the Birdcage and do this. So what I'm going to do is, after this series, I'm going to take a break and eat and just, exercise maybe a little bit, and then I will start fresh, a new one, and then see if I can start with playing that, and then if I get a copyright thing, then I'll do something else. Maybe just play music or whatever. But I want to get caught up because I enjoy not being on camera, and because I really enjoy the YouTube stuff. All the artists out there and their content, and it's nice to be able to enjoy it just for me. So, if it makes any sense. So I'm going to go through this, and then a little owl. Thank you guys. Anyway, I'm sorry.
So we have, actually speaking within this vein, an update on the case of Julian Assange.
Yeah, so this is really important. Just to remind you guys, Assange is in prison right now in the UK, and the US government is trying to extradite him to face charges of espionage. It's important to give you a little bit of the context here. So remember, under the Obama administration, they really wanted to go after Assange, and they essentially, Eric Holder and the Obama administration felt that they couldn't charge him. They couldn't figure out this New York Times problem. How do we charge Julian Assange and destroy him the way that we want to, but not also implicate New York Times or any other journalistic outlet? They couldn't figure that out. Bill Barr and Trump come into office, and they take a more aggressive stance, and they go after Assange on this idea that he helped Chelsea Manning hack into the documents, which is ridiculous for a lot of reasons that I won't get into, but also a lot of journalists help their, source to be able to protect their communications, and they provide them that sort of support. So again, it's not clear that you're not criminalizing all of journalism, even if Assange was tangentially involved in, helping to hack this password. But Chelsea Manning had access to all of these documents, did not need Julian Assange's help. We reported, almost alone among U.S. media. There are very few, literally zero mainstream U.S. outlets that covered the fact that one of the U.S. government's key witnesses in this just admitted that he completely lied and made up his story. This guy is a known criminal, known pedophile, and invented this story so that he could escape prosecution for some of his other crimes. So that part of the case totally fell apart. The initial hearing, which, again, this started under the Trump administration, but the Biden administration has continued to seek Assange's extradition. At the initial extradition hearing, the judge said, no, we're not going to extradite Julian Assange, not because we disagree with the merits of the case against him, which was important and not good, but because we're worried about his psychological health. We think he's at extreme risk of suicide, especially because we know how it is in U.S. prisons, and it's horrific, especially in supermax prisons where he's likely to be held because he's being charged with this like national security crime. So that brings me to the update. The U.S. government has now given the UK assurances that, number one, Julian will not be held under the strictest maximum security conditions, and I'm reading for the Wall Street Journal now, if extradited to the U.S. They're also saying we're not going to put him in a supermax prison. They also have given assurances that Julian Assange would be permitted to serve any jail time if he's convicted in his native Australia. Now, there's some important caveats to even those assurances, which should be seen in light of they had to address these concerns in order, this is an attempt by the U.S. government to continue to get Julian extradited so that they can try to convict him in the U.S. and send him to prison for the crime of publishing The Secrets of the Powerful, okay? But even within that context, there's some important caveats here. They said the Dissenter had a good article just breaking down exactly what the kind of caveats are. So they said that they wouldn't impose these special administrative measures, which is isolation, effectively, and these other sort of like extreme tactics that are used in U.S. prisons during pretrial confinement or in prison if he's convicted. But they didn't say they wouldn't hold him in administrative segregation or other forms of isolation. So that's an important caveat. They said that he'll receive clinical and psychological treatment. They also said he would not be imprisoned at a supermax in California unless he committed a future act that met the test for designation. So again, kind of a big loophole there. And then with regards to him serving any time if convicted in Australia, that would only happen after every appeal and everything was exhausted. So that means if he faces trial in the U.S., you all know how long these cases can drag out, years and years.
It's been over a decade.
Before he'd ever been sent back to Australia. I mean, the bottom line of all of this is Julian Assange should be free today. The Biden administration has it in their power to drop these charges right now, release Julian, allow him to be free, and actually make good on all of their hollow.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. I think that the crazy part is, and again, it's funny, there are a lot of media stories today, which is that the Indian press, per Glenn Greenwald, is one of the only places currently that will be reporting about some of these details, about the pullback of the lawsuit and more. To this time, there's still not anything in the New York Times or more, even though some of their own reporters on a personal level have been like, hey, look, I'm a national security reporter. If you prosecute him, they can prosecute me.
Yeah,
they've said this. I've heard them say this, and they've even written so publicly, but not one of them has done a story on it yet. So I think that tells you a lot.
Yeah, and it's disgusting how they'll go out there and be, freedom of the press, and we're so offended by Trump. You can't say anything about the attacks, the verbal attacks on journalists. If you don't talk about this, if you don't care about this, I mean, this is a direct attack on freedom of the press, a direct attack on the First Amendment. And all that, and you all know I interviewed Julian's father and his brother last week for Crystal Call and Friends. All that they want is the Biden administration to go back to the position of the Obama administration, the Obama-Biden administration, when they recognized we can't charge Assange without implicating all of journalism. That's all they're asking for. Don't continue this Trump-era prosecution. Go back to what your thinking was under Barack Obama. That's all that they're asking for. And it is a complete outrage that Julian Assange continues to be held. And I mean, his mental health, his physical health, they have done everything they possibly can to destroy him. It's disgusting. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut, our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen to it. You get to ask us questions, all that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at breakingpoints.com.
Best of all, great way to say screw you to the mainstream media.
We also have an update on literally the craziest situation that we've ever seen. The president of Haiti was assassinated in what looks like some sort of like hit squad raid. It's unclear who exactly was behind it. What is going on here, Crystal? I know you went down the rabbit hole. Yeah.
So Haiti is a fascinating, both inspiring and tragic country that, of course, the U.S. has had deep involvement in up through the 2000s under George W. Bush, which is perhaps a story for another day, but is relevant here. The country's been in crisis for a while. It's been in political crisis essentially ever since it appears, helped to depose Aristide back in 2004. The current president, a guy named Jovenel Moïse, who was just assassinated. We don't know who did it, and I wouldn't trust a lot of the information coming out from like the police chief and others on the scene because essentially everyone is corrupted there. There's massive gang problem in the country. There's indications that Moïse himself was complicit in some of the activities in the gang or supported by these gangs. He also had overstayed his term in office and was unilaterally rewriting the Constitution, implicated in all kinds of corruption and scandals and violent scandals as well. So let's not say that this was a good guy or a good president whatsoever. However, it has plunged Haiti into even further crisis. So no one is celebrating the death of this man. Let's go ahead and throw the tear sheet up on the screen that we have here with some of the details. So as of this morning, the Haitian police chief is saying that some of the mercenaries who were involved in this assassination have been killed, that others are in custody. We don't really have any indication of who they are or why they did this. Some of this, shockingly, was caught on video, and it's really bizarre. It looks like pretending to be a drug enforcement agency operation. The theory is that they say this, and we'll play the video in just a second, in order to get like the bodyguards to stand down, because DEA activity in Haiti is apparently fairly common. So they're used to hearing people with American accents saying, "This is the DEA, stand down." So you hear that on this video. Other reports, again, coming from government officials, say that some of the perpetrators, some of the murderers here were speaking Spanish. So make of that whatever you will. The First Lady has also been critically wounded. She's been flown to Florida for treatment. She is alive and stable, but they say in critical condition. Let's take a listen to that video where you can hear American accent and English declaring this a DEA operation. Of course, the DEA denies this and seems very unlikely that it was a DEA operation. Let's take a listen.
No.
Yeah.
So pretty
wild.
Yeah. And there's other videos out there where you hear, repeated gunfire. A lot of this, at least the sounds of it, caught on video. So again, this is an incredibly impoverished country that has been screwed over time and time again since its founding, since its independence. I think the only successful slave revolt in history. Yep. They gained their independence from France. They actually defeated Napoleon in order to gain their independence. But they were then consistently discriminated against. The U.S. took 60 years to represent them. First Black Republic in the world. France, after their independence, levies these millions of dollars to say, like, you owe us because you stole our colonial shit, and threaten them with war. So put them in debt from the beginning. And there's been just, cycles of U.S. intervention, again, deposing popular leaders like Aristide. You've had horrible dictators like Papa Doc and Baby Doc who ruled by violence. You've had U.S. embargoes that have kept the people poor and impoverished. And then on top of everything, you've had natural disasters, hurricane, earthquake that they still haven't been able to recover from. So it was already kind of a lawless and violent situation. And now again, with the assassination of Jovenel Moïse, you just have further instability, total power vacuum. The guy who says he's in charge now, Joseph is his last name, is the nation's 6th prime minister in the last 4 years. He says he's now in charge. But he actually Moïse had already replaced him. There was a new dude who was supposed to be sworn in next week. So that just gives you another indication of how completely uncertain things are on this island where the people have suffered so incredibly much.
This is really, and again, according to him, these were mercenaries. So they were saying that the gunmen, with American accents or more, they think that a lot of these people were hired killers, which actually would be even crazier.
Yeah, so who hired them?
Right, who hired them?
Why?
Who are they? There's actually a lot of interesting law around mercenaries and hired guns and all this, of what exactly happens in the third world. And I think there is something that is very much going on here right now. But when I heard that audio, I was like, this is totally nuts. Some of the speculation is actually could be drug related, for cartels and stuff in terms of South Florida. So look, there's no indication necessarily. It looks like, there's plenty of domestic reasons for people to be involved here, but very messy and sad situation.
Yeah, I mean, it looks from all indications that he was in bed with a lot of, horrific murderous thugs.
Yeah.
And, the allegations are that he was dependent on these gangs which control a lot of Haiti and especially a lot of Port-au-Prince. And so who knows who this could have been, what sort of vendetta they might have had, and who hired these killers and ultimately plunged this country into even further chaos. And it's also sad that, the U.S. only, this chaos and lawlessness 600 miles or so from Miami has been going on, and, no one here has really paid that much attention. So I think that's another sad story here, is how we've just allowed this to fester. At best, and at worst, we've been involved in helping to plunge the country into chaos. So we'll keep an eye on this story, because I think that it's far from over as we get more details and also find out not only who may have been involved, but also who's going to take over and what this means for the political situation. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut, our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen to it. You get to ask us questions, all that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at breakingpoints.com.
Best of all, great way to say screw you to the mainstream media.
Crystal, what are you taking a look at today?
It's sad that I feel so bad. Oh, goodness gracious. Hopefully we'll help people there. Hopefully we will go forward and make the situation better. This seems mercenaries and third world countries. I just think a James Bond villain. I don't know. They said, what was the name of that town again, where all that's going on? Miami, right, yeah.
Greatest wealth transfer in modern history has begun. So proclaimed a recent Wall Street Journal article on how boomers, having stockpiled the largest trove of wealth of any generation in history, they're now spending it, donating it, and passing it to their heirs. Here's the Journal with that report. Quote, baby boomers and older Americans have spent decades accumulating an enormous stockpile of money. At the end of this year's first quarter, Americans aged 70 and above had a net worth of nearly $35 trillion, according to Federal Reserve data. That amounts to 27% of all U.S. wealth, up from 20% just 3 decades ago. Now they have started parceling it out to their heirs and others, unleashing a torrent of economic activity, including buying homes, starting businesses, and giving to charity. So this wealth transfer is shaping today's economy, and it's going to influence the soaring heights of American inequality for generations to come. You can see what I mean by focusing in on the here and now and its impact on the housing market. The housing market, of course, is insane, as you know if you've been watching this show, and that insanity is driven by a few different factors. You've got the PMC moving to smaller cities and suburbs in search of a kind of life reset. You've got a shortage of construction supplies that are delaying new housing construction. You've got permanent capital rushing into the market to make a buck by turning America into a land of renters. But part of the story is also this wealth transfer, which is making home ownership possible for a lucky class of young Americans who are recipients of gifts from parents and grandparents. According, again, to the Wall Street Journal, in this highly charged and speculative market, the majority of home buyers have to put down at least 20% of the cost of the home up front. That is near historical records, and it is a tremendous amount, of course, for a young couple. Unless, of course, mom and dad or grandma and grandpa can help out. One mortgage broker estimated at least half of his first-time buyers were getting gifts to make that possible. Another indicator? Well, the percentage of first-time buyers younger than 35 with a boomer cosigner more than doubled over the past couple decades. This is a perfect example of how having help in wealth creation from your parents locks in a cycle of prosperity. In America, the surest way to build that solidly middle-class life and nest egg has been through home ownership. You might be slaving away in the wage earner's rat race, never really getting ahead, but at least if you got a house in a decent neighborhood, you're likely to end up with an asset that has significant value that can be borrowed against or sold to cash in the gains or passed eventually to your own children. Your mortgage payments are being used to build your own wealth rather than rent payments, which go to enrich the landlord class. In fact, racist housing policies, which kept black families from owning homes or which kept them in ghettos where prices could never appreciate, is one of the most significant reasons why black wealth has remained stuck at zero. During the Civil War, when much of black America was still enslaved, black wealth was a measly 0.5% of total national wealth. Today, that number has only barely increased to about 1.5%. That just gives you a sense of how powerful the impact of being locked out of housing wealth accumulation has been, as those around you benefit from the leg up of intergenerational wealth. Home ownership, though, is just one really good and really clear example of how even a little bit of generational wealth can compound quickly and thoroughly separate a society into the haves and the have-nots, especially a society like ours, where the rules have been written by the rich to make sure that they keep all their shit. Because, of course, some of today's millennials will receive much more than just help with their student loans or a housing down payment. Large fortunes will be bequeathed to the heirs of the 0.1%, locking in new family dynasties. And the current loophole-ridden system of taxation means that much of this wealth was never taxed and will never be taxed. If that's allowed to move forward with the world historic levels of dynastic wealth which are set to be passed forward, it will be impossible to roll back. Democratic societies cannot survive this overwhelming stratification. Eventually, the pitchforks are going to come. And would you looky here, already the wealth of the very tippy top has exceeded the heights of the Gilded Age. So guys, it's now no longer accurate to say we're headed to a new Gilded Age. We're there, and it's even more extreme than the last one was. Doesn't have to be this way, though. There is a very simple solution. Just tax this shit. Do it now. President Biden has proposed some relatively modest changes as part of his infrastructure and reconciliation plans. So generally, a little bit of context here, the way tax law works is when you sell an asset, you pay taxes on the full amount of the gains. But a loophole in the law allows people to pass those assets on to their heirs, and then when the heirs sell, they only pay taxes on the gains that occurred after the original owner's death. All of the wealth from that asset that accumulated over the life of the deceased, that will never ever be taxed. To make matters worse, the capital gains rate has been kept low so that even the portion of the gains which is taxed at a much lower rate than wages are. Biden's proposed closing that loophole with a $1 million exemption plus $250K for residences. He also wants to raise the capital gains tax rate. Now, in an ideal world, those changes would be coupled with a much larger estate tax that kicks in at much lower levels. Trump made this dynastic wealth loophole much greater during his term. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd throw a wealth tax in too, so you don't have to wait until death for the rich to pay anything into the public treasury. But with this much money at stake, literally again, the largest fortune in history, you can bet that those with the power and the money will fight like hell to make sure every aspect of the status quo is preserved. Already, a bipartisan group of senators has voiced their objections to even President Biden's inadequate proposals. And that's the asymmetry of class warfare for you, because the rich don't need any changes to the law to continue to win. The status quo automatically perpetuates inequality generation after generation, locking in our new Gilded Age dominated by dynastic wealth and financial royalists. The greatest wealth transfer in history is just one more scheme to rob the working class of their shot at the American dream. And Sagar, I think this is one of those. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut, our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen listen to it. You get to ask us questions, all that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at breakingpoints.com.
Best of all, great way to say screw you to the mainstream media.
100%. I agree 100%. It's 100% forward march.
All right, Sagar, what are you looking at?
Well, one of the things that drives me the most insane things about Congress is not just how filthy rich so many of these politicians are, but the fact that the closer you look, the more it seems that so many of them got or are staying filthy rich not through good, honest work, but from occupying the very positions of power that they're elected to. I know you shouldn't be surprised. It's actually a tale as old as time to leverage your power to enrich yourself, but it still makes me enraged. And while this is absolutely a bipartisan story, there are, of course, places we should focus on. In my opinion, those at the very top of institutions themselves should be held to the highest standards. I thought it was pretty outrageous when Donald Trump was president and he literally owned hotels where foreign leaders would stay. And unlike other hypocrites, I think it's outrageous that Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, maintains one of the most active stock trading portfolios in Congress when you look closely that puts other corruption to shame. Just a note, all of the information here is publicly available through the Stock Act. The problem, though, is the media doesn't want to cover it. Luckily, our friend Unusual Whales over on Twitter, he has it covered. He dug into the data and he found some truly stunning results. The first trade that he looked at was this. In late May and early June, Nancy Pelosi bought several hundred thousands of dollars worth of highly leveraged options on Apple, Amazon, and NVDA stock. Now again, these aren't normal stock trades. These are leveraged options, meaning that the payouts are much higher, but the risk is high as well. I'll spare you the nitty-gritty details, but suffice it to say that this is the equivalent of more like a casino-level bet, not necessarily a well-considered investment. That is, unless you have good information. Crystal, what are you taking a look at today?
The greatest wealth transfer in modern history has begun, so proclaimed a recent Wall Street Journal article on how boomers, having stockpiled. All right, Sagar, what are you looking at?
Well, one of the things that drives me the most insane things about Congress is not just how filthy rich so many of these politicians are, but the fact that the closer you look, the more it seems that so many of them got or are staying filthy rich not through good, honest work, but from occupying the very positions of power that they're elected to. I know you shouldn't be surprised. It's actually a tale as old as time to leverage your power to enrich yourself, but it still makes me enraged. And while this is absolutely a bipartisan story, there are, of course, places we should focus on. In my opinion, those at the very top of institutions themselves should be held to the highest standards. I thought it was pretty outrageous when Donald Trump was president and he literally owned hotels where foreign leaders would stay. And unlike other hypocrites, I think it's outrageous that Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, maintains one of the most active stock trading portfolios in Congress when you look closely that puts other corruption to shame. Just a note, all of the information here is publicly available through the Stock Act. The problem, though, is the media doesn't want to cover it. Luckily, our friend Unusual Whales over on Twitter, he has it covered. He dug into the data and he found some truly stunning results. The first trade that he looked at was this. In late May and early June, Nancy Pelosi bought several hundred thousands of dollars worth of highly leveraged options on Apple, Amazon, and NVDA stock. Now again, these aren't normal stock trades. These are leveraged options, meaning that the payouts are much higher, but the risk is high as well. I'll spare you the nitty-gritty details, but suffice it to say that this is the equivalent of more like a casino-level bet, not necessarily a well-considered investment. That is, unless you have good information. And lo and behold, there's a lot of interesting details when you start to dig into it. Her June 3rd trade, noted by Unusual Whales, was an NVDA. NVDA, you may not know, is a semiconductor and chip manufacturing company. And it just so happened that not only is that stock splitting, but that the trade was made 5 days before the U.S. Senate approved billions of dollars for U.S. semiconductor manufacturing. Now look, I'm a huge fan of that bill. I'm a big supporter of the American semiconductor industry. But the appearance of corruption undercuts confidence that this is being done for the right reasons. And look, it's public information. Everybody did kind of know that bill was going to pass. But here's the problem. I shouldn't even have a question in my mind that the woman who is third in line for presidential succession is trading on possibly non-public information and enriching herself to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Look closer, and you got to be amazed at how well she's done. Unusual Whales notes this. Pelosi's one-year June 2020 to June 2021 results are 56%. Yeah, 56. That's a full 20% more than the Dow Jones Industrial Average or the S&P 500. There are hedge funds on Wall Street that promise and don't deliver results like that. So the question remains, what does she know that we do not? She can deny all she wants, and look, to cover my legal basis, I'm not insinuating anything illegal. Maybe it's all perfectly legal. Maybe she and her husband are the world's greatest investors. But the appearance alone of such a statistically significant result itself is damaging to democracy. Consider one of the trades that I mentioned earlier. Pelosi buys Amazon stock options in late May. Okay, I guess I see it. Amazon's a blue chip stock, right? A lot of people would bet on it. But you may have missed this bombshell news across the wire this week. The Pentagon is canceling a $10 billion deal that it signed with Microsoft after protests from Amazon. And critically, it is opening the deal to solicit bids from both Microsoft and Amazon, likely to split it some way 50-50. Meaning Amazon just went from zero part of the deal to potentially billions of dollars in government contracts. Now, did the Speaker of the House know about this? Who knows? I can't tell you that. She doesn't have to answer to anyone under oath. And to get her dead to rights, you'd have to be able to prove that she knew and traded on that information, which would be nearly impossible to get. The point again is this. The appearance alone is enough. This woman and her husband are already worth tens of millions of dollars. They've made plenty. If they want to be private citizens and play the market, be my guest. It's a free country. But call me old-fashioned. I think public service should be about serving the public. And if you're playing the market, not just buying and selling stocks, but buying highly leveraged options, maybe I'm not so crazy when I ask what the hell is going on here. No Speaker of the House, no president. No person in the highest levels of office should have this level of active trading when they are in the midst of affecting U.S. policy at one of the most tumultuous times in modern economic history. And I just think it's totally nuts, Crystal.
Hey guys, thanks so much for watching.
That's right. Just as a reminder, you can become a premium subscriber today. Watch the full show completely uncut, our reactions to each other's monologues. You get to listen to it. You get to ask us questions, all that good stuff. Link is right there in the description or at breakingpoints.com.
Best of all, great way to say screw you to the mainstream media. All right, joining us now, we are very lucky to have one of our great friends, editor-in-chief of The Real News, Maximilian Alvarez, the one and only. Great to see you, my friend.
Good to see you, Max.
It has been way too long. Since we've been together, we were trying to figure out, was it like back during the
Democratic primary? Yeah, probably the last time that we did one of those shows.
Which feels like 40 lifetimes ago.
A million years ago, yeah.
It's beautiful to see you in person. We want to get to some of the amazing work that you've been doing on the ground in Wisconsin. And by the way, everybody go and sub to The Real News on YouTube. We're going to put the link in the description because Max is doing phenomenal work over there, along with a great team of journalists that deserve your support. But I want to get your thoughts on this New York City primary race. We finally have the results now. It took long enough. But Eric Adams, who, you know, he positioned himself as this like populist champion of the working class. And in fact, the black and brown working class in New York did back him largely. But I think Ross Barkan put it really well. He's been covering this in a great way, and we can throw his piece up on the screen there. Yes, he's unquestionably the mayor of the working class. He's also unquestionably the mayor of Real Estate, Wall Street, and Capital. So, Max, I thought you'd be the perfect person to provide insight into how those two things can happen.
It's quite the coalition, but I think it's a really important point, right? That like, how can you actually signal to both of these constituencies, right, under one sort of candidate? And I mean, I think that in a lot of ways, Eric Adams as a person, you know, as a former police officer, as someone who very much was strict and disciplined on his messaging throughout the campaign, focusing on a crime wave that the media was all too happy to bolster. Not that it's coming from nowhere, right? But it's, it was something that he was able to kind of stick with throughout the election cycle. And I think that for working class folks, there are a couple of important factors here. Adams did net quite a few big endorsements from labor unions, right? And I think that what he represents for a lot of interested parties is kind of, a new embodiment of the old New York machine politics, where people's faith in him is largely in his ability to make backroom deals, to pull levers of power where that they normally feel they have no access to. So I imagine that a lot of labor unions felt like, this is at least a guy who knows how to get things done. If we can get him to listen to us, we may get something out of this. But, I think that as a lot of like rank and file and pro rank and file democracy movements in the labor movement have kind of signaled, as with labor's value on the shop floor, right? The strongest weapon that labor has is to withhold its labor. In the same way, labor unions, like big political influence, could come from withholding endorsements. A lot of labor unions are not willing to do that because they're playing so far behind. So they make the compromises that they do by endorsing folks like Eric Adams, hoping that, in fact, he'll kind of scratch their backs if they scratch his. Labor unions have tried this before in New York, and they've been burned by a number of different mayors, both Republican and Democrat. So I think that it's largely a sign of people really just of the labor movement kind of doing the best it can with what it's got, but not being willing to really wield its influence. And in a place like New York, a heavily unionized city, the fact that labor unions are not willing to do that is very concerning. And then there's also the kind of issue of police. And I think that the left especially, but all of us kind of really need to think long and hard about what it means for Black and brown and working class folks who do want more police, right? Or who are afraid of things like the crime wave, like what that means in their daily lives. And I think that Eric Adams did tap into that. I can say, till I'm blue in the face, that crime wave is in large part a media, a creation. It doesn't mean that people don't feel it, right? It doesn't mean that it's coming from nowhere.
Murder rate is higher since 1995, okay? So it's not a media creation to say it's the highest since 1995. And in terms of reporting and all of that, murder is actually one of the most reported crimes because there's literally a dead body. So I would say this is where I get a little bit frustrated. And you have been somebody who I think has always been very honest about what exactly is happening here. So how do you square the fact, like what happened with Eric Adams? And I've actually said this with Crystal. People are trying to paint too much of a brush. Larry Krasner also won in Philadelphia. So it's not like, and Chesa Boudin's probably going to get recalled, and he's probably going to win.
Just won up
and
in
India
Buffalo.
Walton, who's basically half defund the police, just won in Buffalo. So it is not like but that being said, crime is a problem, especially nationally. How do you think this is going to square for the progressive movement when you can't even win in a place like New York City? Like Philly aside, Buffalo, great. But it's such a beacon in terms of the politics that it does seem to be a significant blow.
It is a significant blow. It's gonna be. I mean, I think that anyone who says it's not is lying, right? And kidding themselves, frankly. And when I say that we need to kind of think more critically about why working class folks, especially in Black and brown communities, do respond to kind of things like media coverage of the crime wave, and then a candidate like Eric Adams, who is able to both say that he's going to address it, but also signal because of his past that, he would do it the right way, right? That he was a police reformer, right? That he would make sure that policing, which still a lot of working class communities do rely on, right, would be done in a more equitable and just way, right? We're largely kind of taking that on faith. But here's where I think the really important point is. You guys know that we've discussed this before, I covered the Amazon union drive in Bessemer, right? There were a lot of Amazon workers after that who said, look, a union sounded great, but the fact is that Bessemer is still a deindustrialized town that is twice the national poverty rate. A $15 wage at Amazon is still one of the best things that we can get. Yep. And you really had people who were in a situation of choosing between the devil they knew and the devil they didn't, right? Most of them didn't know what it would mean to be in a union. And most of them knew very, very well what it meant to be on the knife's edge of keeping a roof over their head. I bring that comparison up because most working class people in this country have only ever known what it feels like to live under siege, right? And we make decisions like from that position. In the abstract, the notion that more union density in this country would lead to higher wages, more workplace democracy, and would lift the floor for everyone is still largely theoretical because we haven't had it in so long. Most people don't know. Same goes for the police argument. I think there's a lot of connective tissue here where folks living in kind of underserved communities where you do see a lot of crime have only ever known like the police as a potential solution to make them safe, right? Even if the police do not always make them safe, right? I mean, it's the one thing that they know that can, like keep crime from impeding their abilities to live the lives that they want. They don't know what it means to live in a society where a more economically just system can actually kind of improve their life quality.
We're trying to make these high-level, philosophical, theoretical arguments to a group of people who has to live in the here and now, right? Who, because they're under siege in that way, has to live for today and tomorrow and the immediate future. When I talked about India Walton, who's the first socialist candidate to win a mayoral election in a major city in since the 60s, because apparently they don't count Bernie Sanders. Burlington's not a major city, I guess.
It's a town.
But it is actually, it's pretty
nice
small.
Town.
A very nice town. I like Vermont.
Yeah.
But so before India Walton, the last mayor of a major city who was a socialist was in Milwaukee and was considered, they called themselves sewer socialists, which was supposed to be derogatory at first because the other sort of cool socialists were like, why are you guys talking about your awesome sewer system all the time? But this was actually very successful because it was concrete. It was like, no, we are delivering real services that are important to you in the here and now. And so the philosophy of the sewer socialists was to connect really tangibly to the needs and concerns of working class people in the here and now, and to push to the side some of the higher level rhetoric or more revolutionary rhetoric. It was really about meeting those needs. And so in this weird way, I see a connection between Eric Adams' run, which was very concrete. I'm going to make you feel personal physical safety in your daily lives today. And also India Walton, who was very effective at addressing concerns over gentrification and people not having access to the opportunity. And also just, this guy who's been there forever is kind of corrupt and people are done with him. So in these mayoral races in particular, so much of it is, we think in terms of ideology because that's what we think about, and we all have an ideology. We care a lot about it, and it means a lot to us. But a lot of this is not particularly ideological. It's who do I actually think is going to fight for me? Who's going to be capable of making those deals and being able to deliver for me in the here and now? There's a place on the left for people who are doing that high-level theoretical thing. That's really, really important. But I do think that Eric Adams' election says something about the inability of the left to make their high-level ideas concrete for people in the here and now. We should also say, that the left shot themselves in the face 5 different ways in this race. I mean, Dianne Morales turns out to be total fraud, that collapses. And then we're left with people like Scott Stringer and Maya Wiley, who are the left. I mean, these are people who supported Hillary Clinton. So, these are
MSNBC analysts.
These are Elizabeth Warren type. So it's not like we really had a candidate we were pulling for here to start with.
No, I think that's exactly right. I mean, the race itself was, from the jump, a sign of the left's institutional powerlessness, right? And
that's well said.
I think that this connects to something that I know that you guys have been talking about a lot, right? When I was traveling around Wisconsin for the Real News, I remember being in Podunk, kind of a motel with the minimal Wi-Fi connection, but I was watching kind of the conversations that y'all were having with and about Joe Rogan and about the left and kind of especially kind of what we call the online left's kind of proclivity for canceling or kind of judging people in sort of a discourse-based way. I think this connects to kind of the question that we're talking about here, right? I mean, I don't think, one of the arguments I've constantly been making to people is that it's not like there's something ideologically germane to the left that makes us like more willing to cancel people, right? Or to try to direct politics through things like Twitter and stuff like that. That's just the only realm that most people who have left politics feel like they have any impact on the world, right?
Yeah,
because
that's true, actually.
Because
And
we
it
don't.
frankly is.
It is. I mean, and not to kind of short shrift, right? The advances we're making in the labor movement, you know, the important kind of folks who are running for local offices to try to have that real tangible impact on their communities while holding true to their leftist principles. But in comparison to the Democratic machine and Republicans, like we're exceedingly far behind, right? And so when you don't have other avenues to sort of challenge or channel that political energy to bear tangible results, if you do see some tangible results in people changing their opinions because a lot of people on Twitter got mad at them or someone getting fired for a bad take, if that is the one realm in which you feel some sort of power to shape the world that you live in, that's what you're going to focus on. And the left really needs to kind of inject that energy into the labor movement, into community organizing, into building the kind of broad, local, state-by-state infrastructure that the Republicans have done exceedingly well at doing.
I just saw a headline. I have no idea whether this is true or whatever, but it was like, QAnon's going after the school boards. And I was like, oh, shit, if they're doing that, that's
literally
actually
looking at it right
that's
now.
actually bad, because that's actually a good idea. So we should be doing more of that. Max, I do want to talk to you about your trip to Wisconsin. You found this really fascinating coalition in rural Wisconsin that's trying to push back against these gigantic factory farms, hog farms in particular. Talk to us a little bit about that, and I want to play a little bit of the clip that we have.
For sure, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it, because this is a project that's really near and dear to my heart, and it's something that we're really excited about. You know, the Real News is teaming up with In These Times for this large investigative project called the Wisconsin Idea, which is mainly focusing on the changing political terrain in rural Wisconsin, right? Which everyone knows, you know, like has been largely abandoned by both parties in a lot of instances, right? You still see a lot of Trump flags when you're driving around rural Wisconsin, which we were doing. We were going all over the state. But you also see, I think, real fertile ground for kind of cross-ideological coalitions fighting in common cause against things that they know are bad for them and their communities. What we're focusing on this month are, you know, 3 rural counties on the western side of the state that are trying to fight off the construction of these massive industrial hog farms, right? Owned by Smithfield Foods, owned, you know, joint venture with Cumberland LLC, the Roth Feeder Pig CAFO, or Concentrated Animal Feeding Operation in Crawford County. There's a lot of important politics going on in these struggles, and you're seeing folks from the left, folks from the right, folks who don't really consider themselves very political, in fact, kind of coming together and say, we don't want these massive, polluting, local economy destroying, local community upending hog farms to be placed in our communities. And what they're finding, going back to what we were just talking about, is that through decades of state legislation, their ability to kind of have a say in their local communities has been stripped by the state. And it's with the help of kind of big ag lobbyists and stuff like that. And you saw a very like pointed example of this in Polk County, Wisconsin, where community members voted to put a moratorium on the construction of this massive 26,000 head hog farm that, again, they know is going to pollute the waterways. It's going to smell like literal crap, right? It's going to produce a lot of, like, millions upon millions of gallons of pig feces that's going to run off into the rivers, that's going to poison the air, it's going to make a lot of the water undrinkable, it's going to tank property values, it's going to affect everybody, right? You're seeing kind of this interesting coalition of people coming together and saying, we don't want this here. And when they voted to put, you know, a moratorium, and when they voted to try to regulate in a moderate way the construction of this hog farm, they were, the county board of supervisors was slapped with a kind of threatening letter saying that they would be charged with federal crimes if they voted yes for this, right? And so you really see the two different legal systems highlighted in rural parts of the country where these international entities, because like in the Smithfield hog farm, all that meat's going to China.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right? And it's making like Polk County the toilet, not providing like real economic stimulus, and it's really sad.
We have a bit of a clip from your recent trip down there. Let's take a listen to that.
People need to
raise their voices about this. People need to recognize that there are folks all around this community who are fighting for not just like their land, their air, and their water, but I mean their community as such. Right? You put this massive CAFO here that's going to destroy kind of all the kind of shared common resources that people here depend on. What's going to be left of the community, right? What's going to be left of the land? And that damage is going to stay for a long fucking time.
Matt's doing incredible work on the ground in Wisconsin. You guys are always focused on things that no one else is paying attention to, but are really driving what's happening in politics writ large. Give them a follow over there at The Real News. Support the work that they're doing in every way that you can.
We'll have a link down in the description.
So great to see you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Max.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Everybody, thank you all so much for watching or listening. We really appreciate it. You guys can become a premium subscriber today. Listen to the entire show an hour early or watch it as well. That's right down there in the description link. And we will see you all next Monday. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Have a great weekend, guys. See you on Monday.
Hooty hoot! Hooty hoot! Well, I'll tell you what. Don't tell anybody, right? But I could see it in Sauger's eyes. I could see it. I could see it, man. He was just so jealous he wasn't the best looking man on the set anymore. And for the record, I support his... I already on it. So, hooty hoot. Hooty hoot. Okay, guys, I gotta eat lunch and do some stuff. I love you so much. I promise. But I just need to not... I love you so much. God in heaven, holy, holy, holy is your name. Thank you so much for this wonderful day and this opportunity to spread your love throughout the world. Pray the Pope's doing well. Pray Joyce Meyer Ministries is doing well. Thank you for YouTube and all the content creators on YouTube. Thank you for Breaking Points. Thank you for Sauger and Crystal and their whole getting out and doing their thing. And just everybody is so awesome. And I promise you again, Lord God Almighty, that whatever enrichment comes my way in the future, I'm going to do my level best to give it all away to the world and to enrich as many people's lives as I possibly can. Why am I going to do this, God? Because I love you and you love me. And it brings me much joy because I'm a selfish, platinum, Vulcan homosexual. And I love you so much, God. Jesus is the most amazing human that had God walk around him ever. Jesus is and forever will be the Son of God. And I hope you and pray you will get just a little bit of him in your life. Thank you for all my blessings, Lord. Thank you. Bless the parade they did for those responders. Thank you. Send out little angels for people under bridges that need help. Bless the Pope. Name your Son, Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, Velen should be up there now. I'm coming, Velen. I'll see you soon, buddy. I love you. Name your son Jesus Christ. Ask all these things, God. Amen. Okay, guys. Remember the secret. I love the Lord. He's my friend. I love him, I do. I love the Lord, he's my friend beyond the end. I love the Lord, he's my friend. Alright guys, I'll be back. I love you. And so does God.